Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
It's blocking the door, it's not easy to do. Jing had originally planned to jump over from the balcony and then just find a family to go straight in from last night's route, but unexpectedly encountered this situation. After hesitating, Jing was planning to change another house, but at this time the crying woman raised her head and slowly stood up, wiped the corner of her eyes, and went to the bathroom with a little sobbing. Lisa. Jing didn't expect that by such a coincidence, this crying woman would be Lisa. A very attractive woman, the way she was crying just now, Yudai Lihua makes people feel a little distressed. After thinking about it, Jing opened the door gently and went out. Even if she wanted to comfort her, she might be scared instead. Following the route that came out yesterday, Jing quickly came to the Louvre again. Unlike yesterday, today's security force seems to have increased a lot. There are actually 2 security teams patrolling back and forth in different exhibition areas. I guess it was caused by the ghost of the Louvre last night, right? Since it didn't affect herself, Jing didn't care too much, and silently sensed the spiritual pressure in the Louvre. Found it. But, this doesn't seem to be the one from yesterday. Jing soon felt the existence of ray pressure, but this ray pressure was very weak, far worse than yesterday's. The spiritual pressure of each spirit body is unique, so Jing can clearly distinguish it. Wow! Instantly released, Jing's figure moved quickly, and it didn't take long for him to see the erratic undead in an exhibition hall. It's still golden. Unlike the ghosts I saw before, there is no face and no appearance. What you can see is an erratic frame of bones. Like a skeleton. The sudden appearance of Jing seemed to agitate the undead, and he could clearly feel his spiritual pressure increased for a moment, and then he rushed towards Jing directly. Jing leaped back gently, jumping out a distance of at least 2 meters lightly, and followed by pulling out her sleeve Baishua. Wow! The figure flashed, and the Black Death Tyrant had appeared above the undead. Shio Baishua stabbed suddenly. Ding! He nailed the undead to the ground in an instant, his hand dancing and struggling, slowly dissipating into brilliance. It's only 20 o'clock. Looking at the experience value, Jing was a little disappointed. At any rate, he was also a mummy, how could it be less than the earth-bound spirit? Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Just as Jing was about to get up, a sudden violent shaking came, and the surrounding space seemed to be shaken out of layers of waves. The powerful oppressive force is like a sea wave, sweeping in waves one after another. What a strong Ryatsu, it's it. Ray pressure will rise sharply due to full spiritual power, danger or emotional impact, such as just now, for example, now. Instant release. Jing quickly rushed in the direction of Lingya. Just now, a few security guards tremblingly formed a group. Opposite them, a man with a black mopping robe and a metal mask was approaching. The cold mask was filled with a frightening atmosphere, and he saw him slowly raising his hand to a security guard. The security's expression changed, and he slowly raised the gun to his head in horror. Boom! He actually shot himself. Then, he raised his hand again and pointed it at the other person. Ah! The frightened security guards yelled to escape. 21 of Binding Dao, red smoke escape. A crisp voice sounded, and a red mist suddenly appeared in the surrounding area, which instantly enveloped the entire exhibition hall. The few people in the thick fog felt as if someone was hugging them, and immediately after, they found themselves sitting on the floor of another exhibition hall. In front, a man with a knife in one hand, his back turned to them and looked at the exhibition hall filled with red smoke. "You, who are you?" someone asked boldly. Jing turned his head and said faintly, "My name is Jing, the god of death from the east." "Dead, Grim Reaper." Are you here to help us? I'll tell you that if you want to solve this trouble, let him think about it for himself, prepare the money here, and I will come tomorrow. Remember, there is only one chance, if the money is less, you will be yourself find a way to solve him. After speaking, Jing entered death mode and turned and left. Ah, ghost. What the hell, that's the god of death. Unexpectedly, there is a god of death in the east. Several security guards thought it was incredible, but whether it was the ghost of the Louvre, the death god, or the companion shooting suicide, they all saw it with their own eyes, so, you don't even need the next day, and immediately the security guards follow the museum. Long connected. Jing did not leave, but looked for other dead souls, and followed that guy. After the red smoke escaped, the guy also left, did not continue to attack, but wandered, as if he was looking for something. Originally, Jing came this time with the intention of eliminating all the ghosts here, but seeing this guy attack the security guard and killed one, Jing changed his mind. After the events of the Louvre's ghost, more people will know after tonight's events. Jing is not sure if the Louvre can find someone to solve the ghost, but he can be sure that the Louvre will definitely find a way. Otherwise, it will definitely affect the reputation and the number of tourists. Speaking of, with the exception of the Cortez Hotel, helping Nancy and Chris confiscated their money. Although they were using people to repay their debts to work for themselves, it was not a compensation, but they could not be spent as money. The small treasury is almost exhausted, and I still owe Sister May's money. It is a bit unreasonable not to take the opportunity to make a fortune. Anyway, he is not taking money to do nothing. What? Following the ghost, Jing discovered that he had actually gone to the office, and then the cloak and mask suddenly fell apart by themselves and fell on the shelf again, and a person appeared just like that. Lisa. Jing found it incredible. Didn't she cry at home? How come here? And how did you become the ghost of the Louvre? Lisa got out of the office, took the elevator to the underground, then, left where Jing came, and returned home. Lisa is the ghost of the Louvre. This result really surprised Jing, turning his head towards the cloak and mask on the shelf. Nothing special, that is to say, the point is not here. After thinking about it, Jing quickly followed. Lisa's movements were not fast, and she even felt a little dazed. Jing followed Lisa without noticing it. She opened the door and entered the house, and Jing followed the trend. Boom! With the door closed, Lisa went back to the bedroom on her own, lay on the bed with a quilt, and soon fell asleep. Something is abnormal. Was it deceived or controlled by the real Louvre ghost? Looking at the sleeping Lisa, Jing thought about it and decided to go back first. When he came back, Mao Yu hadn't slept yet. Jing quit the death mode and went to bed with a smile. Mao Yu quickly hugged him and asked. Jing simply said that Mao Yu didn't expect that he could think of a way to make money in this way, and he became happy. You are amazing. Mao Yu said with a grin. I can't help but want to reward you. What reward? Jing asked casually. Mao Yu smiled and did not speak as he went under the quilt. It didn't take long for Jing to feel a warmth enveloping him. Hey! Are you a reward or a punishment? You almost bit off. Jing couldn't help but said a moment later. Mao Yu didn't react much, but he obviously started to adjust. After a while, Jing lifted the quilt and pulled Mao Yu up. Just as Mao Yu was about to lie down, who knew that Jing made her turn over? Although Jing is not an old man, he can also push carts. This night, Jing and Mao Yu slept soundly and sweetly, but some people didn't sleep all night. The head of the curator of the Louvre almost exploded. The ghost of the Louvre reappeared, this time not only witnesses, but also surveillance video to prove it. Another person died. But it was Jing that surprised him even more. The god of death who claimed to be from the east, how he released the red smoke, how he rescued people from the ghosts, and how he disappeared. There was no clue at all. The only certainty is that he is not an ordinary person. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Therefore, the curator is considering the conditions he proposed. It's not good to ignore it. First there was one death and one injury, and now someone died. The most important thing is, the curator found that something seemed to be missing. The cultural relics were stolen. This is not a trivial matter. All the effects add up. Once the solution is not good, the reputation accumulated for such a long time is over. He was thinking. How much money should be appropriate? They said very clearly that there is only one chance, and it is missing. They will definitely not take care of it. But too much, he was reluctant. He began to struggle. The sky is clear and cloudless. Although Xiaobier reunites and wins the newlyweds, but it is a bit overwhelming to continue to do so, so I honestly rested in the hotel today. Su Jing naturally stayed here to accompany her, and talked with her about spiritual practice. But it may be due to his character. Although Mao Yu worked hard for a while because of Su Jing, he was still a little slack after going abroad. But after all, he came from a professional college. Although he didn't have much practical experience, he had strong theoretical knowledge, which made Su Jing learn a lot. When night fell outside, Su Jing planned to go out. Or myself. It didn't bring any worries. The Reaper mode started, and Su Jing did exactly what he had done, as if he jumped from the balcony outside to Lisa's house yesterday. As soon as he entered, Su Jing saw many ghost symbols on the wall, which looked a little similar to the Egyptian characters in the Louvre. Looking around, Su Jing quickly heard a sound in the bedroom. With the door open, Su Jing walked in directly. I saw Lisa sitting on the bed and curled up into a ball. Seeing that her mental state should be sober, there are still a few stone-like objects beside the bed. She seems to have discovered her abnormality. This is normal, because unlucky things usually happen one after another. Either it's okay, or everything is all together. Su Jing said with a smile. I probably guessed what's going on with you, so I'm sure I can help you, but I have a rule. Lisa took a deep breath. I'm afraid my shop is about to close, and my grandma's funeral has spent all my savings. I don't have money, so, what else can I pay? Calm down. Then listen to me first. My name is Su Jing. I come from Daxiao. You know, my profession is an exorcist. I can say that I am a god of death. I specialize in handling these special events, so you don't need to be afraid. Lisa raised her head to look at Su Jing, tears still flashing in her eyes. I don't know what's wrong with me. It seems that suddenly everything started to get worse. My grandma passed away. My shop originally signed a 60-year contract, but the owner suddenly offered to increase the price. If you agree, you won't rent it to me. Then I found out that I had done some things that I didn't remember and didn't do. There seemed to be a lot of things in my head. Egyptian mythology was messy, and I felt like I was going crazy. Lisa slowly raised her head. It's you, how do you? Lisa was taken aback for a moment, and then she yelled in horror and madness. Appeared out of thin air. Don't call it, it's me. You see clearly, I bought perfume in your store. Su Jing explained, but Lisa seemed to be in a bad state of mind and she didn't even listen. In desperation, Su Jing had to go over. Holding her shoulders, she forcefully said, Look up, look clearly. I know, I saw you at the Louvre last night. The ghost of the Louvre is you. Of course, it's not you. Su Jing smiled and patted Lisa on the shoulder. I can help you. I'm in trouble. Lisa said with a sullen voice. Really? It's not that I am cold-blooded, the rules are the rules, and exceptions to you are unfair to others. I won't just help you like this for nothing. Su Jing's tone was not fast, very calm and practical, which made Lisa slowly calm down. A big living person just appeared out of thin air. After thinking about it, Jing suddenly retreated from the death mode. What else can she give? Of course, what Jing wanted most was money. After all, money can make ghosts go around, and it is too simple to make money without money. But looking at Lisa and listening to her talking about her situation, it seemed, I really didn't have much money. This house is not yours? Rental. Well, the house is rented, the shop has to be closed, and the savings are still spent on the funeral. From this point of view, Lisa really has no money. Jing thought for a while and said, since there is no money, let's use people to pay for it. Anyway, there have been precedents, not to mention Lisa's ability to make perfumes is not bad. With this craft, if you operate it well, it might not be a business. Maybe it will be an extra financial avenue. The perfume itself is good, and it is made by hand, and it comes from France. If you are in Hong Kong, it should be very popular. You won't let me be a W***re. What are you thinking about? Jing was also drunk as she watched Lisa's words but stopped. I intend to bring you back to Hong Kong so that you can continue to make perfume. Hong Kong. That's good. Lisa breathed a sigh of relief. It's no wonder that she thinks this way, where there is light, there will be darkness. Even in the romantic capital, there are people who do that kind of business voluntarily or forcefully for various reasons, so she subconsciously thought of this place. You promised? Okay, then I can do it. Jing smiled, and suddenly put on the soul enlightening hand armor. I suspect that you may have been possessed by the ghost of the Louvre. I will now pull it out of your body. Why, how? Lisa asked nervously. Jing raised the corner of his mouth and did not speak, but suddenly waved his hand and pushed towards Lisa's head. Boom! Lisa felt that her soul seemed to be trembling, and the force seemed to be about to shake her away, and followed closely. She felt that something seemed to leave her body, which made her feel relieved. Less. Jing took her hand away, and Lisa saw a golden shadow appearing in her room, circling around like a skeleton. This frightened Lisa. The ghost skeleton suddenly uttered a hideous roar, and the abnormally harsh sound seemed to carry a strong sense of oppression. Lisa only felt the tingling of her ears and then fainted with a muffled snort. Ryatsu. Strong spiritual pressure. Obviously, this ghost skeleton was angry because Jing was pushed out of Lisa's body, and his spiritual pressure was rapidly increasing. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. The strength of the spiritual pressure sometimes determines the outcome of the battle. As its spiritual pressure continues to rise, Jing has already felt the tremendous pressure. It is indeed a mummy that has lived for thousands of years. This spiritual pressure is indeed strong enough. That kind of pressure seemed to make Jing feel that his body had become a bit sluggish, and his energy began to be unable to concentrate. Reaper mode. Jing instantly entered the death mode, and the death tyrant was installed. Jing suddenly felt a lot easier. Does the death tyrant have a hidden function to resist Ryatsu? Jing was slightly surprised, and soon held his mind. The sharp spear was already in his hand. At this time, the ghost skeletons began to dance around frantically. The speed was almost without any pause, and the howling of ghosts was quite ear-piercing. Thinking that I can't help it? Jing sneered and released it instantly. Whoosh whoosh. Jing's figure flickered rapidly in the small room, but every time the ghost skeleton seemed to have noticed and avoided it in advance. Yes. Feel my spiritual pressure. Once again, watching the ghost hole escape first, Jing frowned slightly. It may not know what Ryatsu is, but it should be able to feel its breath. In the Battle of Reaper, many people will deliberately suppress their Ryatsu to avoid being discovered. It's just, how do you suppress Ryatsu? Reiki is the spiritual child, and the spiritual child is the spiritual energy. If you suppress the spiritual energy in your body, can you suppress the spiritual pressure? Thinking of this, Jing quickly sensed his own aura. After he could practice on his own, he could feel the existence of Lingzi, but it hasn't been smooth, and you can feel it anytime, anywhere. There will be a foreplay, so just be in that state. Now, it was obviously not a quiet situation, and Jing was quite interrupted several times. Fourth of Tai Dao, this rope. Jing suddenly shot, a huge light shining from all around him, and countless golden rope-like lights rushed out in an instant. Although the ghost hole is very fast, it is still entangled by this trick suddenly. Strengthen. Jing didn't hesitate, and immediately began to adjust the state after trapping the ghost skeleton, even closing his eyes. In fact, he can shoot directly now, but he doesn't do so much. As the spiritual energy on his body was gradually suppressed, the power of this rope seemed to have weakened. At this moment, the ghost suddenly broke free of the rope, and rushed toward Jing in a whistling and ferocious manner. Suddenly, Jing was gone. Oh oh oh. The tip of the knife stretches instantly. The horn sounded like a beast, the sharp spear stabbed the ghost, and instantly penetrated the ceiling, followed by a loud bang. Jing looked up and saw a circular hole all the way up, and you could even see the stars in the sky. The light penetrated into the beads, illuminating the swaying dust. Wow! Grow longer, grow longer. Shoot him. Gunslinger. Under the moonlight, the ghost skeleton's figure gradually turned into brilliance, and came back with the contraction of the sharp spear. Jing murmured, turned around and picked up Lisa, who was unconscious, and jumped out of the window. Several ups and downs returned to his room. The ghost skeleton seemed to be at a loss for a moment, and could not feel the breath of the other party. At the moment when Hajime resolved, Jing's spiritual pressure also appeared, and the ghost instantly sensed that he was under him, but it was too late. Jing appeared below it, sharp spear pointed upwards. The ground upstairs cracked abruptly, and the spear went up again. One by one, the roof was pierced until it penetrated the entire building and penetrated the roof of the building. Slightly cruel. Puff. Mao Yu was a little surprised to see Jing returning so soon and returning with a woman, but he soon realized that this person should be the ghost of the Louvre, right? It's over. How much do they give you? Mao Yu asked excitedly. Jing shook his head, I haven't gone yet. I just solved the ghost first. She is possessed. You take care of her first, and I will go back. With that, Jing turned around again, this time he jumped straight down. In the Louvre, the curator and security guards looked around nervously. I am afraid that the ghost of the Louvre will appear again, and I am worried that the death god from the east will not appear. In the trance, a black shadow suddenly appeared in their sight, which made them start to recognize it quickly. This is the god of death from the east. Did you bring the money? Jing asked. Bring it. The curator said, still carrying a box in his hand. Some nervously opened the alley. Here is €500,000. 500,000 euros is equivalent to about $55. $550,000 is equivalent to more than 4 million Hong Kong dollars. Money for a villa came out. You can go, there won't be any ghosts here from tomorrow. Jing took the box over and said lightly. Can't we look at it? The curator said hesitantly. He said that there was no proof, he was not at ease. Don't believe it? Jing raised an eyebrow and asked. That's not it. It's just. The curator subconsciously wanted to deny it, but suddenly saw Jing approaching him. Before he could react, the whole person was suddenly pushed. What are you doing? The curator stepped back and shouted in surprise, and Jing said indifferently, since you don't believe it, let you see it clearly. Curator, what's the matter with you, curator? It's out of breath. You killed the curator. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. The voices of the security guards sounded, and they immediately drew their guns at Su Jing. "You are out of breath, I'm not good." The curator heard his words and wanted to refute, but suddenly saw himself on the ground. Am I dead?" The curator was stunned. "I just pulled your soul out," Su Jing said lightly. "Isn't that dead?" the curator said in horror. Su Jing shook his head. "You can go back anytime, but if you want to see it with your own eyes, follow me." After speaking, Su Jing said to the security guards, "Your curator is right next to me. You take good care of his body. What happened is really dead, I don't care. And, hold the gun at me again, I just dragged your souls out one by one." Ha ha. Very neatly, the security guards put down the guns one after another. Although they couldn't see the soul of the curator, they heard Su Jing's self-talking just now, and then they thought of his ability. Although there were some doubts, they all chose to be honest and obedient. Next, the curator experienced the most shocking and unforgettable night of his life. He saw the ghost of the mummy, saw Su Jing slaying the ghost with the Zanpakutō knife, and saw things that were completely inconsistent with scientific concepts, such as the magic of ghosts. In the end, he followed Su Jing back in a trance, and was pushed to his body by Su Jing. What? With big mouthfuls of breath, the curator stood up subconsciously. This stop surprised the security guards next to him. Live, really live. Su Jing ignored the shocked curator and the security guards, took the box, and turned around and left. Although the empty exhibition hall was still dim, it seemed less depressing and gloomy. God, this is incredible, the god of death, he is really the god of death from the east, this is simply a god. The curator yelled in excitement, and some incoherent words followed the security guard about what he had just experienced. The security guards who were listening to the scenes were in a trance. It was amazing. I made a decision. This is the most exciting day of my life. I believe that no one has ever had such an experience. I want to write it down. I want to write it down. The curator shouted with excitement, and almost couldn't wait to leave the Louvre. When he returned home, he began to remember what happened just now and recorded it. Half a year later, a book called Reaper from the East appeared in France. It introduced in detail the events of the Louvre and the experience of the curator. Of course, the most important thing was Su Jing, the Reaper from the East. The book became popular in France as soon as it was sold, and then it began to spread across the world. After all, it has something to do with the Louvre. However, Su Jing had already returned to Hong Kong at that time, and it was a long time before he knew what had happened. Su Jing returned to the hotel with the suitcase. Lisa was already awake, and she seemed a little nervous and shocked to chat with Mao Yu. Seeing Su Jing coming back with a suitcase, Mao Yu knew it was done. "Sleep well, I'll talk to you tomorrow," Su Jing said to Lisa. She might not be able to hear anything in her current state. Bed. Only one. Fortunately, there is also a sofa. Lisa just slept on the sofa like this. When she woke up the next morning, she felt that her whole body was in a much better state, and nothing happened. It's really good. Lisa breathed a sigh of relief, only to realize that Su Jing and Mao Yu were already awake. "Come on, talk about our business," Su Jing said towards Lisa. "Do you have anything else to deal with here? I will give you 3 days to deal with it, and then I will buy one for you. For air tickets from the United States, you go to the Codes Hotel in the United States first, that's mine. I will say hello, and you can wait for me over there. By the way, your perfume, if you need any raw materials, you can only have them here. If you do, I hope you can also be prepared to avoid trouble." I get it. Lisa nodded, then cleaned up and returned home. "When I got home, I found out that the landlord, the police, and many other residents were all around my house. I went in to see Lisa and saw the huge hole in the ceiling, which made Lisa take a breath. Hearing the question from the landlord and the police, Lisa could only say that she didn't know what happened when she was not at home. Lisa retired the house, closed the shop and started to deal with the follow-up matters. Su Jing continued to visit France with Mao Yu. 3 days later, Su Jing arranged for Lisa to board the plane to the United States, and he and Mao Yu boarded the train to other cities in France. I have been in France for more than half a month, and it has come to the end of December. The new year is coming. France is almost everywhere. Where do you want to go next? On the big round bed, Su Jing put his arms around Mao Yu and asked softly. It can be said that the two of them spent more than half a month quite happy. During the day, you can enjoy the exotic scenery everywhere, and in the evening, you can change various positions and play various tricks. Reluctant to think about it. Go back to England. Mao Yu said after thinking about it. I have been in the UK for a few days, should you go back too? Okay. Mao Yu went to school in the UK, and Su Jing also wanted to visit the UK. I came to the UK by plane, but Mao Yu's school is a bit stricter than Ma Xiaoling's school. After all, it is a police academy. However, Hong Kong people can still be considered in the UK. After all, Hong Kong is still under the control of others at this time. Mao Yu lives in the dormitory of the school. Apparently Su Jing couldn't live in, so he opened a hotel nearby. After playing around in the UK, I spent the new year with Mao Yu. It's almost time for Su Jing to go back. The rest of the matter is handled. When you return to Hong Kong, you can celebrate the Spring Festival. Although I don't know that Hong Kong people can't do it now, for Su Jing, the Spring Festival is the festival. Call. The weather in Britain is a bit cold, and Su Jing and Mao Yu have already put on thick clothes, and they can see a white breath when they breathe. It takes several hours to get to the airport by car from here. Don't you come to the United States first? Give me a call when you arrive. And Lisa. Mao Yu stood on the street and blessed Su Jing. You let whether I help you make money or play, I don't care about it, you can't fall in love with her. My love is not that cheap, just love it. Su Jing smiled dumbly. I just know this, so I don't care. Anyway, you don't suffer from this. If you play enough, you can save yourself from being taken away by the foxes outside. Mao Yu said with a smile. Okay. The car is out, I'm leaving. Su Jing said, and took the initiative to kiss Mao Yu. After a passionate kiss, Mao Yu reluctantly watched Su Jing get into the car with his luggage and watched the car leave. The driver was very talkative, but Su Jing didn't have any interest in chatting. Because he was leaving, Mao Yu was quite active yesterday, and he didn't fall asleep until the morning. This happened to be a little sleepy. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. After a few hours' drive, Su Jing fell asleep unconsciously. I don't know how long it took. Su Jing faintly heard the driver yelling to himself, opened his eyes and woke up. Su Jing feeling that the car was very hot, and then, he saw the goose feathers and heavy snow floating outside the car window, and the wind howled. What happened? It's snowing. Su Jing was a little surprised. You don't know if you fall asleep. Just now, the whole day was dark for a moment, and then it started to snow, or a blizzard. The road ahead is closed. The driver said excitedly. Such a vision is rarely seen by ordinary people. Then change the way. In this case, there is no way. If it is really late, change the sign. The driver shook his head and said, it can't be changed, this is the only way. If we have to detour, you won't be able to get there tomorrow morning. Su Jing frowned slightly, so unlucky. Any suggestions? I suggest you live in a nearby town and wait until the blizzard leaves before leaving. Okay. In addition, there is no other good way. At least it is better than sitting overnight, and the driver may not be willing to drive at night. The car turned around and drove for about 20 minutes and quickly arrived in the town. The driver asked passers-by, and soon came to a hotel. It is also the only luxurious hotel in the town, and all other places are homestay-type family hotels. Su Jing can't go, and the driver can't go, of course, he can only stay in this small town, but he found another place to live, and after the blizzard leaves, he will come over to Sister Su Jing. When he came to the room to put down his luggage, Su Jing looked it up and it was not bad. There is an alarm clock at the head of the bed, which shows the time and date. January 10th, 11:40. Su Jing took the phone and called Mao Yu, wanting to tell her that she couldn't leave today because of the snowstorm, but the phone didn't get through after several calls. It seemed that there was a problem with the line. Su Jingda went to the front desk but there was no problem. After asking, I realized that there was a problem with the communication line because of the snowstorm. There was no problem in the town, but it would not work if it was too far away. Endure it. I hope Blizzard can leave soon. Su Jing shook his head helplessly and came out of the room. The restaurant on the first floor of this hotel offers 3 meals for free. An older and chubby waiter smiled at Su Jing and asked, "What do I need?" "Coffee." "Let's have a drink, just get something to eat." Su Jing said with a smile, and then found a place to sit down. Drinking coffee and eating, Su Jing asked the waiter what good places are in this small town. "They are all here, at least stroll around." However, the population and economy of the small town are all conventional things. When the waiter recommended a bar, it was said to be good, and it seemed that it was also opened by Huxia. This made Su Jing a little interested, and after he remembered it clearly, he was going to see it at night. Night fell. It was blowing snow outside, but it couldn't resist people's yearning for nightlife. Su Jing walked down the street and soon found the bar the waiter said in an alley. Pushing the door in, there was a lot of voices inside, and a heat wave drove away a lot of chill. Shaking the snow on his clothes, Su Jing walked to the bar and sat down. "A glass of wine," Su Jing said towards the bartender. The bartender quickly poured a glass of wine and handed it over, and then asked, "Are you Huxia?" Su Jingjing nodded. "I heard that your boss is also Huxia." "Yeah, you still saw the second Huxia. The first one is our boss, right there." The bartender pointed to the far corner with some joy. Su Jing followed his gaze and revealed it. Unexpected expression. "Why is she?" In Britain, in this small town, there are not many women who can make Su Jing recognize at a glance and feel surprised. Black high-heeled boots, flesh-colored stockings, a black jumpsuit and a black jacket on the upper body, with very long hair, slightly wavy shawls, but with a bun on top. There is light makeup on her face, but her lips are a little red, like a rose in full bloom, making everything around her dim. Charming and dangerous, but exuding an unspeakable sense of loneliness. Obviously sitting in a noisy bar, but it seems to be isolated from the world. The corners of Su Jing's mouth raised slightly, and he said to the bartender, "Here is a bottle of wine." "A bottle? Okay." The bartender was a little surprised, but he still held a bottle of wine and handed it to Su Jing. Holding the wine and the cup, Su Jing walked towards her and sat down opposite her. She raised her head slightly in surprise, and said with a smile, "I don't drink with people. I think we are very destined." Su Jing said with a smile, but not in English. "Are you Huxia?" She was a little surprised. "I'm from Hong Kong." Su Jing smiled. "That's really fateful." She responded with a smile. It's been a long time since she saw Hong Kong people, and she didn't expect to meet them in her own bar. "It seems that I should have a few drinks with you." "I didn't plan to have a few drinks." Su Jing smiled. "If I can guess your name, how about drinking this bottle of wine with me? Do you want to irritate me?" She looked at Su Jing with a smile. Su Jing shrugged, "I just think you might want to get drunk yourself. Get drunk and forget the sadness in your heart. Although the sadness will continue after waking up, at least, there is a moment of forgetting, right?" She changed color slightly. "Well, you can guess right, I'll drink with you." Su Jing smiled and picked up the cup and shook it slightly, without speaking, just tapping gently on the bottle. The clanging clang soon sounded. "What? Can't you guess it?" she asked with a smile. "My real name has never been told to anyone. Even in Hong Kong, few people know me, so. Didn't I already say it?" Su Jing interrupted with a smile. "What did you say?" "Jingle bells." Su Jing hit again. Listening to the crisp voice, she was stunned. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Seeing the change in her expression, Su Jing smiled and stopped, picked up the wine bottles and filled them with wine, toasting, "Cheers, Ma Ding Dong." Seeing Su Jing drank it, Ma Ding Dang looked up and down suspiciously, hesitated and drank slowly and said, "How do you know my name?" "That's not important. The important thing is, you have to accompany me to finish this bottle of wine," Su Jing said with a smile. That's right, the woman in front of Su Jing who was surprised was Ma Ding Dong. Ma Xiaoling's aunt. The descendant of the Ma family of the exorcist dragon clan. When Ma Xiaoling was a little girl, Ma Dingdang went abroad to study and met the generals under the alias of Jiang Zhenzu. He fell in love with the generals, and was later called by Madonna to deal with the generals. However, they found that the generals were actually Jiang Zhenzu. He lost his mana in tears and was later caught by Madonna. Expelled from the Ma's family, stayed out, and did not reappear until the time when Yuhua was destroyed. Now, it should be the period when I was living outside. Su Jing is very fond of Ma Dingdang. She fell in love with someone she shouldn't love, lost her love, family, and finally her own life. The story of Romeo and Juliet is destined to be a tragedy. Like a rose, it is in full bloom. Like a ball of flame, desperate. She is very sexy, but it is not only her appearance, but also her personality and temperament. It is like a glass of wine with a long aftertaste. Ma Dingdang was not asking why Su Jing knew his name, nor did Su Jing. The two are just like you and I have a drink, although silent, but silent is better than sound. Ma Dingdong can see from his eyes, he seems to understand himself. This makes Ma Dingdong feel incredible, but very happy. Some people may have known each other for a long time and never be friends, but some people may just know each other as if they have known each other for a long time. Time seemed to pass very fast at this time, and before I knew it, a bottle of wine had already been drunk. Finished. Yeah, it's finished. I should go, see you in Hong Kong in the future. Su Jing smiled and got up, walking until he walked neatly. Ma Dingdong hesitated and shouted, "What's your name?" Su Jing. Su Jing opened his eyes, and then, was stunned. Isn't this what happened yesterday? Su Jing stared at the driver, he didn't lie. What happened? It's snowing. Su Jing asked subconsciously. Such a coincidental encounter with Ma Dingdong made Su Jing feel good, not because of something between men and women, but because she admired Ma Dingdang very much. Regardless of whether the love is right or wrong, this kind of love is worthy of admiration. Back in the room, Su Jing took a hot shower, picked up the phone and tried to call Mao Yu, but still couldn't make the call. Shaking his head, Su Jing lay down to rest. Wake up, wake up. You don't know if you fall asleep. Just now, the whole day was dark for a moment, and then it started to snow. The driver said excitedly, but Su Jing didn't even listen. Why are you in the car? Coming out of the bar, the cold wind came on his face, wrapped in his clothes, and Su Jing walked back to the hotel quickly. In a daze, Su Jing heard someone yelling to herself, and her voice was familiar. After drinking almost half a bottle of wine and tossing for another day, Su Jing quickly fell asleep. Looking up, Su Jing saw the driver. This car seemed to be the taxi he had taken before. He turned to look out the window. The goose feathers and heavy snow drifted away, and there was already a lot of snow on the road. Looking ahead, there were cars blocking the road, and the road was blocked. What is the date today? January 10th, the driver replied. Can you change the road? Su Jing asked tentatively. The driver shook his head. It can't be changed. This is the only way. If we have to make a detour, you won't be able to get there tomorrow morning. It's exactly the same. Su Jing remembered it very clearly. Any suggestions? I suggest you live in a nearby town and wait until the blizzard leaves before leaving. I suggest you live in a nearby town and wait until the blizzard leaves. As the driver said, Su Jing said in his heart. Sure enough, it was exactly the same. This situation is a bit too weird, right? What dream can be so clear and real? Su Jing too agreed. The driver turned around and went to the small town and then came to the hotel in the dream. He opened the room, had a conversation, and even what the driver said when he left. When he arrived in the room, Su Jing glanced at the date. On the bedside, it was indeed January 10th. All of this is the same as what I saw in my dream. Su Jing thought for a while and wanted to come out directly from the hotel and found the bar according to his memory, and he was there. Pushed the door in, but not many people. After all, it was only noon at this time, and it was night when I came by myself in my dream. Where is your boss? Su Jing asked towards the bartender. The bartender was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he saw a man walking downstairs. It was Ma Dingdong. Su Jing hurried to the front of Ma Dingdang. Do you remember me? Ma Dingdang was stunned and shook his head. I don't know you, are you Hu Xia? Don't you really know? Think about it again. We met last night and drank together. I also guessed your name, Ma Dingdong. How do you know my name? Ma Dingdang looked at Su Jing in confusion and surprise. I slept very early last night, didn't drink with anyone, and didn't see you. Su Jing frowned and looked at Ma Dingdang. She didn't look like a fake, she really didn't have an impression. Strange. Su Jing shook his head and said to Ma Dingdang, that might be my memory, sorry. After speaking, Su Jing turned around and left like this. Boss, do you know? The bartender asked curiously. Ma Jingdong shook his head. No impression at all. Back at the hotel, Su Jing still felt a little weird, but maybe it was really just a dream, but I don't know why this dream dreamed of something that didn't happen. Shaking his head, Su Jing simply stopped thinking, eating, exercising, and then, fell asleep. Wake up, wake up. In a daze, Su Jing heard a familiar voice again. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. I opened my eyes and saw the driver turning his head to look at him. He appeared again and got in the taxi. Goose feathers were flying in heavy snow outside, and cars parked here in the snow. Are you okay? Seeing Su Jing in a trance, the driver couldn't help asking. The road ahead is closed, and this is the only way. If you want to make a detour, I'm afraid you won't be there tomorrow morning, right? Su Jing asked quickly. The driver was taken aback for a moment and said, you know. I was just about to tell you. Today is January 10th. Correct. Turn around and go to town. Su Jing said no longer. After taking a few deep breaths, Su Jing can be sure, this is definitely not AF ****** G dream. As soon as I woke up, I went back to the day before, and no one except myself seemed to remember and had any impression. Although Su Jing had experienced this situation for the first time, he knew that he should be in a certain time cycle. It has been looping on January 10th, which is like playing a saved game. Wake up in a taxi is the point of saving, and I will come back to this point every day. But what Su Jing couldn't understand was why. Could it have something to do with the drivers saying that it was suddenly dark? And, when will it end? How can I get rid of this time loop? When he arrived at the hotel, Su Jing was not in the mood to talk nonsense, and he opened the room to let the driver leave. Back in the room, he began to meditate. Time loop, he has no idea about this supernatural phenomenon, science fiction. Magic? Or is it a god? Su Jing was a little at a loss. No idea. Don't talk about anything else, at least you must first figure out when time starts to cycle. Su Jingshan took a breath and prepared to stay up late. After preparing some food and coffee, Su Jing exercised, took a cold bath to refresh himself, and then started to stay up late drinking coffee. Time passed by every minute. Su Jing stared at the time on the electronic clock beside the bed. It's past 11 o'clock. It's almost 12 o'clock. It's a new day after 12 o'clock. 58, 59. Ding. Time has jumped to 0. It's a new day. Su Jing subconsciously looked at herself and around, there was no change. Did the time loop just pass by? Su Jing thought for a while but didn't dare to give up. He had made up his mind to stick to it until about 11 noon tomorrow. Only in this way could the situation be ensured. Tick, tick. Staring at the time, Su Jing seemed to be able to hear the ticking sound. 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 7 o'clock. It's already bright outside. Perhaps, it's really over. Su Jing thought for a while to wash up and came downstairs. The blizzard is coming and going fast, seems to be over. Not long after I got downstairs, the driver had already arrived and the blizzard stopped. Just wait a while and wait until the snow is removed and you can go on the road. Su Jing took the driver to have breakfast together. It was about 10 o'clock. The snow on the road was almost cleared. Su Jing left the room and got into the car with his things, ready to leave the town. Seeing the town getting farther and farther, and the car gradually getting on the road more and more stable, Su Jing finally breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed. Wake up, wake up. What's the matter? Is it because the snow has not been cleaned up yet? Su Jing replied in a daze, suddenly awakened. Watching the driver turn his head and look at him, watching the snow and traffic jam outside. F***K. Su Jing couldn't help but yelled. It's F**************G into the time loop again. Don't say anything, go to the hotel in the town. Su Jing interrupted the driver and said directly. Back in this room again, Su Jing didn't even bother to pack up and sat down. Time loop. Sure enough, it didn't end so easily. Although he fell asleep in a daze, he still remembered that it was more than 10 o'clock before he fell asleep, and it was more than 11 o'clock now. If nothing happens, the cycle time should be from around 11 o'clock to 11 o'clock, and it has been circulating during this period, exactly 1 day. Once this time is reached, the cycle begins again. Everything is back to the original point. In addition to these memories, even the tiredness of staying up all night seems to disappear. It's like restored. Su Jing thought for a while and wanted to call the driver, telling him that he might be catching a cold and would not leave when the snowstorm stopped tomorrow. He is going to stay up late. But this time, he didn't intend to wait stupidly, but to cultivate spiritual energy. If you restore it again, will the aura remain? Then. Su Jing began to concentrate on practicing 11. As a result, when he stopped and woke up, in the car again. Bye. I have practiced too much. Su Jing was speechless. I know, don't say anything, turn around and go back to the town. Also, I won't leave tomorrow even if the blizzard stops. I will bear your losses and costs. Su Jing said directly to the driver. After speaking, Su Jing defeated the panel. The spiritual energy cultivated yesterday did not increase at all. Sure enough, it was restored. Although it's not frustrating, Su Jing is really depressed now. Knowing the time loop point, knowing everything will be restored, but it's useless. I have no idea what to do next. Practice. After exercising, Su Jing put it down temporarily, anyway, it will be restored. The main thing now is to think about how to get out of this situation. Su Jing came out of the hotel and began to ask all over the street if anyone knows what happened to the sudden darkness before. Unfortunately, in addition to being regarded as a mental problem, it is an unreliable answer. After a day of tossing, nothing was achieved. He didn't plan to give up. When I woke up, the taxi turned back to the town. Su Jing didn't even live in the hotel, so I continued to ask. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. It took almost 3 full days. At least Su Jing remembered that it was 3 days. Su Jing asked almost everyone in the small town and found nothing. And this infinite loop also made Su Jing a little overwhelmed, and some were too bored. Anyone who repeats his life endlessly for a day will collapse. Ah 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 ah. Su Jing couldn't help but yelled. Are you okay? A voice came from behind. Su Jing turned his head and looked around and found that it was Ma Dingdong. Obviously, Su Jing is a stranger to Ma Dingdong, although Su Jing has met her several times. You said. If people are trapped in one place and can't walk, they repeat the same life every day. What should I do? Su Jing asked quietly. Ma Dingdong was stunned for a moment. It seemed that she didn't expect the stranger to ask this suddenly. Of course, she would not understand it literally. In Ma Dingdong's view, he might be caught in a cycle of memory and sadness just like himself. Among them, unforgettable. Do something else so that you don't think about it, although, it may not be completely useful, but at least for some time, you won't think about it. What should I do? Su Jing was a little dazed. Under such circumstances, it seems that nothing can be done. You can go to a new environment, experience a new life, or learn something you didn't know before. I used to not know how to mix drinks, no matter what management, but now I run a bar. For another example. A new relationship. Ma Dingdong explained. Although what she said is not the same as what she said, some places are still connected. Su Jing asked Ma Dingdong, have you thought about starting a new relationship? Let's do it. Ma Dingdong said. Su Jing smiled, perhaps you are right, I should do something to distract myself, otherwise I will collapse sooner or later. Good luck, come to the bar for a drink when you have time, it's easy to find. Ma Dingdong smiled and said the name of the bar, then turned and left. What do you do? The body, aura, and these practices will be restored, except for me, but I still retain the memory. Maybe. I can consider learning a few more languages or knowledge. I will remember these things after I learn them. Su Jing thought after thinking about it, he remembered that there seemed to be French people in this small town. I asked about Haitian before. You can go to him to learn French. Day by day. For Su Jing, this is countless days. But for the people in the small town, especially the French who teaches Su Jing's French, every time, is a new student. From the beginning, he didn't know anything, to stumbling in the back, and then to being fluent and extraordinary. Learn French? Are you kidding me? Your French is already standard. Really? Excuse me then. Su Jing found him again, but after hearing the French spoken by Su Jing, the French thought he was making himself happy. If you learn French, what else do you want to learn? There seems to be no other national language in this small town, so let's learn other knowledge. Su Jing began to devote himself to new learning. There is a library in the small town, which has become the place that Su Jing visits every day. After studying French, Su Jing began to learn various knowledge such as business management, decoration design, miscellaneous knowledge, and even, he also learned the piano. It seems that there is nothing worth learning. Well, can I learn how to learn bartending? Su Jing got off the taxi again, this time, he went directly to Ma Dingdong's bar. Although Su Jing did not deliberately get to know Ma Dingdong, he occasionally came to drink, because the Huxia came from Hong Kong, so I have a lot of contact with Ma Dingdong, although every time Ma Dingdong treats Su Jing as a stranger people, but Su Jing knows more and more about Ma Dingdong. After entering the bar, Su Jing went directly to the second floor. It's not open to guests. A bartender called to Su Jing. I am your boss's friend. Su Jing said, people have already gone upstairs. The second floor is where Ma Dingdong rests and also her home. Pushing open the door to enter is an empty hall. The first thing that catches your eye is a sofa, followed by a bed, wardrobe, etc. in the distance, and there is a separate toilet next to it. When Su Jing opened the door, Ma Dingdang was reading on the sofa. Who are you? Ma Dingdang looked at Su Jing in amazement. This is not open to guests, please leave. I'm here to find you to learn how to mix wine. Su Jing said. Bartender? Sorry, I'm not interested in teaching you. Ma Dingdang shook his head. I know who you are Ma Dingdong, the heir of the exorcist dragon clan, and I also know that you were expelled from the Ma family because of your generals. Su Jing said slowly. Who on earth are you? Ma Dingdang stood up with a chuckle, and asked in a bad tone. My name is Su Jing, and I am a person trapped in the cycle of time. I have no other meaning, but I am bored with too much time. I want to find you to learn how to drink, so, you just need to teach me. Tomorrow, you won't remember my existence. Su Jing said with a smile. What time cycle, why don't you remember? Are you sick? Ma Dingdang said solemnly, if you don't leave again, I'm not welcome. What a waste of time. Su Jing frowned, and Xuanbu suddenly released a sound followed by search and came to Ma Dingdang. The sharp spear was placed directly over her shoulder. I don't want to waste time anymore, so, can you teach me? Frighten me? Ma Dingdang snorted disdainfully. Shoot him. Gunslinger. Su Jing didn't say a word, but suddenly began to understand. Boom. Ma Dingdong heard a loud noise coming from behind, and turned his head subconsciously to see that the front wall had been penetrated, and the long knife quickly retracted. I really, just want to learn how to mix. But if you don't cooperate, I will kill everyone in the store. Su Jing said lightly. Ma Dingdong looked at Su Jing, and he could see the indifferent expression in Su Jing's eyes. Okay, I will teach you. Ma Dingdang said after taking a deep breath. But you have to fix my house. Yes, at noon tomorrow, you will find that your house is intact. Su Jing said with a smile. Withdrawing the gun, Su Jing looked surprised at Ma Dingdang and didn't bother to explain it. A waiter downstairs heard the movement coming up but was driven away by Ma Dingdang. She started to teach Su Jing to mix wine, while teaching an interviewer to ask Su King's origin and identity. Su Jing didn't hide it, and said everything. Believe it or not is not important, the important thing is that she will not remember it anyway. Bartending is not a matter of overnight, now it is very late, you want to learn, come back tomorrow. Seeing that it was almost 9 o'clock in the evening, Ma Dingdang said. It's still early, I have a lot of time and time is limited. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Don't you think this is contradictory? In fact, if you really want to learn bartending, as long as you are willing to pay, I will teach you. Ma Dingdang said. Really? Then I will try next time. By the way, what do you like? Su Jing asked casually. What do you like? Roses. Ma Dingdong said casually. Remember. Money, and roses. I will do this next time, but now, I might have to trouble you to walk with me. Su Jing said. What do you want? I said that time is limited, so I think you can follow me to where I live and continue teaching me, anyway, you can't live here anymore. Cooperate a little bit, I don't want to be rough. Su Jing smiled. Ma Dingdong was somewhat incomprehensible. Is there a problem with this person's head? Just learn a bartender. As for this? Ma Dingdang regarded Su Jing as a mentally abnormal person, hesitated for a moment and agreed. When he came to the hotel where Su Jing was staying, Su Jing also specially opened a room for Ma Dingdang, and then asked her to come to her room to continue teaching. Unknowingly, it was another few hours. It's almost 12 o'clock, I think, I should go back to rest. Ma Dingdang said. You can't go. Su Jing shook his head and said, actually, besides letting you teach me to mix drinks, I have other purposes. What do you want? I tell you, if you dare to mess around, I will call the police. Ma Dingdang became nervous instantly. The police are here, you can't go. Su Jing said lightly. So, you should continue to teach me, and you will naturally go back when the time is up. What time is it? Ma Dingdang asked, but Su Jing did not answer. Tick, tick. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second, and Ma Dingdang was already sleepy when it was past 3 o'clock in the morning. You can sleep with me when you are sleepy. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Su Jing said towards Ma Dingdang. Ma Dingdong didn't believe it, but she couldn't hold it for a while, and fell asleep slowly. Seeing Ma Dingdong falling asleep, Su Jing sat next to him and practiced bartending until dawn. When are you tall in this kind of day? Back to the hotel, own room. Going directly to the second floor, Ma Dingdang was slightly taken aback when he saw Su Jing like this. Although I guessed it a long time ago, I still have some illusions in my heart, but it is a pity, the illusion is disillusioned. He felt he was going to collapse. Ma Dingdong looked at her favorite roses and a large stack of euros. Although she didn't know what was going on with the person in front of her, she smiled, okay, I'll teach you. It is as expected. Also, there are 300,000 euros here, teach me to mix drinks. Su Jing said straightforwardly. Taking a deep breath and calming down, Su Jing went downstairs and bought a large bouquet of roses, and then came to the bar with the money. Su Jing sighed, the whole person was desperate and decadent. Give it to you. Su Jing looked at the time. Day by day, he can't remember how many days have passed. Half a year. 1 year. 11 hours 10 minutes and 59 seconds. In the room, Ma Dingdong was gone, and all the things he brought for bartending were gone. When can it be released? Ma Dingdang just said. Su Jing could not hear the back. When he opened it again, Su Jing was back in the taxi. I thought you didn't know anything at all, but I didn't expect you to know a little bit, but it's just a little rusty. After Ma Dingdang was taught, I discovered that Su Jing was not at all basic. He was a beginner but not completely. Putting down the wine glass, Ma Dingdong asked Su Jing, I don't ask why you suddenly came to me to learn bartending. I just want to know, you really, just come to learn bartending? 300,000 euros, with roses. I think you have another purpose. Ma Dingdang looked at Su Jing with a smile, as if he had already seen through him. What do you think I have? You want to chase me? Ma Dingdang said generously. If Su Jing's posture is really just learning bartending, not many people really believe that 300,000 euros, this is a huge sum of money. Used to learn bartending? Who believes it? Su Jing smiled non-committently. To be honest, I do have some good feelings for you, I can say that I admire you, but I think you should not be that kind of casual woman, so I really didn't think much. But you are reminding me, it seems that I haven't looked for a woman in a long time. In such a time cycle, Su Jing was either studying or in a state of mental depression. He really didn't even think about looking for a woman. The people in this small town said that there were not too many, and there were also many young and beautiful. There were a few Su Jing who still remembered very deeply. Anyway, they don't remember when time is up, nothing happened, I can. Seems a bit too evil. But, why is there an urge to try? Is it because your mood is affected by this momentary cycle? So you admit that you want to chase me by doing this? No. Should you say yes, do you want to have fun? Ma Dingdang squinted at Su Jing. Su Jing smiled non-committal, don't tell me, I am actually really interested in you. I advise you to dispel this idea. As you said just now, I am not a casual woman. Even if I like money, I will not be impressed by the money. If you need a woman, you can go to the bar downstairs. I believe many people are willing. Ma Dingdang said with a smile, and then pushed the money back. Su Jing smiled and stood up and said, "Okay, but let you put the money here, I will come and get it tomorrow." After speaking, Su Jing turned and left. He remembered that there seemed to be a pretty blonde girl in the library. When he went to the library to study before, that girl would peek at herself every time she went to the library. It shouldn't be a problem to use a little trick. Su Jing went straight across the road. At this time, there were a lot of vehicles going back and forth on the road. Su Jing read the weird number of words, and then he didn't stop at all. He almost brushed past the back and forth vehicles and crossed the road unharmed. Too familiar, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Familiar enough that he can remember the time when each car came. Come to the library. Su Jing quickly saw a little blonde girl sitting over there. He looked like he was only 18 or 19 years old. It seemed that he saw Su Jing coming, and he smiled a little shyly, and immediately lowered his head. The corner of Su Jing's mouth was raised and he smiled and walked over. Before he could pass, suddenly a person came out from the bookshelf next to him and accidentally hit Su Jing. He dropped a book in his hand. I'm sorry. The man said quickly. Su Jing smiled and shook his head and said that it was okay to help pick it up. Astronomy? Su Jing handed it to the humanity. Is astronomy interesting? Interesting. The person didn't seem to expect that Su Jing would ask, and said excitedly, the mystery of astronomy is like a big treasure, and you will have countless discoveries. Do you remember the moment of darkness that just appeared? Found the answer here. Dark? Su Jing was taken aback, a little excited. What's the answer? 9 stars Lianzhu. 9 stars Lianzhu. Su Jingyan babbled, and took him to the side to sit down. Can you tell me in detail what is going on with this 9 stars Lianzhu? Can it cause any impact? Perhaps it was because of Su Jing's enthusiasm that he felt that what he had learned was very valuable, perhaps because he found a fellow. After this person sat down, he talked to Su Jing. 9 stars Lianzhu is an extremely rare celestial phenomenon. The 9 planets will train into a line, so 9 stars Lianzhu is also called 9 stars Liani. It is extremely rare. According to records, it is only possible to encounter it once in 5,000 years. There are many ancient books on it. It has been recorded that many strange things will happen when the 9 stars are connected. For example, time loop. Su Jing answered. The man shook his head somewhat depressed. I have read too many books, I can't remember it, but it seems to be recorded in some legendary story. Really have. Su Jing was excited. If this time cycle has something to do with Joshing Lianzhu, then maybe a solution can be thought of. One by one, Su Jing began to read it seriously. It might take a lot of time for the vast sea of books to find it, but the most important thing Su Jing now lacks, is time. Did you see it in this library? Time loop. This is a good conjecture, but there is no actual basis. Wait, time. I seem to have seen something about Joshing Lianzhu and time somewhere. The man frowned and recalled. Su Jing stood up immediately after speaking, ignoring the person's dazed emotions at all. Should be. I'm looking for myths and legends about Joshing Lianzhu, do you know? Su Jing asked. Think about it, where did you see it? Su Jing urged anxiously. Thank you. After speaking, the little girl really helped to find it. After a while, a tentative voice sounded nearby, and Su Jing turned around and found that it was the shy little blonde girl. That's it. Obviously, this little girl wanted to strike up a conversation with Su Jing. If it were before, the two of them might have been tumbling in the hotel room at this time. Now. Su Jing has no extra thoughts. The little girl shook her head. I can help you find it together. Hello, what are you looking for maybe? I can help you. It is usually said that a man who is focused and serious is the most attractive, especially Su Jing himself has a good appearance, and the little blonde girl has not known how long she has been secretly watching. It's just that, although a serious and focused man is attractive, it will be useless if he ignores you. Little Goldilocks has been helping to find it for a long time, and time has passed by a little bit, and it will soon be dark. It's late, do you want to keep looking for it? The blonde girl couldn't help but came over and said, there are too many books here. I won't find it in a short time. Do you want us to eat? I'll come to accompany you again tomorrow. No, I will stay and continue to look for it. By the way, this is for you, thank you. Su Jing took out a few change and handed it over. The blonde girl who got it was a little speechless. In the end, he took a white look at Su Jing, as if he was complaining about her incomprehension of a woman's heart. Su Jing doesn't mean anything at all right now. Knowing that he might get rid of this predicament, he has nothing to think about. He doesn't like this little girl, it's just impulse, and men will have this kind of restlessness most of the day, which is normal, as long as there are other things, they will naturally be suppressed. Su Jing didn't leave, until the library was about to close. Su Jing came out, but soon entered the death mode and sneaked in, releasing the red cannon with his right hand, but it just didn't fire in the palm of his hand to illuminate it. It wasn't until the moon set and the sun rose, that Su Jing came out when the library was about to open, found a place to have breakfast, and then calculated that the time should be too late, so you can go back and look for it again. Unknowingly, Su Jing spent a week in the library. Every day the blonde girl would come to help. Su Jing was a little embarrassed, but she wouldn't remember it anyway, and she wouldn't feel it. Tired. Hard work pays off. Finally, Su Jing found it. It is said that there is an ancient organization called the Illuminati. This Illuminati has been looking for an ancient clock. They believe that this ancient clock is the key to open time and space. It is said that this key is a triangle made of a piece of crystalline meteorite metal. Mysterious object, this triangle is divided into two halves, only the two halves are combined and unique. When the 9 stars are connected, the power of the triangle will reach its peak, controlling the time. If you miss this time, you must wait for 5,000 years. That's it. Looking at the above record, Su Jing was 100% sure that this time cycle might be related to Joshing Lianzhu and this triangle. The darkness in the previous moment was not the real 9-star continuum, it was just a sign and a vision from before. Perhaps what caused this time cycle to occur. Therefore, if the triangle can be found, even if the 9 stars link has not arrived, it should be possible to get rid of this dilemma. And, this is the only clue right now. Just, where is this triangle? I only have one day, which is 24 hours. Although there is a direction, there is no clue, which makes Su Jing a little worried. Triangle. Should this thing go to someone who has researched cultural relics? Read more at hotplanovel.xyz. Is there, in this small town? After coming out of the library, Su Jing strolled on the street, but he didn't care when the wind and snow blow him. He intently recalled whether there was anyone in the town who had studied cultural relics. He has basically known everyone in the town for so long. As he walked, Su Jing came to Ma Dingdang's bar again. Here is a bottle of beer. Su Jing said to the bartender, and found a place to sit down and continue to remember. Ma Dingdong came downstairs, holding the wine to find a place for himself, only to see Su Jing alone. Looks like an Asian. Ma Dingdong smiled and walked over. Hello, which country are you from? Daxia, from Hong Kong. Su Jing didn't say much to Ma Dingdang. He was already familiar with Ma Dingdang and could no longer be familiar with it. After a casual comment, he signaled Ma Dingdang to be free. It felt like an old friend who had known him for a long time. Ma Dingdang was surprised. After thinking about it, he sat down opposite Su Jing. You come from Hong Kong? Yes, I really want to go back to Hong Kong now. Su Jing said. Because of the blizzard? This blizzard is weird, but it should stop tomorrow. I want to find someone who understands cultural relics. Su Jing said casually. Ma Dingdong smiled and gave Su Jing a glass of wine. After drinking this glass of wine, I will tell you. It's probably difficult. What's your urgent matter? Ma Dingdang asked curiously. Similar. You know. Su Jing looked at Ma Dingdang unexpectedly. There is a person in the small town called Mr. Wilson. He is a well-known archaeologist who knows all the cultural relics and monuments all over the world. Many individuals or auction houses will ask him for identification. If necessary, he should be able to help you. Ma Dingdang said with a smile. Speaking of it, I am very curious about one thing. I know that you have fallen in love with generals and you have a past, but, are you together? Su Jing asked with interest. You can kill the generals for you. Su Jing said with a smile. Unfortunately, I can't wait for tomorrow, so I have to take the initiative to find a way. Su Jing said. Really? How are you going to thank me? Artifacts, archaeologists. Well, Jiang Zhenzu, use you to learn human emotions and understand human affairs, and as a result, he loves another woman deeply. Although I admire your persistence in love, I have to say. You love wrong people. Su Jing looked at Ma Dingdang seriously. Jiangchen is not a responsible man, so what if he loves two people at the same time? Since being together has already broken through the secular concept, it can only be said that he has no responsibility and dare not showdown with another woman to try to keep you by your side. Great! Su Jing stood up excitedly. If it succeeds, I will thank you very much. Su Jing picked it up and drank it. Ma Dingdong smiled and just looked at the wine glass. Ma Dingdang was slightly taken aback. Do you know the generals? The first time he let Ma Dingdong drink, he did not expect that after this time, he finally let Ma Dingdong drink himself. I think, we are not yet familiar enough to talk about personal privacy. Ma Dingdang hesitated for a moment as if he was digesting what Su Jing said, then smiled and shook his head. It's because you are not familiar with it that you can say it boldly. If you are familiar with something, you can't say it, right? Su Jing replied with a smile. Ma Dingdong did not speak but shook his head slightly. Shaking your head means you don't want to say, or are you not together? Maybe they weren't together. After all, the generals at that time were learning human emotions and thinking, and they didn't know anything at all. I will take you to Mr. Wilson. After Ma Dingdong got up, Su Jing hurriedly followed out. After walking for almost 20 minutes, he quickly came to a villa. I rang the doorbell, and soon the door opened, and an old man wearing reading glasses came out. Hello, Mr. Wilson. Hello, what's the matter? I want to ask something. Su Jing said, have you heard of the Illuminati? Mr. Wilson was taken aback for a moment, and the corners of his mouth twitched a few times, and then said, isn't the Illuminati just a legendary organization? So, have you ever heard of triangles? The legend can master the things of time and space. Su Jing asked again. Mr. Wilson shook his head, I have never heard of it. I'm sorry, I may not be able to help you. After speaking, Mr. Wilson turned around and closed the door directly. Ma Dingdong said towards Su Jing, he is the most authoritative person in this town. If he doesn't know, no one can help. No, he knows. Su Jing shook his head. Judging from Wilson's reaction just now, he must have heard of the Illuminati and knew about the mysterious triangle. Unexpectedly, Ma Dingdong brought him over, and found a clue all at once. Su Jing turned to Ma Dingdang and smiled and said, thank you for your help. If I can leave from here, I will definitely thank you. Your leaving is related to what you are asking. What is the Illuminati and what is the triangle? Ma Ding-dong asked curiously, isn't this a legend? Is there really something that can control time? I don't know, but I hope it can. Su Jing said in a deep voice, and followed Ma Ding-dong and left. Originally, Ma Ding-dang planned to go back, but now she seems to be interested in Su Jing, so she started to chat with Su Jing. Su Jing took her to the restaurant. When the waiter came to order, Su Jing directly ordered a piece of him and Ma Ding-dang. Ma Ding-dang was a little surprised to see that all he ordered were what he liked to eat. How do you know what I like to eat? I have a feeling that you seem to know me very well, but I can be sure we haven't seen it before. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Black. Su Jing said abruptly. What's black? Your underwear. Ah. Ma Ding-dang looked at Su Jing blankly. The underwear she was wearing was indeed black, but he should never see it. Don't get me wrong, I just want to prove that I really know you well. Su Jing smiled. Why? Ma Ding-dang asked suspiciously. This, if my thing is successful, I will tell you again. It is useless to explain it now, she will forget it tomorrow. Ma Ding-dang was full of doubts and finished the meal with Su Jing. She knew that Su Jing should have come to the town today. After all, she would know if there were wuxia in the town. But, looking at Su Jing's familiar appearance is like living in this small town for several years. He knows many secret shops that small town talents know clearly, and he seems to know everyone. At the entrance of the bar, the two separated. Ma Ding-dong returned to the bar, but Su Jing did not return to the hotel. The night was shrouded, and the wind and snow slowly. Su Jing directly entered the death mode and moved towards Wilson's home. The house is a little dark. Su Jing lightly jumped up to the second floor, directly smashed the window and jumped up. Here, should it be the study room? Su Jing found the switch to turn on the light, and it was indeed a study. There were a lot of books in it. Su Jing looked around, and then found a book on the table that seemed to have been turned over recently. Su Jing lowered his head and glanced, it turned out to be the record of the Illuminati and the Triangle. Much more detailed than the library. After seeing it, Su Jing realized that the Illuminati did exist, and that triangle was called the Triangle of Light, and it was divided into two pieces and hidden in two places many years ago. If you want to find the Triangle of Light, you must first find the key, the Eye of Eternal God. Where is the God Eye of the Triangle of Divine Light and the God of Eternal Life? Mr. Wilson, I want to ask you something, I hope you can answer me honestly. In a day's time, there is no clue, but to find the eyes of the eternal gods, and to find two triangles of divine light. What are you going to do? Don't mess around, I can tell you anything you want. Su Jing felt that God was playing tricks on himself, even if he knew the location, he might not be able to make it in one day. Putting down the book, Su Jing looked for it again, and soon found an invitation letter. Time passed quietly like this and Su Jing once again woke up from the taxi. So far. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Wuxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. Su Jing wrote down the name and address of the auction, and easily found a map near the town and compared it. Su Jing rang the doorbell. Seems to be an invitation letter from an auction, inviting him to do appraisal. Calculating the distance from the small town to the auction site is about 1,000 kilometers, 1,000 kilometers, even if you drive, plus the current snowy weather, it is estimated that it will take more than 10 hours. This invitation is tomorrow, so Wilson should have set off after he came, right? The sharp spear pointed at Wilson, Wilson stepped back subconsciously, and Su Jing closed the door and went in. The corner of Su Jing's mouth raised, and the sharp spear in his hand suddenly appeared. Su Jing kept the map's route in mind, and then did not leave. There is no one in his house anyway, and the original will be restored tomorrow, so it's better to read his book at home. Hello, what's the matter? Mr. Wilson looked at Su Jing suspiciously. Ask the driver to send himself directly to Wilson's house. The God Eye of all worlds is the key to finding the triangle of God light. I don't know what you are talking about. Wilson shook his head in a daze. Su Jing smiled and said, I don't know. Don't you have any books about the triangle of light and the eyes of eternity? Don't you know the books in your study? Don't tell me someone else hid them in secret. Mr. Wilson, I personally think you'd better cooperate obediently, lest. As soon as Su Jing's voice fell, he released him and skipped Wilson. Wilson screamed in an instant, his left arm was cut off, and he sat on the ground with a bang. The blood-drenched, almost fainted in pain. Sorry I used this kind of cruder method, but you can rest assured, wait until tomorrow noon, your injury will heal. Well, even if you die, it doesn't matter, you will survive tomorrow. Su Jing looking at Wilson with a smile, Su Jing is a lunatic in Wilson's eyes. A terrifying lunatic. Don't you believe it? Know why I look for them? Because I'm trapped. I'm trapped in the cycle of time forever this day, so I must find it to get rid of this predicament. Of course, you cannot say, but I will always come to you. Su Jing said. Time, loop, this, how is this possible? Let's talk about it, where are the God-light triangle and the God eyes of all worlds? I really don't know. The Illuminati have been looking for the whereabouts of the divine light triangle. I already know where the two pieces of the divine light triangle are located. But without the God eye of all things, you can't get the divine light triangle. The days are getting closer and closer, and they are also looking for the eyes of eternity. Wilson said weakly. Will the Illuminati people go to the auction you want to participate in? Su Jing asked. Yes, it should be. Where are the two positions of the Xinguang triangle? Su Jing asked again. This, I don't know. Oh, then I will help you get rid of it, it doesn't matter, you will be resurrected tomorrow, and then you will forget all of this. After Su Jing finished speaking, the sharp spear had directly penetrated his heart. This is his first murder. Killing is really different from killing ghosts, but he doesn't have any special burden in his mind, anyway, it will be restored. Leaving Wilson's house, Su Jing was about to go to an auction to find someone from the Illuminati to figure out the whereabouts of the two divine light triangles and the eternal divine eyes. Time is the key. Looking at Wilson's car next to him, Su Jing thought for a while and wanted to turn around to find the key on Wilson's body and start the car to go to the auction. Get familiar with the route first and calculate the approximate time it will take. Time is tight, the task is heavy, and the time must be calculated. The direction of the auction is opposite to the direction of the airport, so although the road is closed in the front, there is no problem in the back. Because of the direction, the impact of the snowstorm is still less. Following the route in his memory, while driving, Su Jing was familiar with each piece of environment, situation, etc. The main purpose this time was to familiarize yourself with the environment and calculate the approximate time, so it was almost early in the morning when Su Jing reached the auction floor. It was around 11:30 when I arrived at Wilson's house. After a delay, it should be almost 12 o'clock when I started driving. Su Jing looked at the time, and it was just early in the morning, which means he had driven for 12 hours, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Half of the time was wasted like this. Then look for the triangle of light of God, the eye of eternal God. Su Jing can only hope that their positions will not be too far away, otherwise it will be too late to fight every second. Although a little tired after driving for a long time, Su Jing could not take a rest. Bought himself a watch with a timer, Su Jing began to familiarize himself with the surrounding environment and routes. At least after determining the location of things, he could leave in the fastest time and find a means of transportation. While eating bread, Su Jing quickly became familiar with the surrounding environment with a flash. This auction site is located in the center of the city. Because of its direction, it is farther than Mao Yu's school. It is not a particularly big city. I have passed through it when I was walking with Mao Yu before, but I haven't seen it carefully. It was almost 3 o'clock when Jing finally found out. He found a convertible sports car. It should be a rich man who stopped in front of the bar. This car should be fast, right? Jing was thinking, when he saw a man walking out with a woman in his arms and getting into the car directly. Keep up. With the death mode turned on, Jing jumped up and sat in the back row with an instant step. The two in front didn't notice anything at all. The man seemed to be going home in the car. 5 minutes later, the car drove into a villa. Jingji had a good position and then left. It's daybreak. Jing came to the auction house. This auction house started at 9 o'clock in the morning. There were quite a few people who came to participate in the auction. It seemed that they were all rich people. Although Jing didn't have an invitation letter, he didn't do it in death mode at all. Someone will stop him. He watched everyone, guessing who might be from the Illuminati. Unfortunately, nothing is gained. Time is up. Jing appeared in the taxi again. After opening the door and getting out of the car, Jing opened the door of the driver's seat and pulled the driver directly down, got into the car and started, turned, accelerated, and went straight away. Damn B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** the driver yelled furiously in the wind and snow. Su Jing ignored him and drove directly to the auction house. 11 hours. Yes, it's almost an hour. Su Jing went to buy a watch again, and then went directly to the bar. The roadster really stopped here. Su Jing nodded in satisfaction, and went straight into the auction house. At this time the auction house hadn't opened yet, and Su Jing came to the auction house where the auction items were stored. A huge vault. At least a dozen security guards are guarding the 3 floors inside and outside, and they seem to have installed an alarm system. Su Jing thought for a while and left directly from the death mode. The sudden appearance of Su Jing made the security guards somewhat unexpected. Before they could react, Su Jing had already drawn his sword. Ha ha! The security guard fell to the ground, leaving only the last one. Snapped. The sharp gun was placed on his neck, and the alarm had sounded. It should be monitored. I want to meet people from the Illuminati. You. The security guard was scared and couldn't tell. At this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded from outside, and it didn't take long to see a group of people holding guns rushing over, headed by a man in a suit. Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Trust me, I know what I'm doing better than anyone. Su Jing smiled. Are you from the Illuminati? My name is Manfred, the one you are looking for. Manfred said. You are. Very good, I seem to be lucky. Su Jing was only planning to give it a try. If the Illuminati were really here, he might be able to force him out. Unexpectedly, not only here, but also seems to have something to do with this auction, otherwise it would not come so soon. I want to know the whereabouts of the 2 divine light triangles. Su Jing smiled and looked at Manfred. Don't play tricks and say what you don't know, since I'm here, you should understand. Manfred frowned and looked at Su Jing, guessing his identity and motives. You should know that you can't run away. There is only one road here, and it was blocked by Manfred's people. The black muzzles were facing Su Jing. It can be said that it is difficult to fly. Either I rush out or I die here. Su Jing asked with a smile, do you think that is more likely? Manfred looked at Su Jing with only a knife, and there was no hiding place around him. You are dead. So, what can you tell me? If all this allows me to escape, I don't think there is any need for the Illuminati. Su Jing said with a sneer. It's okay to tell you. Manfred sneered and said, one is in Angkor Wat in Cambodia, and the other is in Wanying Cave in Siberia. It sounds like the 2 places are far apart. Su Jing frowned slightly. Cambodia, Siberia. If the time I rushed over was faster, there should be 14 to 5 hours free. But flying from the UK to Cambodia, flying from Cambodia to Siberia, I am afraid that this kind of travel time may not be enough, let alone looking for the eyes of the gods and the triangle of light. What a headache. Headache? I don't think you need to have a headache for this problem. Manfred sneered and waved, and the people behind him were ready to shoot. Wait, I have one last question. You should have a plane. Where do you park? It's behind the auction house, a pity, it has nothing to do with you. Manfred finished. The gunfire has sounded. The 8th of Bound Dao, rebuke. Su Jing shouted, and the spiritual shield opened in front of him in an instant. Da-da-da, da-da-da. The bullets hit it and were shaken to the ground, and Manfred and the others were instantly surprised. The 21 of Bound Dao, red smoke escape. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Taking advantage of the moment of astonishment, Su Jing suddenly supported the ground with both hands, and the red smoke was already diffused in an instant. No, it's a smoke bomb. What about people? In the panic, Su Jing released Xuanbu and rushed out of them directly. When the smoke cleared, Su Jing was already gone. Damn it! Manfred couldn't help yelling, in this case he could even let the opponent run away. Catch me. Chase. Where to chase? After Su Jing came out, he went directly to the back of the auction house, saw the plane, and remembered the model. Then, enter the Reaper mode and stay around here, watching Manfred lead people to find himself and arrange the situation. It can be seen that the power of the Illuminati is indeed not small, and it has not been long before the search across the city has almost started. As everyone knows, Su Jing is right under their noses. Until dawn, Su Jing saw Wilson. Because of the time loop, Wilson has never seen Su Jing, just came to the auction house as scheduled. Su Jing was not found all night, and Manfred apparently gave up. Although the mysterious person knew the location of the Divine Light Triangle, he was not too worried. After all, what is the use of just knowing the location? The eyes of the gods of all ages are the key. The auction begins. Su Jing stayed in the venue without any problems, first, waiting for the time to arrive, and second, to see if he could find the news of everything from God's eye. Most importantly, he calculated the time by the way. Race against time, this is really not an exaggeration. The 121st piece, a Louis XV inlaid gold stand clock, £1.8 million. The auctioneer started to auction the new collection, and one after another began to offer prices. 185 million, are there any more? 186 million. The auctioneer was talking, and the door of the venue was suddenly left. A woman with sunglasses, big braids nearly waist-length, in a black jacket and black tight trousers walked in. Head up and expand the chest, the size is quite amazing. After walking out, the two gave a polite hug. Mr. Wilson, long time no see. Laura, long time no see. He still has an office? Su Jing could see clearly, the expression on her face instantly froze. She walked to the empty seat next to her and sat down and looked at Wilson next to the auctioneer. Wilson also saw that she seemed to know her and beckoned with a smile. Obviously, this woman didn't come for auction, she turned around and walked out after a while, and at this time Wilson also seemed to walk out in the direction of the door. It was almost £2.4 million to say hello. This should be the most expensive greeting in history, right? £2,400,000, this lady is asking for £400,000, is there anyone else? The auctioneer continued, pointing to her. She smiled softly and raised two fingers as a greeting. Su Jing thought for a while and wanted to go out. No one should have seen this little action, but Su Jing couldn't help laughing. The auctioneer continued to encourage others to bid, she looked around, and finally a woman called the bid, which made her breathe out quietly. It seems that his relationship with this auction house is not only an occasional cooperation, but is there any invitation letter, face-saving project? There was also a special heroic aura between the steps, which made Su Jing subconsciously look at it a few more times. Su Jing shook his head and simply followed. "Go to my office, be quiet there." Wilson finished, leading the woman named Laura to his office. "Laura." The two were about to go in, but saw a man walking up the stairs. "Are you still pretending to be a news reporter?" "I think it's cool, at least there is still a day job." "Obviously, that's just pretending." Laura smiled slightly, and Su Jing realized that the girl's mouth was quite big, but it was not ugly, but it gave her a very special charm. Big mouth beauties. "So, Alex, are you still pretending to be an archaeologist?" Laura asked with a smile. "We must do this." "Perhaps." "Why?" "Because you stole my prayer." "Steal?" Alex said with excitement, "Stolen yours? That's ridiculous. They can't be counted as your personal belongings. You are a tomb robber." "Mr. Alex, just waiting for you." A voice came from a distance. Laura smiled, "It seems that your customers need you." Alex took a deep breath, turned and left. Laura walked to Wilson's office. Su Jing naturally followed, but his eyes looked different at Laura. If she originally thought she was just a beautiful beauty, purely from the look of men and women, now, it's completely different. Pretending to be a news reporter, stealing prayers, robbers. These keywords are linked together, obviously, this Laura is no longer just a beauty. Wilson, the auction house of the Illuminati, Laura the Tomb Raider. Su Jing has a hunch. This Laura may be the key. In the office, Laura took out a small cloth pocket and handed it to Wilson. Wilson slowly opened it with glasses. Inside was a compass-like round object with a lid. After opening it was a blue glowing object. The disk of light, in the middle of the disk is a golden bead, surrounded by layers of dials engraved with symbols. At a glance, you know that this is definitely not an ordinary thing. "Laura, this thing is rare in the world." Wilson was slightly stunned, and said in a slightly nervous tone, "Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Only one disk is spinning, and it glows, just like eyes." Laura said. "It seems to be getting brighter, and it's turning in the opposite direction. It's not like an accurate time report, but it's like a countdown. Look behind it, it looks like something, like a key." Wilson turned it around, and there was a recessed design with 3 edges and corners, like some kind of mechanism that fits with other things. Yeah, it's true, it's wonderful." Wilson stroked it lightly, slightly in a daze. "Father said that there is a magic triangle with the eyes of eternity engraved on it. He said that whoever owns it will have extraordinary power and the power to control time." Laura said slowly, and Wilson became a little nervous. "Father called it the Triangle of Light, have you heard of it?" No, I haven't heard of it." Wilson hurriedly denied, his eyes evasive, not looking at Laura. "Your father always does things his own way, he is very independent, he is amazing. I can't help you, Laura, this clock is really a mystery." "Bell? This thing looks like a clock." Laura nodded, put her things away, and said goodbye to Wilson. Su Jing thought about it for a while and wanted to go out with Laura. The conversation between the two and seeing it with his own eyes, he can be 100% sure. This thing is the eyes of eternal gods. Wilson should be the father who knew Laura. Laura has the eyes of eternity, and sure enough, her hunch is correct, she is indeed the key person. Su Jing followed her out of the auction room and watched her put on a helmet and rode a locomotive to leave without any hesitation. Instantly started, Su Jing directly followed. It's cool for women to ride motorcycles, especially Laura seems to ride harder than men, and the car sprints in the middle of the road. Su Jing moved back and forth on the roof of each car. About 20 minutes later, Su Jing saw Laura enter a huge manor. Su Jing is planning to follow, but the next moment, he has already appeared in the taxi. "Go to the hotel in the small town." Su Jing said to the driver who was about to turn his head, and directly slammed his words back. When he arrived at the hotel, Su Jing was not in a hurry to go out. This trip. Not only did he shorten the rush time by 1 hour, he knew the location of the 2 pieces of the divine light triangle, and he also knew that the eyes of the gods of the world were in Laura's hands. In short, the time hasn't been reduced for several consecutive times. It seems that this should be the limit, so, you can try it tomorrow. With time and time again, Su Jing's progress became more and more remarkable, and even he had a general understanding of Laura. Su Jing found out that although he had learned the instant step, there was still a difference between his abilities and his abilities, so he deliberately found some information about running, and wanted to see how he could speed up his running. If it is just running, it may not be so obvious, but for Xuanbu, this kind of improvement will be more significant. The most important clues are already known. Su Jing was busy preparing for the crucial time. Living alone in such a large manner, there is only 1 butler and 1 assistant. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. Pushing open the door of the bar, Su Jing plans to have a few drinks to relax his mental state. In the following time, Su Jing began to become busy. The next thing to do is to arrange the route. But it takes time to compress. Rich people like adventure. The time to go to Laura's manor needs to be compressed, which means that the car needs to be driven faster. Then you still need to learn to fly a plane, otherwise it's useless to have a plane. Secondly, you need to be familiar with the route, especially the situation of Vientiane in Siberia and Angkor Wat in Cambodia. For example, Xuanbu. I drove to the city every day, and then I found a place to learn how to fly. Although it was a bit tricky to learn how to fly in the middle of the night, I couldn't stand the money Su Jing gave. During the rest of the rest time, Su Jing understood what he needed to know and adjusted his state. The time cycle begins. You can grab a taxi and set off directly to Laura's manor, get the Eye of Eternal God, and then go to the auction house to get a plane, first go to Siberia by plane, and then go to Cambodia from Siberia. If it goes well, it might be too late. There were still those few people in the bar, and Su Jing asked for a few bottles of beer and went to sit down in a familiar place. Listening to the tumultuous noise, Su Jing slowly drank the wine. Looking at the time, Su Jing's gaze shifted to the direction of the stairs and counted down gently. As the countdown ended, Ma Dingdang walked down from above. Looking around, Ma Dingdang saw Su Jingwei slightly surprised, and then walked over with a smile. Huxia, I'm from Hong Kong. Before she could speak, Su Jing said with a smile. It's a coincidence, I'm also from Hong Kong. Hong Kong people rarely come to such a remote town. Is it delayed because of the snowstorm? Ma Dingdang sat down and asked with a smile. Yeah, I'm stuck here, but I think I will leave soon, so relax before leaving. Su Jing smiled and handed the wine to Ma Dingdang. Although it is not whiskey, beer is also good. Yeah. My favorite is whiskey. Ma Dingdang smiled and ran into Su Jing. His curiosity about Su Jing and the changes in Hong Kong made Ma Dingdang not leave, but chatted with him. This chat made Ma Dingdang happier as he talked. This person seemed to know himself well, or that he was very fond of him. Every time she talked about a topic, it seemed that she also liked it, which gave her a feeling of hate to see each other. She is burdened with too much, whether it's emotions, family, or the loneliness of a person, the feeling that can't be expressed is always on her body, but now, she has a feeling that she wants to talk to Su Jing very much. Unknowingly, after drinking the beer, Ma Dingdong sent a whiskey to Su Jing and continued chatting. I'm a little hungry just drinking. I know there is a good steak house, just across the corner of the street. The one you mentioned is my favorite to go to. Is that really the first time here? Ma Dingdang couldn't help but smile and asked. Su Jing smiled and shrugged. After coming out of the bar, the snowflakes were slowly falling, Su Jing suddenly realized that this was the first time he had enjoyed this kind of snow scene in such a long time, especially under the bright moonlight. It was even more beautiful. With a thought, Su Jing spoke subconsciously. Juliet, with this bright moon, its silver light dyes the ends of these fruit trees, I swear. Su Jing suddenly called out Juliet to make Ma Dingdang a moment of stun, looked at Su Jing and suddenly smiled. Ma Dingdang answered, "Ah. Don't swear by the moon, it is fickle, every month there is profit and loss. If you swear by it, maybe your love will be as impermanent as it." "Then what do I swear by?" Su Jing looked at her and asked when Ma Dingdang stopped and stood in front of him to take it. "You don't need to swear, or if you want to, swear by your graceful self, that is the idol I worship, and I will believe you. If I love my own heart." "Oh, well." Ma Dingdang waved to stop Su Jing. "Don't swear, although I like you, I don't like the secret appointment tonight. It is too hasty, too rash, too unexpected, just like a flash of lightning, can't wait for someone to speak, it has disappeared. Go down. Good man, goodbye. This bud of love, blown by the warm summer wind, may bloom bright flowers when we meet next time. Good night, good night. I hope the same peaceful rest come to the hearts of you and me." Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Although the snowflakes were still not corresponding, Ma Dingdong did not feel the same. The trance expression and the emotional voice were completely caught in Juliet's emotions. As if she is Juliet, Juliet is her. Su Jing was only on a whim, but at this moment he was inevitably infected. "Ah. You just leave me like this, won't you give me a little satisfaction?" Su Jing looked over with disappointment. "How can you be satisfied tonight? You haven't exchanged your faithful pledge of love with me. Before you asked, I had given you my love. I love you. I love you too." The fragment of Romeo and Juliet slowly unfolded under the two voices and emotions. When it came to the last sentence, Ma Dingdang had subconsciously approached Su Jing and plunged into her arms. Su Jing also took advantage of the situation and hugged Ma Dingdang. The white snow drifted away, and a man and woman hugged in the street like this. A pedestrian in the distance just saw this scene and couldn't help but applaud. The applause awakened the two of them, and Ma Dingdang got up from Su Jing's arms a little embarrassed and shy. "Do you like Romeo and Juliet, too?" Su Jing smiled and shrugged. "I don't like tragedies, but tragedies can be remembered. Some people will remember the story of Romeo and Juliet, but no one will remember the lines so clearly. If you watch too much, you will remember it naturally." Su Jing smiled, and the two wandered towards the restaurant on the corner. Perhaps because of the impromptu performance just now, Ma Dingdang became more interested. After eating his favorite steak and talking about his favorite things, Ma Dingdang suddenly felt as if he hadn't been so relaxed and happy in a long, long time. After eating, Su Jing and Ma Dingdang came out, and in a short time, Ma Dingdang seemed to have known Su Jing for a long time. It was a special affinity and ease. "I'm here." When he arrived at the hotel where Su Jing was staying, Su Jing smiled and said to Ma Dingdang, "Would you like to go up and sit? This invitation is a bit dangerous." At this time, it was drinking, eating, and improvisation. It was indeed a perfect night. The reason is perfect. It's because there seems to be something missing from this encounter, the last thing. So when Su Jing sent out the invitation, Ma Dingdang wanted to refuse, but what she said was what she said because of evil spirits. "You will leave this town tomorrow, won't you?" "Yes." "Then, is there any coffee?" "I'll leave with a cup of coffee." Ma Dingdang said hesitantly. "Have." Su Jing smiled, and took Ma Jingdong into the hotel. When he came to the room, Su Jing smiled and said, "Sit down, I'll go and ask for coffee from the people in the hotel." "That's right. There is perfume in that suitcase. I brought it back from France. There is a particularly good-smelling rose perfume. Look for it yourself." Although everything will be restored until tomorrow, at least. She is happier tonight. Although Su Jing told her to take it by herself, Ma Dingdang would naturally not do it. Although I feel like I have known a long-time friend in a short period of time, Ma Dingdang still can't make it by touching other people's things privately. So when Su Jing came back with a pot of coffee, Ma Dingdang was still sitting on the sofa. Su Jing glanced at it and understood, smiled and put down 2 cups of coffee, opened the box and brought the small bag of perfume over and put it on the table. So much? Looking at these 5 or 6 bottles of perfume, Ma Dingdang was a little surprised. This should be bought as a gift, right? But it's too much, right? This bottle should smell of roses. Su Jing smiled and took out a bottle and handed it to Ma Dingdang. Ma Dingdang opened it and smelled it. The taste is surprisingly good, not so strong, but there is a slight fragrance. I bought this perfume in a handicraft shop I know in France and made it myself. For other reasons, the boss will go to Hong Kong to develop it. When you return to Hong Kong in the future, you may be able to see that this perfume is already popular in Hong Kong. Su Jing said with a smile. Is it? Ma Dingdong smiled, and then picked up a vial that was different from the others. Where is this bottle? This is not. This is the kind of perfume that a Thai friend gave me. It's the kind of perfume that makes people excited. Su Jing smiled. This is the bottle given by Mei Mei. It was placed in it before. Up. When he said this, Ma Dingdong immediately reacted. But. Ma Dingdong looked at Su Jing. How could anyone say this kind of thing so bluntly? Isn't he afraid that others will misunderstand him? Or, deliberately deceiving? Do you want to test your attitude? Is that so powerful? Ma Dingdong said with a smile, I've heard people say before, isn't this kind of thing a lie? Maybe it's a lie, but this shouldn't be. Sister Mei is not going to fool herself with fakes. Do you mind if I try? Ma Dingdong asked with a smile. Are you sure? I didn't lie to you, this thing is indeed true. Su Jing said towards Ma Dingdang. Ma Dingdong shrugged and said nothing, just unscrewed the bottle of perfume. She didn't quite believe it was true. After opening it, Ma Dingdang smelled it, it was very fragrant, and there was an unspeakable smell. In general, it smelled pretty good, and then, he didn't have any special reactions. Ma Dingdang smiled, I knew it was fake. After screwing it on, Ma Dingdong put it down and drank coffee with it. Fake. Su Jing didn't believe it was fake, but the effect of this thing shouldn't be that strong, just smelling it should be fine. Su Jing simply ignored it for the time being, and chatted with Ma Dingdong over coffee. Unconsciously, Ma Dingdong's breathing seemed to be a little messy, and the heat made her a little uncomfortable. Su Jing, I. She turned her head to look at Su Jing, her eyes starting to become distracted and blurred. What's wrong with you? Su Jing turned his head subconsciously and saw that Ma Dingdang was strange. Is this effective? Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Up, or not? Su Jing hesitated for a moment and made a decision immediately. On. Perfume is what she wants to smell, and she reminded it honestly. The most important thing is, everything will be restored when you wake up tomorrow, nothing happened. Thinking of this, Su Jing reached out and put his arm around Ma Dingdong's shoulder. Ma Dingdong's reaction was fierce. With the caress of Su Jing's palm, Ma Dingdang was completely lost. The clothes on her body were torn piece by Su Jing, and he came to the bed holding Ma Dingdong and Su Jing rushed over. Bleeding. Su Jing was taken aback for a moment, and the whole person became excited. It didn't take long before there was a burst of noise in the room. Opening his eyes and waking up, Su Jing found that he had appeared in the taxi. Memories of last night's bit by bit, this may become a little secret that only you know. After adjusting his emotions, Su Jing got out of the car and dragged the driver out. Close the door, start. The car turned around in an instant, as if a roaring lion rushed out. He was already familiar with the route and could no longer be familiar with it. The car started to shake violently when the accelerator was stepped on to the bottom. This kind of taxi drives too fast, the whole car will start to float, but Su Jing has long been used to it. Whoosh! The car's shadow flew past, and it was almost in the blink of an eye that it had already rushed out a long way. Su Jing's spirit was highly concentrated along the way, and he remembered clearly where the road was uneven and where he needed to turn. Although the car seemed to fall apart or rush out of the road at any time, it always moved forward steadily and quickly. In this highly concentrated situation, time seems to have become meaningless. When he was about to enter the city and rush towards Laura's manor, Su Jing felt in a daze that it seemed to be shorter than the previous limit time. The gate of the manor was closed tightly. Night has fallen. When the car stopped, Su Jing had entered the death mode, and got out of the car without any pause. There is a wooden box inside. The sound comes from it. The lights are still on in the villa. Tick to tick. What is this? Laura muttered softly while holding the clock. After a few strokes, the wooden wall was smashed to pieces, and then he got in. Click, click. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Something seemed to be coming from inside. The towering walls did not have any blocking effect for him, and he jumped in with a light leap of his body, followed by the instant step, and Su Jing quickly entered the manor. Did she find herself? While Su Jing was thinking about it, she saw Laura slowly walking towards the wooden wall under the stairs, pasting it up and listening. As soon as Su Jing entered, she saw Laura walking down the stairs, dressed in white. Laura got up suddenly, turned around and picked up a statue next to it and slammed it over. Inside, there is an old-fashioned clock. Laura didn't even think about how to use the key to open it, and she didn't have the key, so she took out the armrest next to her, and took it apart directly. A white t-shirt, trousers, and a white pajamas on the outside. It feels like I just woke up. Her expression was a little abnormal, and she seemed to find something when she looked around. Seeing Laura holding the clock and guessing what it was, Su Jing already understood. This should be the eyes of eternal gods. However, Laura only discovered this clock now, and then she will find the eye of eternal God to go to the auction house in the daytime tomorrow. Sorry, I don't have that much time delay. Su Jing said secretly, and stretched out his hand to snatch Zhong directly. Laura only felt a strong force coming, and the clock in her hand spontaneously flew. Watching the clock fly out like this, I am afraid everyone's first reaction is hell. Laura was also taken aback, but she was very courageous, and her father should have left this thing for herself, so Laura chased it out without a moment's hesitation. As soon as I left, I saw Zhong flying towards the gate of the manor, and Laura turned and ran to the garage. After a while, the door opened, and Laura rode out on the motorcycle. I didn't see anyone or the clock, but I saw a car leaving quickly. Chase! Laura speeded up to catch up. In the darkness, the taxi and the locomotive rushed. Don't see if it was Laura riding a motorcycle, but the speed performance of the motorcycle was not bad at all. It didn't take long for Laura to catch up and look towards the driver's seat. No one. There is no one empty, but the steering wheel is moving by itself, and his clock is set aside. Unmanned. This made Laura stunned and almost overturned, but fortunately, she reacted quickly and hurriedly stabilized. Don't chase, this thing is very important to me, I only have less than half a day. If it succeeds, I will apologize to you. A man's voice suddenly sounded in the driverless car. Laura stunned and asked subconsciously, "What are you?" Su Jing is a little depressed. How can anyone answer this? Could it be that I am not something? My name is Su Jing. After thinking about it, Su Jing still said something. By this time the car had already arrived at the auction site. Creek, read more at hotplnovel.xyz. The car stopped abruptly, the door opened, and Su Jing took the clock and ran directly to the auction floor. Over the wall, jump. Like his own backyard, Su Jing quickly saw the helicopter. Open the hatch and go up. Su Jing skillfully operates and prepares to start. Buzzing. The propeller turned quickly, a strong wind stroke, and the helicopter slowly lifted off. There was chaos below. Apparently the people of the Illuminati had noticed the sound of taking off, but they must have wondered why someone would steal a helicopter. I don't even know that the eyes of the eternal gods they want to find are on their side. Under the night. The helicopter flew in the direction of Siberia. Boom boom. After a while, Su Jing suddenly heard the knocking and turned his head to look at it subconsciously. I saw a person outside the helicopter, knocking on the cabin door. No one else, it is Laura. Su Jing was slightly surprised, but she didn't expect Laura to follow her. Could it be that she had been outside the helicopter before? This woman is so courageous. I can let you in, but don't make trouble. Su Jing first shouted at Laura outside. Laura nodded slightly, and Su Jing opened the hatch. The helicopter flying at high speed is so high above the ground. It is conceivable that the wind outside is not small, let alone a woman. Even a man may not be able to remain calm. But Laura got up with relative ease and closed the hatch. After tidying up her messy hair and clothes, Laura turned her head and looked over. Suddenly someone appeared in the driver's seat where there was no one. An Asian man. Laura was first surprised that a big living person appeared out of thin air, followed by surprised Su Jing. It's really impossible for you, because it hasn't happened yet. Tomorrow noon, you will go to the auction house with the eyes of the world to Wilson. Wilson will tell you that he doesn't know what it is, but he is lying to you, he is working for the Illuminati. Su Jing said casually. If you still don't believe it, smash this clock and you will see the eyes of the eternal gods. After opening it, you will find that it is rotating counterclockwise, because it is counting down. Laura had just discovered this clock. If it weren't for Su Jing, she wouldn't know that the eternal god eye was in it. How could she go to Wilson with the eternal god eye? Impossible. So handsome. Because I saw you go to Wilson with the eyes of 1,000 worlds. Su Jing said. Who are you and why are you stealing my things? Laura took a deep breath and asked. You mean, can you see the future? Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. No, I have experienced the future. At least it is the future for you. Su Jing shook his head and said in a deep voice, I am trapped in a time loop, starting from around 11 o'clock on January 10th until January 11th. I have been repeating this day. Although you have seen me for the first time, in fact I have seen you several times. I know exactly what happened during this period of time. She thought she might see some ghosts and messy things, but she didn't expect to be such a handsome guy. Laura shook her head, you know. Do you know what this clock is? Su Jing asked without retorting. There is also a clock hidden in this clock, called the God Eye of Eternal Life, which is used to find the key to the Divine Light Triangle. I believe you should know about the Divine Light Triangle. Your father told you about it. Su Jing said, I'll grab it. The reason for the eyes of all worlds is very simple, I am going to find the Triangle of Lights. Absurd? Su Jing smiled, you can gain the ability to control time through the Divine Light Triangle when Joxing Lianzhu, do you know this? Although I don't know why Joxing Lianzhu has not officially started yet, and the Divine Light Triangle is not found, why is there such a strange phenomenon, but do you remember that moment of darkness? From then on, time began to loop. After my investigation, the only possible way to unlock this time loop is to find the Triangle of Light, so, I learned the location of the two Divine Light Triangles from the Illuminati, that the eyes of the gods are at your home, and the planes at the auction house, and even. I also learned how to fly planes. How do you know that this clock contains the eye of eternal God, and you still know that it is in my house? It's the first time I know its existence. Laura asked inexplicably. He believed that his father would never talk to others. Don't you think this story is ridiculous? Laura said with a sneer. Su Jing's statement is too ridiculous, too hard to believe. Time loop. Why didn't I feel it at all? You are a tomb robber, you should know that there are many weird things in this world. Seeing Laura's puzzled expression, Su Jing knew she didn't believe it. How do you know I am a tomb robber? Laura asked in surprise. When you went to the auction house to look for Wilson, you saw a man named Alex, he said. Su Jing said. Alex. Laura looked at Su Jing, and she could tell that she was not lying. The triangle of divine light, coupled with Su Jing's weird ability that disappeared and reappeared, maybe, time cycling may not happen. Thinking of this, Laura took Zhong over and slammed it down. Click. The clock was smashed directly, and Laura pulled it apart, and soon found a disc hidden inside. After opening it, Laura was stunned. It was exactly the same as Su Jing said. Is it all true? Laura took a deep breath and asked, where are you going now? In the Wanian caves in Siberia, one of the triangles of light is there. The other is in Cambodia. For me, time is very tight. Su Jing said in a deep voice. Now flying to Siberia, and then flying from Siberia to Cambodia, even if there is enough time, this aircraft will not have enough fuel. Laura thought for a while and suddenly said, let's cooperate. Cooperation? Yes, I can have someone arrange the fastest plane to pick you up, arrange all the trivial things to save time, but you must bring me. Yes, but how do you notify your people? If Laura arranges in advance, it can indeed save a lot of time. Laura smiled and went deep into her career line, and then took out a small tracker with a light on. Su Jing looked at Laura in amazement, and Laura explained proudly, this is from my car. I took it off and put it on my body when I followed. This tracker will send out once it leaves the set range. Alarm, my people should have caught up with the fastest speed. Su Jing didn't speak but just looked at her career line. What? Haven't seen anyone put something here? Laura asked. Su Jing shook his head, I just haven't seen anyone sleeping in their own home and wearing underwear. Laura couldn't help rolling her eyes. Time passed by, and finally arrived. Siberia. Wanian Cave. Wanian Cave is known as the Forbidden Land of Death. Standing on the ice field of Siberia, at a glance, there is a vast expanse of whiteness, and several snow-capped mountains seem to be close at hand. Before getting closer, Su Jing found that the aircraft's instruments seemed to be malfunctioning, and it seemed that it was disturbed by some mysterious magnetic field. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. After trying several times, Su Jing had no choice but to land. Is there so far? After landing, Su Jing and Laura felt a biting cold wind as soon as they came out. It's too cold. Su Jing had worn enough but still felt very cold, not to mention Laura, she shivered. If this distance is too long, and you wear too little, otherwise you stay here. Su Jing said towards Laura. No. I must go with you. Laura certainly refused to let go of such an opportunity. It would make no sense to let Su Jing go in and get the triangle of light by herself. That's all there is to it. Su Jing took off his coat and handed it to Laura, then squatted down slightly in front of Laura. I'll carry you. What? Aren't you slower like this? I should be fine with the clothes. Laura said unexpectedly. You are too slow. Su Jing shook his head. Slow. Laura said unwillingly, since you know that I am a tomb robber, you should know that my skills are definitely not bad, maybe someone is slower than someone else. Stop talking nonsense, come up. Su Jing grabbed Lara's foot and suddenly used force, and Laura subconsciously threw herself on Su Jing's back. Okay. Very flexible. Su Jing smiled, followed by Shunbu release. Whoosh whoosh. Laura couldn't see clearly, she could only feel the wind around her, so strong. After a while, Laura realized that she had come to the Wanian cave and entered an ice and snow tunnel. Laura just wanted to ask Su Jing how quickly, but a mouthful of cold wind came in and made her shut up in a hurry. There are countless sockets in the long ice and snow tunnel. Su Jing did not slow down, but moved quickly based on his sense of direction. Soon it came to an end. Dead end? Laura on her back jumped down and looked around suspiciously. At the end is a rocky cliff, and a bronze bell hangs in front of the rock. Laura knocked subconsciously. Over there. Laura looked at all this in amazement and began to observe the surroundings. After a while, Su Jing and Laura looked at them and saw an entrance appeared on the rock. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. The bell rang, the sound was loud. Su Jing was also observing the surroundings, mainly observing this celestial model. Su Jing glanced at the bronze bell with interest. Just now, the snow flew from the inside of the rock to the outside, which means, the power of the sound should be from the inside to the outside, a very magical design. If the triangle of light is hidden, it must be in the sphere of light. After scanning a circle, Su Jing found that there is a row of uniquely shaped protrusions on the middle sphere of the celestial model, one of which is obviously different from other places. The mechanism behind the eyes, very consistent. Boom! It is almost Laura's instinct to observe the environment for the first time. The two walked in and soon saw a downward step. As an adventurer, a tomb robber. The traces of artificial mining can be seen all around. At the center of the hall is a pool of constant heat, and the temperature in the hall seems to be much higher than outside. In the center of the pool is a celestial model. A huge hall came into view. Laura hadn't reacted yet, Su Jing had already hugged her and avoided. Laura took a step back subconsciously. After the sound dissipated, the surroundings began to vibrate violently, and immediately afterwards, he heard a bang. Since the rock in front of her had cracked, chunks of ice and snow flew towards the two of them. I made progress along the steps, and my eyes suddenly became clear. Following Su Jing's direction, Laura quickly saw it. Then, she moved. Seeing she walked over and jumped suddenly, grasping the scale of the celestial model with both hands, suddenly climbed up directly. The moment she went up, the celestial model moved and began to rotate. Laura was taken aback, and subconsciously squatted down, avoiding a rotating weight and stabilizing her body. Except for the sphere in the middle, the entire celestial model began to rotate, and it was very irregular. Su Jing watched Laura jump for a while, and then leaned toward the keychain, which inexplicably reminded him of a movement. Jiong rushed to the barrier. That kind of mechanism is designed to be very similar to the scene in front of you, and if you can't react to it, it will fall into the pool below. Laura's skill is very agile and quick to react. Although it seems dangerous, she approached in an orderly manner. I have to say that among the women I know, Laura should be the best one. Finally, Laura put the eyes of the eternal gods up. Soon, a burst of light lit up from the sphere of the celestial model, very dazzling, and immediately afterwards, I saw the light as if holding something slowly emerging from the circular sphere. Laura adapted to this light and was planning to take it down, but suddenly saw a figure flashing by. Su Jing's movements were agile and light, and her body leaped back and forth on the celestial model. A few ups and downs were already there at the top, then stretched out his hand to take the thing down directly. Light. Dim instantly. Laura didn't have time to think about it, and violently took the eyes of the eternal gods, then turned around and jumped down. 3 steps and 2 steps away, Laura turned her head and looked around, and found that the celestial model had stopped, and no abnormality occurred. Thinking about Su Jing, he already had a triangle in his hand. "Let me see," Laura said, but Su Jing smiled and put the triangle into his pocket. "Look at it slowly on the way." Laura chuckled and said nothing. She is holding the eyes of the eternal gods, and Su Jing is holding the triangle of lights of the gods. Obviously, this is intended to contain each other. The heart of defense is indispensable. Boom! Suddenly the mountain shook. Laura was stunned for a moment. "No, it's going to collapse here." With that said, Laura turned around and wanted to run. Su Jing copied Laura's waist in one hand and released it instantly. "As soon as I went out, I saw that the entrance of the cave had collapsed. Fortunately, they came out quickly, otherwise they might be trapped inside." Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Su Jing hugged Laura, and Laura hooked his neck, behind, as quickly as an avalanche collapsed. Step by step. When Su Jing and Laura came out of the tunnel, there was a loud noise behind them. The entire tunnel was covered with ice and snow. If anyone from the Illuminati sees it, they will definitely be very depressed. Su Jing said with a smile. "When will your people arrive?" "I'm not sure, but it should be soon," Laura said. "Hurry up, let's get on the plane and go to Cambodia first. Your people will change the route according to your location. I hope you can meet your people before you run out of gas," Su Jing said, and once again hugged Laura and went to the helicopter. "Get on the plane." Su Jing simply controlled the plane to take off and headed for Cambodia. At the same time, somewhere in the sky, a private passenger plane was flying in the direction of Siberia. On the passenger plane, Laura's personal butler and assistants are locating Laura's tracker. Changed direction and left Siberia. "Oh my God, it's crazy, what the hell did she do?" She suddenly left in the middle of the night and ran to Siberia with nothing. His assistant couldn't help exclaiming. "It may be taken away by someone," the butler said. "Anyway, let's change our direction." After that, the butler went to the cockpit to find the captain, and the plane quickly changed its course. After more than an hour, the two planes met. One is a helicopter and the other is a private passenger plane. When it was determined that Laura was on the helicopter, the airliner quickly lowered its altitude, maintaining an average speed above the helicopter. "My people are here." Laura glanced. "You can find a place to land." "Landing? It's too late." Su Jing shook his head. "Not to mention that there is no suitable landing place nearby. Even if there is, it will take too much time to take off after landing." "You don't want to, dare you?" Su Jing asked with a smile. Laura smiled sweetly. "What's not to dare?" Finished. Laura even opened the cabin door and motioned to the plane above to let it continue to lower its altitude. "Is this going to let us land?" The butler had some doubts and asked the pilot to slowly lower the altitude and quickly paralleled the helicopter. "The wind, howl." "No. Keep this situation, I want to go directly." Seeing Laura's appearance, the butler knew that she had decided and that she was going to take a risk again. "Downward, I can feel the waves spinning." "Go ahead first," Su Jing said with a smile. The rope was fixed, the other end was wrapped around the heavy object, and then he threw it over. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Wuxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Okay. Laura took a deep breath and stuffed the eyes of the gods of the world into the career line and clamped it, then held the rope with both hands and took a deep breath, moving slowly over. Laura caught it firmly and quickly fixed the rope to the chair, and she turned to look at Su Jing. "How about you?" Once Su Jing left, the helicopter would lose control. "Throw the rope over." Laura ignored the butler's surprise and shouted. This kind of thing has happened many times. The cabin door on the opposite side was opened, and the butler shouted, "Miss, are you going to land?" When Laura was 9 years old, she lost her mother in an air crash and traveled through the Himalayas alone for 10 days. After that, she followed her father to various archaeological excavations, until her father was gone, and she started various expeditions on her own. For her, adventure seems to have become commonplace. What? If you fall from this height, you will definitely die. I naturally have a way. The two planes flew at the same altitude and speed in the air, and a rope was placed in the middle of the two planes. Laura held the rope with her hands alternately and swung over like this. The wind roared, and the cold temperature made people tremble. Laura doesn't have any protective measures. If there is a slight accident at this time, it will be the fate of being thrown into meat sauce. The housekeeper, the assistant, held his breath, his heart seemed to be touching his throat. Even Jing couldn't help but worry about her. It's just that she dared to take such an adventure in a hurry. I have to say, her adventurous spirit is strong. What is life hanging by a thread? This is. Time seemed to change very slowly at this moment. Jing even planned to do it. If Laura fell, he would give up this time. It's a big deal again. Staggering, Laura finally arrived on the other side and was hurriedly pulled on the plane by the butler. Sitting on the plane, Laura also took a breath, her heart pounding as if she was about to jump out, but the feeling was very exciting. She smiled and waved to Jing, indicating that he could come over. Call. Jing let out a sigh of relief, and then took out a shallow hit. 1 2 3. Jing adjusted his state silently, and slammed his body from the driving position to the other side. He didn't grab the rope, but jumped up. At the moment it jumped up, the helicopter started to shake because it lost its pilot. Oh my God, is he crazy? Seeing Jing jumped out of the helicopter and jumped into the air, the housekeeper couldn't help but yelled. Laura was also taken aback, but when she saw the knife in Jing's hand, she thought of something. Perhaps he was planning to cut the rope on the helicopter and then climbed up along the rope. After all, if the rope is not cut, the helicopter will lose control and it will be easily implicated in this aircraft. The wind whizzed past. At that moment, Jing felt the freedom of flying. Immediately afterwards, his toes touched the rope with precision, and his body rushed towards Laura like a cannonball. The person was in midair, and Jing swung his knife away. Click, read more at hotnovel.xyz. The rope was split in half instantly, and the inertial force caused the helicopter to fly out, shaking and descending. After a while, I heard a loud bang. It should have crashed. Boom! Jing pounced on Laura and pressed Laura underneath. Laura almost instinctively subconsciously hugged Jing's body. The eyes are facing each other, close at hand. Jing could even see Laura's plump lips trembling slightly. Call. Jing came safely, and the butler and assistants were relieved. The butler hurriedly closed the hatch and couldn't help but slumped on the ground. It's successful, don't have to do it again. Jing smiled and said and was about to get up from Laura, who knew that Laura suddenly grabbed her neck and raised her head heavily and kissed him. Was forced to kiss. Jing stared at Laura with wide eyes, but when the kiss was over, Laura pushed Jing away and said, "It's so exciting. This is definitely the most exciting thing I have ever done. This is definitely something that made me suffer from a heart attack." The butler couldn't help but answer. Jing stood up dumbly. There is no fear, but excitement and excitement. Laura was born for adventure. Don't be excited, hurry up and go to Cambodia. Jing reminded. Laura turned her head and said to the housekeeper. The butler went to inform the driver to go to Cambodia, and Laura asked the assistant to arrange it. Use the fastest speed to arrange a landing point and follow the car in Cambodia. There is no landing point in Angkor Wat. After the explanation was completed, Laura took Jing to the cabin inside, and then turned and left by herself. After a while, Laura changed her clothes and came out. The scattered hair was tied into a braid, and he was wearing a close-fitting dark black heart. The size looked surprisingly large. Under the black band is a pair of shorts, with holsters on his sturdy legs, and 2 pistols inside. There is also a pocket on the back of the belt, which holds the eyes of the eternal world. Cool. Jing can't find any other description for this dress other than cool. Of course, what he has to say is sexy. A different kind of sexy. Laura came over and sat down next to Jing, with her legs on the front seat, and turned her head and said, "I asked, if everything goes well, we will have at least an hour to reach Angkor Wat in Cambodia. It should be enough. You are so courageous, you dare to take risks in the situation just now, aren't you afraid of accidents?" Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Attractions nodded. "I hope everything goes well. What is your ability?" Laura asked curiously. Laura looked at Jing suspiciously. There was no place to hide the knife on his body. Could it be, this has something to do with his weird ability? Laura is very puzzled. Of course she knows that the god of death has a lot of various legends, but she hasn't heard of anything like Jing. It consumes a lot of energy, especially Jing. Driving and flying a plane are all things that consume energy. Now there is no need to continue driving. Naturally, I have to take the opportunity to take a good rest. After Jing and Laura chatted for a few words, they quieted down slowly. "Where's your knife?" Laura asked curiously. "There will always be accidents in the adventure," Laura said freely. "I'm even more curious about why Jiuxing Lianzhu had a vision before it started, and even the fragments could be obtained with the eyes of the gods of the world. As far as I know, unless it is time, it should be useless even if the eyes of the gods of the world are available. Are you not afraid that I lie to you?" Jing asked dumbly. "Scared?" Laura said, "But this is exciting, isn't it? That kind of tension, that kind of heartbeat, you can't experience it in ordinary times. What's more, if I fail, you will be too late, so, time will cycle, I will be fine. If I succeed, and finally successfully break the time cycle, this is my rare experience. Who knows what else will happen to Angkor Wat, and will it go so smoothly?" Jing raised the corners of his mouth and smiled. "This is the ability of the god of death. Reaper's ability. What he cares about now is whether he can get another piece smoothly and whether he can get rid of the time loop. Take it away." Who knows? Jing didn't know this, but he didn't care. The sloshing sound of B***************************************** G came and went one after another. Jing and Laura were sitting on an open-top off-road vehicle, and Laura swiftly drove the off-road vehicle through the lush jungle. From the ice and snow in Siberia to the sweltering tropical rainforest, this change is really uncomfortable. Jing had already taken off his heavy clothes and went into battle lightly. Angkor Wat is Cambodia's national treasure, the largest temple in the world, and a world cultural heritage. It has become one of the most famous places in Cambodia. The Triangle of Light, right in Angkor Wat. How long will it take? Jing turned to Laura and asked, but as soon as he turned his head, he saw Laura's tumbling upper encirclement. Laura did not speak but suddenly stepped on the brake. The car stopped abruptly, and Jing turned his head to look ahead, only to see a tall temple building faintly in front of him. Jing and Laura got out of the car and soon saw a huge temple not far in front. Angkor Wat. Here. Laura smiled and walked over. When the two came to the front of the temple, they could see a tall wall with a Buddha statue carved on it. I have investigated. Although it is not the most famous attraction in Angkor Wat, it is not even open to the public. According to the data, it has been closed since the completion of Angkor Wat until now. The Triangle of Light is very likely to be here. Laura talked and looked around for the entrance. Get out of the way. Jing said towards Laura. What are you going to do? Laura left a little curiously and asked Jing. Jing didn't speak, but the sharp spear was already in hand. Pointing the tip of the knife at the wall of the Buddha statue, Jingshan took a breath. You don't plan to use a knife to destroy it, do you? Stop it. This wall has been around for many years. It can't be that easy. Laura didn't finish her words, but she suddenly felt something like Jing. It's different. She couldn't describe it, but the change at that moment made her feel a sense of suffocation that she couldn't breathe, and even made her feel trembling. The sense of fear from the depths of the soul made her kneel on the ground subconsciously. Swastika. Shot. Jing let out a low roar, and the spiritual pressure on his body suddenly increased in an instant. The powerful feeling of destroying the world and crushing everything seemed to make the ground begin to tremble. Boom! Laura didn't even see anything, she heard a loud bang, and the wall of the Buddha statue was actually pierced. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. What is this? Laura's eyes widened in amazement, and immediately afterwards, she saw the wall of the Buddha statue cracking, and a piece of stone fell to the ground instantly. It can be seen from the thickness of the stone fragments that this wall is thick. I am afraid that even conventional blasting methods may not be able to blow it up. Watching Jing walking slowly with the knife in hand, Laura was puzzled how he did it. Just yelled with a knife, and the wall of the Buddha statue was broken. And the suffocation and fear at that moment just now. She really can't describe what is going on. Seeing Jing walking in, Laura hurriedly stood up and followed. Passing through a somewhat dim corridor, Laura took out a flashlight and illuminated her surroundings. After walking for about 50 meters, she suddenly opened up in front of her. Same as Wanying Cave. A hall. But the style is completely different. At the front is a huge Buddha statue with a smile on his face, 3 heads and 6 arms, and a huge sword of the same style in his hands. In front of the Buddha statue is a jar filled with green liquid. There are many statues of stone Buddhas and wild beasts around. It feels like they are guards. There is a circular protrusion in the middle, and there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 around it, 6 slurs around it. Jing and Laura looked around in the familiar environment looking for the keychain. It seems that the most probable one should be the circular protrusion in the middle, because there is indeed a mechanism on it, which feels very consistent with the eyes of the gods of the world. Try it? Jing asked Laura. Laura didn't speak and looked up. There seemed to be a huge wooden coffin on top of her head. There were also a few irregular pendants hanging on the wooden coffin. I don't know what's the use. Can you send me up? Laura said towards Jing. Without a word, Jing held Laura and released it instantly, and he was already on top in an instant. There is a layer of protruding edge on it. Standing on it, holding a flashlight, Laura looks at the writing on the wall. Jing was not idle either, his condescending angle gave him new discoveries. He found that the 6 notches on the ground seemed to correspond to the 6 swords in the hands of the 6-armed Buddha. Is it necessary to put 6 swords in? When Laura turned around, it happened to see those pendants on the coffin were slowly pieced together into a circle as they swayed, and the angle was level with the keyhole. The originally fixed coffin suddenly loosened at this time and began to swing. Jumping off the coffin, Jing came to the 6-armed Buddha statue to try if he could pull out the giant sword. It just so happens that only the hilt is exposed. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. One by one, when all 6 giant swords are put in. Closely fit. He seems to have thought of something. Laura's voice also rang. Found it, over here. The sound suddenly sounded, and Jing soon saw the hilt of the giant sword he had just put in it tilted backward at the same time. As a result, this test found that it seemed to really work. It's really heavy. Although it sinks a bit. Try it. Su Jing yelled, and Laura put up the eyes of Wanchershen. Su Jing murmured but didn't stop. He was already here, he really didn't want to start again. Boom! Boom! Su Jing no longer hesitated, and immediately pulled out the giant swords one by one, aiming at the notches on the ground and putting them in. There must be organs here. Since there are organs, they should not be useless. Thinking of this, Su Jing jumped onto the huge coffin in the air. His strength made the coffin swing up. Su Jing walked a few steps forward and found that the height of the coffin seemed to be level with the green pot in front of the Buddha statue, and then he found a sharp long needle just in front of the coffin, similar to a notch on the front of the green jar. Seeing that the sharp in front of the coffin could not touch the green jar, Laura jumped up. At a glance, the current situation knows that it must be touched or discovered to discover the triangle of light. Holding on to the cable, Laura shook it vigorously, increasing the swing of the coffin. Click, click. Finally, after rippling a few times, the sharpness of the coffin and the green jar banged together. When the coffin was rippling back, the green jar began to spray water, and a dazzling light was lit up, as if a powerful hurricane swept out, and Laura hurriedly stabilized her body. The following. Su Jing squinted his eyes and found that the radiant light seemed to be shining on the circular protrusion in front of him. The ground began to shake violently. A hot light suddenly sprayed out from the circular protrusion, and Su Jing instantly avoided, tightening. Then I saw that mercury seemed to be pouring out of it. The mercury seemed to be alive, and after it came out, it swiftly followed the twists and turns on the ground. Su Jing didn't go to see where the mercury was going to, because he saw that among the circular protrusions, the surging mercury, the fragments of the triangle of divine light were confessed. Found it. Without saying anything, Su Jing reached out and grabbed the fragments directly, and the instant step release instantly came to the coffin and pulled Laura down. Taking out another fragment, Su Jing put it together a little nervously. No response. There were no signs, and Su Jing didn't feel anything. The most important thing was, the two fragments were not completely combined. As long as Su Jing's hand was released, the fragments would naturally separate. What else is missing? Su Jing frowned slightly, then he turned to Laura and said, "Eyes of God." Laura seemed to have thought about it too, and hurriedly took out the eyes of the eternal God and opened it. That golden bead in the dial. Su Jing and Laura focused their gazes on them, and then looked towards the center of the divine light triangle. There, it seems that there is just such a gap. Sure enough, it's indispensable. Su Jing muttered, and Laura had no hesitation in preparing to remove the golden beads. Damn it! Suddenly, there seemed to be a sound of something falling. Su Jing and Laura looked up, they were stunned for an instant. The stone Buddhas around have moved. As if coming alive, one by one came down from their respective steps. Those mercury. Su Jing immediately reacted. Although he didn't know if it was a secret spell or what mechanism, it must have something to do with the mercury that came out. These stone Buddhas are indeed guards, but it is not the six-armed Buddha statue that is guarding, but the fragments of the triangle of divine light. Be careful. Laura yelled, and saw a stone Buddha raised his arm and threw his spear toward this side forcefully. The two of them dodged in an instant, and then, they saw the surrounding stone Buddhas seem to have made the same movements. Run. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Laura yelled and was about to go out, but heard a bang when a wall suddenly fell and blocked the exit. The spears all over the sky were thrown over. Su Jing's voice also sounded. The eighth of Bound Dao, rebuke. The spiritual shield opened, and Su Jing stood in front of Laura. Laura was stunned, but she didn't expect Su Jing to do this, and then she saw the spears swarming over the sky. Bang bang bang. The spears pierced the spiritual shield, and the shield did not shatter, but the huge power made Su Jing feel his arms numb and backed slightly. Duh. Although I don't know how Su Jing did it, Laura reacted quickly, pulling out the guns from his legs with both hands and attacking the stone Buddhas. Boom! The bullet hit the stone Buddha's body and pierced it instantly, followed by a rumbling, and it should be dead. With this discovery, Laura felt a lot easier in an instant. With Su Jing helping to resist, Laura's precise marksmanship came into play, and the stone Buddhas were crushed by Laura one by one. It's a pity, the good times don't last long. A click sounded, reminding Laura that she has no bullets. At this time, the long spears of the stone Buddha seemed to have been thrown out, but there was still a part of it with a sword, and it was approaching the two of them. After removing the spiritual shield, Su Jing suddenly pulled Laura to the wall. I'll leave this to you. Su Jing handed the sacred light triangle to Laura, and then jumped down. Laura didn't say much, and continued to open the eyes of the eternal gods. The sharp spear swung directly at the nearest stone Buddha and chopped it down. Boom! With a stab, Shifo's head was cut off instantly. Su Jing turned around and was about to destroy the others, but his body stopped abruptly. He saw the stone Buddha that had been hacked to death a moment ago, and a ray of light sprang out from him, and he pierced into his bead, following the increase in experience value. It actually has 100 experience points. F***K. It all has experience points. Surprised, so unexpected. Not only does it have experience points, it also has 100 experience points. Su Jing subconsciously looked around at the stone Buddhas, his eyes a little light. The Zanpakutō knife in his hand changed suddenly. From sharp gun to sleeve baishue. Ling Wu. Xiu baishue. With Su Jing's low groan, Xiu baishue suddenly changed, the whole body was white, and the ribbon was fluttering. Whoosh! Chuwu. Yuebai. Instantly released, Su Jing instantly came to the place where there were a lot of stone Buddhas, the blade drew a circle, the moonlight appeared in an instant, and the cold rose instantly. The ice spread on the ground, and the surrounding stone Buddha was instantly frozen and frozen. Jump back. Xiu Baishue lightly stabbed herself around, and soon ice crystals began to rise at this point, slowly moving upwards. Holding the knife in both hands, the tip of the knife is aimed at the several stone Buddhas in the front left. The surrounding air began to become colder, and Laura realized that she was breathing out, and looked up at Su Jing. At least a dozen stone Buddhas were heading towards Su Jing, but Su Jing held the knife but didn't make a move. What is he waiting for? Getting closer and closer. Su Jing suddenly spoke. Ziwu. Bai Lian. A cold air visible to the naked eye was emitted from the tip of the knife instantly, and as soon as he approached the stone Buddha, he saw the stone Buddha frozen in an instant. The cold air did not stop, and continued to spread forward. Click, click. Dozens of stone Buddhas were frozen in the blink of an eye, and the cold air rushed directly to the wall behind. The walls were pierced, and the surrounding area began to be frozen. Boom! Almost in an instant, countless frozen stone Buddhas split instantly, and they were scattered all over the place. The light waved as if illuminating the whole hall and then all flew towards the beads in Su Jing's hand. At this time, a large part of the stone sculptures have been wiped out. What? Suddenly Laura's scream came, Su Jing looked up, and suddenly saw a beast with wings flying towards Laura, also a stone sculpture. 31 Broken Road, Red Cannon. Su Jing suddenly raised his hand, and the red ball of light flew towards the beast in an instant. Boom! The beast exploded and the stones were scattered. Then Su Jing yelled, and he took it out and threw it directly at Laura. Laura raised her hand to hold it, and slashed down at the other beast that flew past. Boom! Shattered with one knife. The light flew towards Su Jing. What? Su Jing couldn't help being a little surprised. The beast that Laura killed still had experience points himself. No. The point is not whether Laura killed it, but the beast was killed by a shallow beating. In this case, Su Jing raised a bold idea. But at the moment there is no chance to try it. On the other hand, the sharp gun has appeared. Shoot him. Gunslinger. The sharp gun began to solve, and began to expand and contract quickly. The surrounding stone Buddhas were all pierced and shattered before they even waited for them to approach. Rumble. There was a loud noise, and the six-armed Buddha statue in front of it moved. The dust then scattered, and it seemed to want to stand up. Laura opened her mouth in surprise. How does this fight? Do your business, it's too late. Su Jing shouted to Laura. Then slowly moved the sharpshooter blade forward, perpendicular to his chest. The six-armed Buddha stood up. When I sat down, he looked huge, and when he stood up, he looked like a giant, and the feeling of oppression came in an instant. The six arms swayed with the body, and the huge soles of feet stepped out and shook the shaking ground after landing, and walked towards Su Jing. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Call. Su Jing let out a long sigh, her eyes sharpened instantly. Swastika. God kills the gun. Dance. The powerful spiritual pressure broke out in an instant, and almost fell in Su Jing's voice, and a big hole appeared in the chest of the six-armed Buddha statue. Fast as lightning. Even Su Jing himself didn't see clearly the speed at which the sword was released and closed. The six-armed Buddha staggered and didn't die. God kills the gun. Dance with the edge. I can't see the knife, I can only see huge wounds appearing on the body of the six-armed Buddha, as if it was attacked by some invisible object, and I heard a bang in a short moment. The six-armed Buddha statue is broken. It broke into pieces and fell down. Success. At this moment Laura's joyous voice sounded, and Su Jing turned around when he heard the words, and saw the light triangle floating in front of Laura, exuding light. With instant step, Su Jing appeared directly beside the divine light triangle, reaching out to touch the divine light triangle. At the moment of touching, Su Jing suddenly felt a strong suction, as if he was sucking himself into the triangle of light. It's gray. In a trance, he seemed to see a picture where he seemed to be leading a group of people in the picture. Waiting for him to see clearly, the picture suddenly changed, turning into bits and pieces of life before the journey, which made Su Jing couldn't help but recall. The picture changed again. He saw that he traveled, and he saw it as if a force emerged from his body. Then, there is no more. Su Jing opened his eyes and saw Laura's concerned gaze. Are you okay? Laura hurriedly asked when Su Jing's eyes gradually focused. Su Jing shook his head, he found himself standing beside Laura. Where is the triangle of light? The triangle of light is gone. Laura said with a little entanglement and frustration, I don't know, you just touched the sacred light triangle, and then disappeared with the sacred light triangle. After disappearing for more than an hour, I almost wanted to leave. Then, it suddenly appeared, and the triangle of divine light was gone. More than an hour, then now. Originally, the time was very tight, and more than an hour passed, the time cycle. Laura didn't speak, but just raised her watch and let Su Jing watch it by herself. 12:05. It's finally 12 noon. Su Jing grasped Laura's hand and looked at the watch, the excitement almost exploded. No way. The cycle of time is too torturous, repeating this day forever. Finally freed. Although the disappearance of the eyes of the eternal gods and the triangle of light made Laura a little disappointed, for him, the most important thing is the process of exploration. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Laura greeted, Su Jing hugged her and jumped down, looking at the mess and rocks all over the floor, the two went out. I remember it. Laura smiled. I got into the jeep, drove back to the place where the plane stopped, and then took the plane. and flew back to the UK. He has no impression of the first and third clips. There are only 3 fragments. After coming out of Angkor Wat, Su Jing's mood became clearer looking at the bright sunshine. Su Jing feels that this is like a movie. It looks at the 3 periods in order, but I don't know when the first one was. Is it his past life? The light triangle possesses the ability to control time, and it makes sense to be able to see this. There is also a third segment. If it is assumed that the force is the system, then, shouldn't it enter your body from the outside? Why did you see the power emanating from within yourself? At the beginning, I led a group of people through the life before passing through, the power that appeared in my body when I passed through together. There is also the triangle of light, which disappeared to the point of making Su Jing feel a pity and incomprehension. Then go. Thank you, Laura. If you need my help in the future, just speak up, I promise. I won't charge you money. Su Jing said seriously. Su Scenic Spot nodded. Well, let's go back to England first, I have something over there. We can leave here, where are you going? Come back to England with me. Laura asked Su Jing. On the plane. Su Jing's excitement faded slightly, and she couldn't help thinking about the scenes she saw after being dragged away by the triangle of light. He always feels as if there is a secret hidden in him, but he has no clue. Can you give me this knife? Laura asked Su Jing with a shallow dozen. This knife is really too sharp and too strong, which makes her like it very much. Give Shamba to Laura. Su Jing hesitated slightly. Although Shoda is the basic sword of the god of death, it is a Zanpaku after all. It is unique in this world. However, think about it, if you don't have Laura's help, you can't get rid of the cycle of time, and after all, the eyes of the eternal gods are Laura's things, and now they suddenly disappeared, and indeed should be compensated. The most important thing is that Su Jing remembered that Laura could increase his experience points by killing the beast with shallow hits, which meant that he didn't have to do it himself. If Laura uses shallow hitting in any situation, she can just wait and improve her experience. Anyway, there is no way to start the shallow fight, and there is no way to solve it, and it doesn't matter. Another point. That is, I can take it back through beating at any time. It can be said that this thing is lent to Laura and let Laura go to fight monsters to help him upgrade. This knife is called a shallow fight, and it is a Zanpaku knife dedicated to the god of death. Not only is it sharp and strong, but it also has innate restraint against ghosts and ghosts. If you want to rob the tomb in the future, you will definitely encounter a similar situation. Give this knife to you, you can. Su Jing said with a smile. Really? Then I will accept it. Laura smiled sweetly. Su Scenic Spot nodded, thought for a while and said a number. This is my contact information in Hong Kong, you can call me if you have anything. Remember. Laura nodded and said a number. This is Laura's number. The plane drove slowly, quickly returned to England, and then took the arranged car to the city together, and then Su Jing and Laura separated. He still has follow-up things to do. For example, the taxi business. Now that the time loop is over, and if you rob someone's taxi yourself, the driver will definitely call the police, right? Fortunately, Su Jing still remembered his contact information and made a call. As you can imagine, the taxi driver must have been angry and called the police. But this matter is easy to handle. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. The matter was handled in just an hour, and the driver even drove him back to the town in a taxi. Pack your things, check out and leave. Su Jing glanced at the direction of the Ma Ding Dong bar. She would not remember what happened to her, nor would she remember being taken a blood by herself. But, now that time has circulated, doesn't it mean that she has become a place again? This is really interesting. Get in a taxi and leave the town. Su Jing looked back at the direction of the town. For the driver, Su Jing might just be in this town for a day, but for Su Jing, this should be the place where he lived for the longest time, all of this. It's like a dream. Turning his head, Su Jing glanced at his panel. This trip to Angkor what made him very rewarding. Not to mention the time cycle, the most important thing is the experience value brought by the stone Buddha. There is no way to get 3 levels in a row, read more at hotnovel.xyz. There have been 4 chances to draw a lottery. Try to see how lucky you are, draw a lottery. Su Jing muttered silently in his heart, and soon heard the sound. Get reward, frozen cloud. Zanpakutō. Su Jing didn't have any impression of this name, but it shouldn't be another item, it should probably be Zanpakutō. After all, there are too many Zanpaku knives, and it is too difficult to remember them all. Su Jing's inability to remember means that this Zanpakutō may not be particularly famous, which means that he doesn't know Jifanju, so the function words are actually similar to shallow demons. Do it again, the draw. Get reward, Bingluan Maru. Zanpakutō again. Su Jing was taken aback for a moment and then couldn't help but burst into joy. Hiwamaru. Hisagaya Toshiro's Zanpakutō. Known as the strongest Zanpaku in the ice and snow system, it has a wide range of attacks. It can freeze air and water in the air to form an ice dragon, and can even control the weather and add ice and snow damage. Not to mention the power of Hajime and Suji, with this Zanpaku knife, he can fly by himself. Ice wings. Flying is completely different from Shuanbu moving. He went out with a Zanpaku knife, and in the end he won 2 more. Aside from talking about it for the time being, Binglanwan was really amazing. It seemed that his luck should be good, and Su Jing simply used all the remaining 2 draws. However, he didn't draw Zanpakutō again, but 2 ghost techniques. One of the broken roads, rush. Breaking the road 4 by lay. 2 broken roads, the number of roads is too high and the power is not strong, but it is better to use it dexterously. Host, Su Jing. Lingzi, 165. Position, 3rd Officer of the 13th Division of the 13th Team. Zanpaku Knife, Shallow Fight, Gunslinger, Shio Bai Shue, Frozen Cloud, Bingluan Wan. Ghost Road. One of the bound roads, Sai. Tai Dao for this rope. 8 of the Dao Rebuke. Tai Dao number 21, Red Smoke Escape. When he arrived at the hotel, Su Jing realized that the hotel had changed a lot. Going up there should be the deputy captain, and then the captain, right? However, the upper limit of experience points is getting higher and higher, and ordinary ghosts and zombies are lower. It may not be so easy to upgrade quickly after returning to Hong Kong. So, send Zanpakutō to develop team members to provide experience points to upgrade yourself. Is this the future direction? Experience, 1270/1600. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Squad attribute, purification, soul burial ability strengthened. Skill, instant step. This is the current Su Jing's panel. In addition to the experience value has almost reached the critical point of upgrade, Su Jing suddenly discovered that his position has changed again, from the 13th squad member to the 3rd seat. Su Jing rushed to the Cortez Hotel directly. 31 Broken Road, Red Cannon. Number of draws, 0. Breaking 1 Chong. Items, Deathmaster outfit, 13th squad badge, Soul Awakening handguards. The 11th Broken Road Lightning. But even if this is the case, you have to think carefully and consider carefully. This matter will be added up slowly in the future. Arrived in the United States. Broken Road 4 by lay. When the taxi arrived at the airport, the ticket Su Jing had bought before must no longer work, so he bought a new ticket to the United States. Before long, Su Jing boarded the plane and went to the United States. Anyway, the Zanpakutō belongs to him, and he can take it back at any time, without any worries at all. The appearance does not seem to have changed, but you can feel the difference as soon as you enter it, and it has started to become modern. In the counter, Fendella and Helena seem to have taken over the front desk work. They were taken aback when Su Jing came in and then ran out happily. "Boss, you're back." Two great Yangmis held Su Jing from left to right. Su Jing smiled and nodded. "The hotel has changed a lot, how about working?" "Well, used to it, business is very good after the renovation. Sister May will go back after finishing the decoration. Chrissy and Ma Xiaoling often come over. They come up with many new ideas and management methods for the hotel, and the Lisa you arranged from France a few days ago was arranged to the top floor, your room." The two took the initiative to report the latest situation, and Su Jing was still very satisfied. "You guys go ahead, I'll go up and see," Su Jing said with a smile, and went directly to the top floor with his luggage. After redecoration, the top floor looks very luxurious. The only thing is that the style has not changed, the bedroom and the living room are still together. After coming in, Su Jing saw Lisa. I was surprised to see Su Jinglisha, a little nervous and didn't know what to say. Su Jing smiled and asked if she was still used to it, and Lisa slowly relaxed. Su Jing plans to rest here for one night and return to Hong Kong tomorrow. When Su Jing came back, Lisa didn't want to live here. It seemed that there were not many other hotels, but many rooms. Neither Ma Xiaoling nor Chris came over at night, nor did Su Jing inform them. When Fendra and Helena sneaked over, it was self-evident what they wanted to do. But Su Jing really didn't have any interest in letting the two leave today. The next morning, Su Jing took Lisa and her luggage and left the hotel to the airport. Of course, he did not forget to bring vampire blood when he left. Sit in the plane and fly back to Hong Kong. The mood of the two is completely different. Su Jing has a feeling of returning home, but Lisa is nervous, a little confused about the unknown life. When the plane slowly landed at the airport, the two came out of the airport. Su Jing felt that he had returned to his own world, and finally he didn't need to look at the past as foreigners. It seems the opposite to Lisa. Su Jing stopped a taxi and said the address. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. When I got to the place, I got off the car and looked at the villa in front of him. Su Jing said to Lisa, "This is my home. You can live here first, but I have to tell you some things in advance." "You said." "There are other people in the family, one is called May, the other is Xiaolan. May is from Hong Kong, and Xiaolan is from Thailand. It may not be very convenient for communication. There are two others, called ACI and Agia. Two are zombies." "Zombie? You know vampires, right?" Lisa shuddered in shock. "Suck, vampire. Don't be afraid, they are no different from people, and they can't suck your blood, just get along with them normally." Su Jing finished speaking, and already opened the door. The time for this trip can be endless, first in Thailand, then in the United States, France, and the United Kingdom. I don't know what has become of my home. However, the lawn garden is well maintained. The windows and glass of the villa seem to have been replaced with other materials. Open the door of the villa and go in. As soon as I entered, I saw 4 people standing at the door. ACI, Agia is on the left, and May and Xiaolan are on the right. The most important thing is that these 4 people are all wearing maid costumes. Seeing Su Jing coming in, he bowed neatly and said hello. "Welcome the master home." The sound, the action, it was a neat one, and it shocked Lisa behind. What the hell are you doing? May, Xiaolan, why are you dressed like this? Su Jing really didn't expect the 4 of them to come in and give him such a surprise. Doesn't the master like it? ACI asked with a grin. Needless to say, ACI and Agia, it is the first time that Xiaolan and Weiwei wear this way. I have to say that it is really eye-catching. This is Lisa, and I will stay at home in the future. May, you take Lisa to arrange the room. Su Jing gave the order, and Mei soon took Lisa, who was still a little nervous, to arrange the room. Su Jing's return made the family lively all at once, and the only man returned. Su Jing beckoned to Xiaolan and sat down in the living room. Are you still used to it? How is your mother? Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. You look beautiful in this suit. Su Jing looked at Xiaolan. Xiaolan herself is very delicate and beautiful, and she has a good body. Now she feels great in a maid outfit. Lisa went back to the room to rest after she was done. ACI and Agia were zombies and were naturally the most excited at night, but Mei and Xiaolan didn't rest, but instead seemed to be busy doing their own things. After a while, Xiaolan seemed to have finished her work and said that she went back to rest, but Mei has not left yet. ACI and Agia poured tea, rubbed their shoulders and beat their legs, and Wuyu went to the kitchen to cook with Xiaolan. Lisa also figured out that Az and Agia were zombies at this time, but it seemed not as scary as she thought, and she felt calm. After I got down, I started planning for the future, so I went to the kitchen to cook with Mei and Xiaolan soon. ACI and Agia took the initiative to help Su Jing go to the room with his luggage. Habit, my mother's condition has stabilized, thank you very much. Xiaolan said gratefully. However, at this time Su Jing saw some clues. Su Jing was drinking tea in the living room and rested after a while. As Agia is on the left, and Mei and Xiaolan are on the right. Lisa has just arrived and sat opposite Su Jing. Before the meal, Su Jing went to the building and took out the perfume and distributed the souvenirs he bought, especially the perfume. Su Jing did not forget to tell everyone that Lisa made this. Everyone was surprised when they heard that. After asking, I believe Lisa should be able to integrate into this new environment soon. When night falls, the food is ready. Huxia food, Thai food, French food. The variety of meals is so rich that Su Jing thinks they can change their meals in the future. After sitting on the plane for a long time, I finished my meal again. Su Jing smiled. That's good. Although Su Jing is almost surrounded by beautiful women abroad, it feels completely different, a little more intimate. How could Su Jing fail to understand that point of careful thinking that dangled in Mei? Don't look at a room of people. ACI and Agia also moved. Lisa had just arrived, and she knew that she had never had a relationship with Su Jing. As for Mei, she is still a bit shy in character, and naturally can't do things proactively, so after the calculation, Mei will be the most suitable, and Mei obviously thinks so too. Su Jing smiled and got up, holding Wu Yu's waist and went straight upstairs. Before long, there were bursts of voices. Early the next morning, Su Jing took some money for Wu Yu to buy things for her. After all, the new year is almost coming, and many New Year goods have to be prepared. I drove out by myself. First, I went to the bank and called Sister Mei to make money back from the hotel renovation. Then, Su Jing found that although he was not impoverished, he didn't have much money left. This money always seems to be not enough. Fortunately, the hotel business is on the right track, and money will naturally be indispensable in the future. After finishing all these tasks, Su Jing didn't worry about going back, but went around to see if there were any suitable shops to sell perfumes. Su Jingda brought Lisa from afar, but he didn't stay at home to eat French food. By the way, Su Jing also contacted Su Zulan. Knowing that Su Jing came back with a gift, Su Zulan looked very happy, and even saw Su Jing directly. Souvenirs, perfumes. It's all set. Su Jing also asked Su Zulan to bring a set for Bauer. Do you want to go to my house? Su Zulan asked Su Jing. Su Jing smiled and shook his head, let's get another day. Okay. Su Zulan replied somewhat disappointed. After that, Su Jing did not idle, went to the hospital to find Yi Qin, and prepared a copy for her. Then he called Pat and found a place to meet and give her things. However, after meeting, I found that Pat's condition didn't seem to be very good, and the work didn't seem to go well. Jing told her about opening a perfume shop. If she is interested, she can come and help herself. Pat said that she should consider it. After busying for a while, Jing realized that it was too late unknowingly, and finally he could do business. Find zombies. Driving around in the street, the time is getting late. Jing is also slowly immersed in the surrounding spiritual pressure. After the Ryatsu is unlocked, it is much easier to find ghosts and zombies. Crack. The car stopped at a remote intersection. Jing got out of the car and looked at an alley not far ahead. A very weak spiritual pressure is approaching. Jing raised the corner of his mouth and walked in slowly. The dim alley was like a huge black hole, as if it was about to swallow people. After a few steps, a figure slowly appeared in front of him. A young man with yellow hair. It looks like a young and dangerous boy at first glance. After seeing Jing, Huang Mao's eyes lit up and walked over quickly. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Unexpectedly, I ran into one as soon as I went out. God is so kind to me. Huang Mao said triumphantly, reaching out and grabbing directly towards Jing. God is really good to me. The corner of Jing's mouth raised, and his fingers suddenly made gestures on Huang Mao's body. One of the bound roads say. With 2 clicks, it was as if a huge force was holding Huang Mao's arm, causing him to carry his hands on his back in an instant. What's going on, you, hurry up and let me go. The sudden change made Huang Mao panic, bent over and knelt on the ground and raised his head trying to shout. Jing didn't pay any attention at all, and got into the car with Huang Mao. He was still in the back row, just found something to plug his mouth, and then prepared to leave. At this moment, I suddenly heard a loud bang, and a thunder and lightning seemed to illuminate the night sky, followed by the heavy rain. Ha, ha. As if fast and in a hurry, puffy drops of rain hit the car, crackling. Bang bang bang. With the knocking sound, Jing turned his head and saw that a woman was standing at the door of the co-pilot. A red skirt has been wetted by the rain, making the figure look bumpy, the hair is already wet, and a pretty face is pleading. Obviously, this sudden heavy rain made her want to take a ride with herself. Seeing the beauty in red, Jing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and opened the car door. The red girl got in the car and turned her head towards Jing and said, "Thank you, this rain is coming too suddenly, and this place is remote and it is not easy to take a taxi. Are you just taking a ride?" Jing asked with a smile. Yes, yes. The beauty in red looked at Jing and said with a smile. I just didn't expect you to be so handsome. My name is Bing Chi, how about you? Jing. Jing smiled and started the car and asked for the address. It's not too far away, but the place is very remote. During this period, Bing Chi was very quiet, and she thought about the zombie lying behind, but because the zombie was lying with her back to this direction, Bing Chi probably didn't doubt or ask more. Outside the car, there was heavy rain drifting. The car is very quiet. Well, goodbye. As the car drove to the gate, Bing Chi turned to Jing and said, "Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would be miserable. I don't know when the rain will come. I want to come in for a cup of coffee." Bing Chi was nothing unusual, as if it was just a polite and thankful invitation. Watching Bing Chi get off the car and open the door, trot into the villa under the rain. Except for these vegetarian zombies, Jing will kill them without hesitation when they see them. This is the first time that they have brought them back. The corners of Jing's mouth rose slightly. Jing got out of the car and dragged down the zombies in the back row. This is the experimental product I specifically found. Jing said with a smile. You are lucky. ACI and Ajia curiously asked, how did you bring the zombies back? It didn't take long to open, the rain seemed to stop. Yes, so you can live in the sun, experimental products. Experimental product. When I returned to the villa, I saw ACI, and Agia was looking at herself expectantly. Before you know it, you can see a mansion lit up from a distance. Su Jing murmured, turned around and drove away. Hearing Bingqi's invitation, Su Jing smiled and shook his head. I have something else, next time. An experiment that can live in the sun? What does it mean? ACI and Agia were both stunned. They looked at the zombie. Isn't there anything special? How is it possible for them to live in the sun? Master, don't you intend to let us suck his blood? Just like that vampire zombie, suck the blood of the zombie to strengthen yourself? ACI couldn't help but curiously asked. Su Jing smiled. It is indeed to suck blood, but it is a little different. I may have gained a lot from this trip. Look at him, I will go upstairs to get things. What Su Jing wants to take is Elizabeth's blood. The vampire transformed by Elizabeth is not afraid of the sun, but this transformation is from a human to a vampire, but the zombies are not sure. The ghost knows if there will be any other impact if the chaos comes. Su Jing deliberately caught a zombie back as an experiment for the sake of protection. Filled a small bottle, Su Jing went downstairs. Taking off the stuff from the zombie's mouth, the zombie looked extremely frightened. It's you. I know who you are. There is a vegetarian zombie around you, and a demon hunter. You specialize in hunting zombies. The zombie said with a trembling voice. It seems that I'm already very famous. Su Jing smiled and looked at the zombie. Do you want to hang out during the day? Do you want to feel the long-lost sunshine? Drink it and you can live in the sun. The zombie looked at the blood bottle in Su Jing's hand. What is this? I know. You are treating me as an experiment, and I don't want to die. You let me go, I will help you find other zombies. He couldn't speak just now, doesn't mean he couldn't hear. That can't help you. Su Jing shook his head, pinching the zombie's mouth and pouring the blood directly. Although the zombies are struggling, it has no effect. Even if they don't want to drink it. Su Jing stopped to look at the zombies, Az and Agia also looked at them curiously. Seeing that the zombie's body began to twitch, it seemed very painful. Master, what kind of blood is this? ACI asked curiously. This is the blood of a vampire. Su Jing smiled. Vampires? Are there really vampires? Aspen asked in surprise. Su Jing dumbly, why are you zombies so surprised to hear that there are vampires? In fact, vampires are similar to zombies, but the vampire I met is more special. If you say that the ability is much weaker than you, it can't fly. She has no fangs, and her body is not strong. But she has one characteristic, that is, she is not afraid of the sun. It may be some kind of special vampire variant. I want to test if her blood helps you. There are such vampires, really, can they live in the sun? ACI and Agia couldn't help but feel a little excited and yearning. If the long years make them look forward to what they are most looking forward to, it is undoubtedly that they can live normally in the sun and during the day. Wait till dawn, you'll know. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. At this time the zombie had stopped twitching and calmed down. How do you feel? Su Jing asked. The zombie shook his head. He didn't feel any changes, which made him very lucky. You two look at him, I'll go to rest first. Su Jing said, then turned upstairs. No words for a night. The next morning, Su Jing came downstairs. The zombies are still alive, and ACI and Agia seem to be in high spirits. It's daybreak. Su Jing said that he came to the window with zombies. The window is a new special material. Although it is very bright, the light is not sunlight. It is more like a light. It is not lethal to zombies. Asking ACI and Agia to stay away, Su Jing adjusted the switch of the window. Snapped. The glass of the window changed instantaneously, followed by the sunlight already shining in. Ah! The zombie yelled in horror, and closed his eyes subconsciously. His shout made ACI and Agia a little disappointed. Did it fail? What is the name of the ghost? Jing was also taken aback by his screaming scream and thought he had failed, but soon discovered that there was no change in the zombie's body, that is to say, success. With Jing's shout, the zombie's voice stopped abruptly. He tentatively opened his eyes and found that he was not dead. The sun swayed on him, and the long-lost feeling made him stunned. Although he could feel that he was uncomfortable, but it didn't disappear because of the sunlight. The hands and face were not burned. What about the ability? Has your ability been affected by anything? Let me have a look at it. Jing asked. After all, he is a blood-sucking zombie. Now he is not afraid of the sun, and sooner or later someone will be killed if he is released. I'm not dead. I'm not afraid of sunshine anymore. I'm really not afraid of sunshine anymore, the zombie exclaimed excitedly. Puff. On the bed in the basement, Az and Agia were already lying down and ready. Jing drank them separately according to the dose just now, and at the same time released the Dao binding technique to fix the two of them. After all, the zombie was quite scary when he twitched. This should be blood changing his body, so it's better to be safe, lest ACI and Agia react too much. How do you feel? Jing asked. The zombies showed their fangs very cooperatively, and then showed their abilities. The speed is still very fast, the strength of the body does not seem to change, the fangs are still so sharp. Jing walked over and untied the way. Could the zombie walk to the window with excitement and let himself be surrounded by the sun? The experiment is successful. Go to the basement and wait for me. Jing said with a smile and turned and went upstairs again. The zombies who were still excited did not expect that their bodies slowly turned into radiance. Are there any side effects? It's just the ability to not be afraid of the sun. The blood of this mutant vampire is really special. Jing's eye asked the details carefully, and finally determined, success. Very well, thanks for your hard work. Jing smiled at the zombie, and the sharp gun pierced directly in his hand. The zombie said excitedly, I can't tell, I just feel uncomfortable, but there is pain and harm. After a while, Jing came to the basement. Very perfect. Killing this zombie increases the experience value to 1300 points, and you can upgrade with 300 points. This one is so beautiful. Let me see. It's okay, but if you wear it a little smaller, I think this one looks better. May, what do you say? ACI and Agia asked Wuyu with a piece of clothing in each hand, and Wuyu looked at it and said, they are all pretty. ACI and Agia chuckled and continued to pick them up. In the sun, Asagia, and Lisa in May, the four of them walked around the mall together. ACI and Agia made a smooth transition. After not afraid of the sun, they excitedly pulled May out to go shopping with Lisa, and they also called Lisa familiar with the environment in Hong Kong. Jing also came out, first sent Xiaolan to the hospital to take care of her mother, and then drove to Jejia building by himself. That's right, it is Jejia building. Calculating the time, it has been a long time since the villa was decorated to go abroad. Jing, are you back? As soon as I entered the Jejia building, I saw a short man greeted Jing with a grin. Yes. Jin Jingzhong said with a smile, I haven't seen you for so long, I thought you moved away. No, I went abroad. The dwarf who said hello to Jing was the Xuanwu boy, Kim Jongyong. Ding! The elevator arrived, the door opened, and Wang Zhenzhen walked out of it. Ah, Jing, you are back. Seeing Jing and Wang Zhenzhen outside the elevator, she was taken aback for a moment, and then asked a little excitedly. Yes. Jingjing nodded and smiled, you just came here, I have something for you. If you are not in a hurry, follow me up first. Give me something. Wang Jinjin's face flushed at once, and she lowered her head and whispered, okay, okay. The two entered the elevator and soon came to Su Jing's house. When he opened the door and went in, Su Jing found that a lot of dust had fallen in the house if he hadn't lived there for a long time. Su Jingjing was planning to clean up briefly, but Wang Jinjin next to him had already arrived first. Let me come. After speaking, he took the initiative to pack up. Seeing her being so active, Su Jing didn't stop her. He carried a bag in his hand, which Ma Xiaoling asked him to bring to Wang Jinjin before, and he didn't see what it was. If it weren't for this, Su Jing hadn't planned to come over yet. It didn't take long for Wang Jinjin to clean up the living room. The two of them sat down. Wang Jinjin was a little shy like a little wife, her eyes secretly staring at Su Jing's bag. Didn't I go abroad before? This is for you. Su Jing handed the bag over. Wang Jinjin shyly said thank you, and curiously opened. What is it? Su Jingjing wanted to say that I didn't know, Ma Xiaoling brought it to you, but Wang Jinjin's movements were quickly taken apart, and she took it out directly. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. A white transparent pajama with 2 holes in the front. The location of these 2 holes can be seen at a glance. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. I didn't expect it to be this stuff at all. Wang Jinjin's blush was like a ripe apple. She was not angry. Actually, I don't know what it is. This is. Ma Xiaoling, it is really cheating that you would give this thing. Su Jing asked to explain, but Wang Jinjin suddenly looked up and blushed. I understand, you don't need to explain, I was too anxious to just take it apart. No, I didn't send this at all, it was a horse. Seeing Wang Jinjin misunderstood, Su Jinggang was about to explain. In the end, Wang Jinjin interrupted Su Jing again. No need to explain, really, I'm not angry, just a little surprised. Do you like this? Be it. This kind of sexy pajamas, probably not many men don't like it, right? I see, I will wear it, thank you. But this doesn't. I'm leaving now, goodbye. Wang Jinjin put her clothes in hurriedly, and then she really left like this. What do you understand? Su Jing is speechless. Wang Jinjin is good at everything, very well behaved and virtuous, and very obedient, but there is one thing that is not good, that is, he is too considerate of others. This is an advantage. But things must be counterproductive, and I'm afraid I'm embarrassed that I won't even give myself the opportunity to explain. What a thing. Forget it, I'm too lazy to explain. Su Jing shook his head speechlessly and got up and simply prepared to tidy up the house. It is convenient to live here occasionally. After finishing up, Su Jing left. Seeing that the new year is about to come, Su Jing doesn't plan to run outside before the new year. Concentrate on cultivation. Going downstairs and coming out of Jejia building, Su Jing planned to drive away, only to find a person standing in front of his car looking at his license plate. Red high heels, a red dress. What are you looking at? Su Jing walked over and said. She seemed to be shocked and turned around. It was the woman Bingqi in red who had helped send her off last night. It's really you. I was passing by and saw this car a bit familiar, so I just took a look at the number to see if it was you. I didn't expect it to be you. Bingqi said with some joy. Do you live here? Su Jing shook his head, just come here to find someone. This made Su Jing a little surprised. Invite me to eat, okay? I'll give you this opportunity. Su Jing said with a light smile. Then, do you have time? I invite you to dinner. I know, invite you to dinner. Bingqi said with a smile. Exorcise the devil and catch the ghost. Su Jing's voice was raised slightly, with a force of force. Su Jing shook his head. Bingqi and Su Jing got in a car and soon came to the restaurant. Bingqi said. Curious, surprised. Thank you. Bingchi said with a smile and followed Su Jing to the table with the waiter. Invite me to eat. Su Jing looked at Bingchi and said with a smile, do you know what you are doing? Please over here. Doesn't seem to be afraid. Bingchi was startled, she seemed to be looking at Su Jing in disbelief, and then slowly said after a while, now exorcism, are you so handsome? Bingchi shook her head, what do you do? Okay, I know there is a good restaurant. Do you two have an appointment? After entering, the waiter asked politely. Do you know what I do? Su Jing asked with interest. The food in this restaurant is very good, I often come here. After sitting down, Bingchi said with a smile. Su Jing didn't say anything but just looked at Bingchi. Before the journey, Su Jing didn't watch much about film and television dramas. In addition to having a date with a zombie, he also watched a few old movies in Hong Kong, so I also know a few people. For example, Pat who looks like Karen Mok, for example, Ashen who looks like Su Chi that has been wiped out in ashes. For another example, this Bingchi who looks like Guan Jilin in front of me. There are only those celebrities he can recognize, so he sent Bingchi home last night, so he will only agree to her invitation now. But Su Jing is even more curious about what Bingchi wants to do. What are you doing looking at me like this? Seeing Su Jing staring at herself, Bingchi whispered slightly shyly. Su Jing smiled and did not speak, but stretched out his arms to hold Bingchi's hand. Bingchi was taken aback for a moment, but she lowered her head but did not break free. You, what are you doing? Su Jing still didn't speak, just stroked Bingchi's hand. The fingers are long and the hands are white and smooth. At this time, the waiter came to serve the dishes. First set it up for herself, then helped put it up for Bingchi. Bingchi also politely said thank you. Su Jing held her hand and looked at her with interest. Let's open the room in a while. Su Jing said suddenly. Bingchi stared blankly and said, You may have misunderstood something, I am very grateful to you, and I also feel that I have a good impression of you, but I am not that casual. Really not going? Su Jing asked. Don't go. Bingchi said, and suddenly pulled her hand back, a little angry. Su Jing smiled, it looks like I misunderstood, I thought you had such an idea. Do I look like a casual woman? Bingchi asked with some annoyance. You are beautiful. Su Jing said with a smile. Slowly, Bingchi's anger seemed to disappear. Maybe it was just a misunderstanding. She was eating and chatting, and she seemed very happy to be able to see it. When coming out of the restaurant, Su Jing tried to pull her waist, she dodged and continued and then just let it go. Wow! The sky was still clear a moment ago, but now suddenly it is overcast and the rain is pouring down. Why it's raining again, the weather is really changeable recently. Su Jing said, and ran directly into the car with Bingchi in a daze. Outside the car, it was raining like a note. Inside the car, Bingchi was in a trance. What's the matter? Su Jing turned to Bingchi and asked. Bingchi shook her head, no, nothing, I just didn't expect it to rain suddenly. While Bingchi said, Bingchi looked out of the car. The sudden heavy rain made the pedestrians on the street speed up a few steps. For fear of getting wet, there was a person standing in the corner looking at this side, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Where are you going? I'll see you off. Su Jing started the car and asked Bingchi. Bingchi retracted her gaze and shook her head slightly and said, I don't know where to go. It's too early and I don't want to go home. Why don't you find a place to avoid the rain? I'm looking for a place. Su Jing smiled and said, if you let me find a place, I can only take you to open the house. Okay. Bingchi responded in a low voice. I agree. Su Jing raised his mouth and started the car, and drove towards the nearest hotel. Get off the car and open the house. Su Jing and Bingqi came to the hotel room. I'll take a shower first. Although I ran very fast just now, the rain fell so suddenly that Bingqi was still wet. Okay. Su Jingjing watched Bingqi enter the bathroom, and walked to the window. Open the window, the heavy rain outside is a little bit cool. Su Jing seemed to just unconsciously enjoy the rainy scenery, watching the people below running and avoiding the rain. More than 10 minutes later, Bingqi came out. No clothes on, just wrapped in a bath towel, tilting his head and wiping his hair with the towel. When Su Jing turned and looked over, Bingqi seemed a little bit shy. You, go and rush too, lest you catch a cold. Okay. Su Jing smiled and went into the bathroom. As soon as the door closed, there was suddenly one more person in the room. A woman. Do not. To be precise, it should be a female ghost. Bingqi, you must seize the opportunity. This female ghost is somewhat similar to Bingqi. Although her voice is not loud, her expression and language are very strong, and she has a feeling that cannot be rejected. But sister. Bingqi wanted to talk, but the other party didn't pay any attention at all. He just gave Bingqi a follow-up look, and then disappeared. Bingqi took a deep breath in frustration and sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. What? It was true. Don't do this. Are you sure you want me not to do this? Isn't this your purpose? Attract me, then go to bed with you, and finally, make your terms. Su Jing smiled. I have seen a female ghost, I have seen a beautiful female ghost too. But you are like this. This is the first time I have seen you. I can come out and wander around in broad daylight. My body is very real and everyone can see you too. This reminds me of my hotel, but you are not an earthbound spirit. This really needs to be verified. Su Jing slowly lowered her hand and violently pulled her bath towel away. As the bath towel left, Bingqi's Kidō body was revealed. What? Bingqi was a little panicked. In the bathroom, Su Jing felt a spiritual pressure disappear and the corners of her mouth rose slightly. Bingqi subconsciously wanted to stop, but Su Jing grabbed Zhu with one hand. After the shower, wrapped in a bath towel, Su Jing came out. Su Jing smiled and turned and walked to the next chair to sit down, and looked up and down Bingqi and said, You don't think you can hide from me, do you? Since it rained last night and you came to take a ride, I knew you were a ghost. If you had lured me to your house at that time, you would be dead. Seeing that you have nothing malicious or vicious, I was anxious to go home and put a horse back. You dare to come to me. Very white, great. It feels good. Su Jing said with a grin. What? Tu Ryatsu. It's so smooth and it feels so real. Su Jing said with a smile. I know it's not just a chance encounter. After coming out, Su Jing smiled and sat down beside Bingqi and put his arms around her shoulders and stroked her. How did you do it? Don't do this. Do you know it? Bingqi looked at Su Jing in a panic. She thought everything was going well, but she didn't expect, she was seen through at that time. You took a ride last night and let you go. Today you said that seeing my car shouldn't be an accident, right? I told you that I was an exorcist and a ghost. You didn't even run, and you still invited me to dinner. I saw you twice, and it rained both times. Shouldn't it be such a coincidence? And, other ghosts have been here just now. Who are you? Su Jing's words made Bingqi more nervous and anxious. That's my sister. Bingqi took a deep breath and said, I have no ill intentions, but, know your identity, you can let people die, and we, because the grievances of being killed are too heavy to be reborn, so. I can only come to you for help. But I am afraid that you will know that I am a ghost, so I used this method. You ghosts. 4. We are a family of 4, mother, sister, and younger brother. Bing Chi said quickly. How did you die? Su Jing asked. Bing Chi hesitated for a moment, and explained, we were all well, I talked about my boyfriend's plan to get married, but, my sister she kept forcing my boyfriend to ask for money, and he couldn't bear to break up with me. After that, my sister hadn't let him go, she kept asking him for money, causing him to be insane, and finally put our family in. Your sister is really guilty of death. Su Jing said coldly, so, it was her idea, right? Yes. Use you to ask for money during your lifetime, and use you to want to die after you die. Is this your sister? Bing Chi did not speak, although she was also helpless, but there was no way. Before I thought about raising a ghost, it would be easier to do things. If you agree, follow me in the future and listen to me, I can promise you, let your mother die with your brother, but your sister. My sister is only utilitarian, and she is not bad. I promise you that I will follow you after you listen to you, please let my sister die too. Bing Chi said, she knelt down with a thump. It's really a puff. Can you become a ghost? Su Jing asked. Bing Chi was taken aback for a moment, yes. After finishing speaking, the whole person suddenly changed, as if a layer of green light appeared around him, and then I saw her float up. Su Jing often pointed in the direction of the bathroom, and Bing Chi quickly got in, and then got out again. Change it back. When the voice fell, Bing Chi changed back again. Your situation is really interesting, horrible. Su Jing thought of her own death mode, and her situation is a bit similar. Why are you doing this? Is your family like this too? Bing Chi shook her head, only me. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Then it will be interesting. Where did you die? Take me to see. Many people become ghosts after death, such as Bing Chi is rare and rare, Kote's hotel is because of the hotel itself, then Bing Chi. Right now? Has a problem? No, no. Bing Chi quickly shook her head and went to the bathroom again to put on her clothes, and helped Su Jing take out the clothes. Get dressed and come downstairs. The rain has stopped. This rain should be the ghost of Bing Chi's sister. The powerful ghost possesses some special abilities. This is normal. After getting on the car, Bing Chi said the direction and asked Su Jing. As a result, only her sister had such an ability, Bing Chi did not. Maybe, this kind of transformation into a person and a ghost is her ability, right? After driving for about half an hour, the car gradually drove to the suburbs. I saw a villa in the lush jungle from a distance. Is this not far from your home? Su Jing asked. This is actually my home, our home before our death. Bing Chi explained. The owner of this house has not lived since he bought it, but a family of 4 moved in a few days ago. And then? Then my sister. Bing Chi stopped talking, and knew that without asking, her sister would definitely not let people live here peacefully. Su Jing sneered, and then walked to the villa. This villa had no yard at all, and the door seemed to be unlocked. Su Jing pushed in and walked through the corridor to the living room. I saw several people as soon as I arrived in the living room. A woman with glasses, a wheelchair sitting next to a trembling old man, and a little girl standing behind. Next to an altar, a short old woman holding a mahogany sword, followed by a bald man. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Wuxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. You are looking for someone to exorcise the devil? Su Jing ignored the woman and asked the family of 3 who looked like the owner. I saw her catch ghosts when she was more than 10 years old. That ability, really? The old man in the wheelchair sighed, and then said to Su Jing, if you have any trouble, ask her. That's right. Who are you guys? Su Jing looked at the woman, who was not yet 1.5 meters tall and looked at least 40 or 50 years old. She is great. There is Ryatsu. Ha ha. 3 Reiki. Slightly frowned and immersed in his thoughts, Su Jing discovered Ryatsu. Su Jing looked at her and could feel the weak spiritual pressure on her body, in other words, it was a mana. But, he glanced at Bing Qi, and didn't even find Bing Qi's identity. I'm afraid that even if he has mana, he shouldn't be a master. Looking at this posture, you know that you are exorcising evil spirits. One of them, Su Jing, was Bing Qi's sister. Su Jing walked over and looked around, and could feel that it was so gloomy. Su Jing and Bing Qi's sudden intrusion made them a little surprised. The little old woman instantly pointed the peachwood sword at Su Jing. Yes, yes. My husband is entangled by ghosts and is in the hospital now, said the woman wearing glasses. This is Li Mei Feng, Feng Gu, she has great mana, and hopes to get rid of the hungry ghosts here. I heard it's evil here. Boy, this is not a place to stroll around. If you don't want to hit the evil, you can leave here. The woman holding a peachwood sword looked at Su Jing and Bing Qi and said coldly. Li Mei Feng. Aunt Feng snorted proudly, holding a peachwood sword in her right hand, and a little figure cut out of yellow paper in her left hand and swiping it on the peachwood sword. Go, call me down those ghosts. Aunt Feng yelled rather arrogantly, and saw the little yellow paper figure floating up instantly, flying to the stairs and upstairs. Seeing this hand, the woman in glasses and the old man in the wheelchair couldn't help being surprised. This is a real skill. Aunt Feng looked at Su Jing triumphantly, only to find that he was not surprised. This made her feel provoked, and she couldn't help saying, boy, if you are lucky enough to see my Aunt Feng show your skills today, you should know that I rarely do anything. You just watch and watch. How can my Aunt Feng eliminate these little ghosts who are overpowered? Ha ha. Ha ha again. This ha ha sounded to make Feng Gu feel as though she was being laughed at. You can't help yourself, don't show up for me. Aunt Feng yelled annoyedly, and immediately after hearing a loud bang, the little yellow paper man slowly floated down the stairs, and after landing, he burst into flames. Aunt Feng was slightly startled, the surrounding yin qi skyrocketed, and 3 people suddenly appeared in front of them. The mist around him is full of cyan light. You know it is a ghost at a glance. One was about the same age as Bing Qi, slightly older, with a gloomy expression, as if someone owed her millions. Next to him was an old lady, and beside the old lady there was a boy who looked 8 or 9 years old. Don't be nosy. As soon as she appeared, the old lady yelled at Feng Gu angrily. Nosy. You evil spirits, let my Aunt Feng accept you today. Aunt Feng shouted, and suddenly raised a drape filled with scriptures and spells to cover them. Go down. Whoosh. With a flick of the cloth, the 3 evil spirits were gone. Ha, you dare to be arrogant at this point. Feng Gu put away the drape triumphantly, and was about to turn around to talk. Suddenly, Bing Qi's sister suddenly appeared from the air and flew towards the glasses girl. Lion roar. Aunt Feng shouted, and she saw the bald head next to her suddenly shouting. The roar was sharp, and Su Jing quickly covered his ears. Seeing the air, Bing Qi's sister seemed to be unable to bear the sound, and disappeared with a bang. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Save me. In a trance, she seemed to hear the cry of the child. The girl in glasses quickly raised her head, and saw that the old man in the wheelchair and the little girl had been taken away. The white mist was filled with a dazzling light coming from the front, and the girl with eyes was about to chase. Was stopped by Feng Gu. Immediately after that, I heard a bang. The fog dissipated, and the door that was supposed to be the storage room in front was closed, and a dazzling light radiated from the crack of the door. Gu Feng walked over and opened the door. The light was dazzling, and there was nothing to be seen inside the vast expanse of whiteness, only the kind of yin emanating from it could be felt. This is the gate of life and death. Feng Gu closed the door and frowned. These guys are so cunning. First they showed their weakness and made me neglect, but then they took the opportunity to take the hostages. This gate of life and death is the gate of life and death. If they are not rescued as soon as possible, they will never come back. Turning her head, Feng-gu asked the female with her eyes, when did they die? 5 years ago. 5 years ago. Feng-gu lowered her head to calculate and then solemnly said, years, moon, and sun, and hours are overcast. In addition, there is a gate of life and death here, and it's overcast. The characters who killed them belong to Een, the 7 Een converge, the 7 evil spirits are fierce, I'm afraid, it's hard to deal with. 7 evil spirits cannot be reincarnated after dying. You must find a substitute. And you are the substitutes they are looking for. Then, what should I do? The glasses girl hurriedly asked worriedly. Perhaps. I can only find my junior brother. As long as I find my junior brother, there is a way. Before Feng-gu had finished speaking, the door of life and death suddenly opened. A strong wind came from inside, and the shadow flashed. Bing-chi's sister suddenly grabbed the glasses girl. The spectacled girl backed away in shock, and Aunt Feng grabbed the Taomu's sword and stabbed it. But Bing-chi's sister suddenly changed direction in the air and flew to the bald head that the lion roared just now. Seeing that bald body twitched slightly, his expression changed strangely and suddenly opened his mouth. Roar. A loud roar, deafening. No, he is possessed. At this time, Bing-chi suddenly walked to the bald head and said pleadingly. All eyes were on Su Jing's body, and Su Jing said lightly, originally, I promised to let the old and the young die, so that your soul will be scattered, but now I have changed my mind. The 3 of you, the only end is that soul flies away. The bald head looked at Bing-chi, but her voice was that of a woman. Let them go. All right, as long as he promises to let us die, I will let them go. Run, go find, my junior, she yelled strugglingly. Everyone was covering their ears, and Feng-gu's face turned ugly. The bald head is possessed by evil spirits, it is difficult to get rid of it. At this moment, all the doors and windows were closed by themselves, and the room became dim in an instant, and bursts of cold were permeated, as if it was an instant in the world of ice and snow, and the walls began to freeze. I was surprised that Bing-chi knew the evil spirits, and even more surprised what the evil spirits said. How could this kid be able to resurrect the evil spirits who were unable to die? Bang bang bang. Boy, this is the evil spirit of the 7 evil spirits, even I can't deal with it. Feng-gu couldn't help shouting. No, the gate of life and death sucked the nearby Yin-chi. It's miserable now. It seems that we are all going to die here. Feng-gu said desperately. Aunt Feng slammed on the wall and almost kept her breath. Let our souls disperse. Okay. Come on, come and kill me. As long as you do it, this bald head will die, everyone will die. Then, you will be the murderer. The bald head laughed smugly and laughed. Unspeakable weird. The bald head pointed at Su Jing. Bang! After the roar of the possessed big bald lion ended, she rushed towards the spectacle woman, who hurriedly dodged in a panic. Aunt Feng wanted to go to help but was knocked out by the bald arm. Sister! You let them go. Aunt Feng, the glasses girl are all stunned. The triumphant laughter filled the room. The freezing cold temperature and the lingering Yin air added his laughter. Everyone can't help but raise a desperate thought. Bing-chi's sister possessed a bald head and was difficult to get rid of. She could use this body to kill everyone. If Su Jing kills him, then the police will come, and Su Jing is the murderer. After all, things like ghost possession cannot be recognized by the law. Can't drive away, can't kill, even can't leave. A dilemma, no hope at all. Su Jing, Master Su. That's all. I suddenly changed my attention now. I want to kill everyone to find a substitute so that we can die too. Bing-chi's sister laughed triumphantly, her face abruptly. The change became ferocious and rushed toward Su Jing. Don't. Bingqi yelled to stop, but was kicked out by the bald head and kick. Even her own sister, she has no mercy at all. This kick made Bingqi hit the wall, and then turned into the form of a ghost. Ghost. She turned out to be a ghost too. Seeing Bingqi's change, Aunt Feng and the girl in glasses were dumbfounded. Especially Feng Gu, she didn't even see that Bingqi was a ghost. No. After Bingqi landed, she wanted to stop her, but in the gate of life and death, the old lady and the child suddenly flew out, grabbing Bingqi so that she couldn't move. Watching the bald head, tall and strong, leaped towards him. There was a sneer at the corner of Su Jing's mouth. When the bald arm grabbed it, Su Jing suddenly jumped past him. The bald head turned around. Run. You can't run away. With that, he rushed over again. Who said I'm going to run? Su Jing stood still, the soul enlightening gauntlet was already on his hand, and he raised his hand to tidy the gauntlet slightly. I want to see how arrogant you are in a while. When the voice fell, Su Jing suddenly disappeared. The bald head, that is, Bingqi's older sister, stopped suddenly, and immediately felt that someone had slapped her on the shoulder. He turned around subconsciously, and suddenly saw Su Jing standing behind him. When Bingqi's sister was shocked, and immediately saw Su Jing blasting towards her with the hand of the soul enlightening handguard. It's useless, you just hit him, not. Boom. Before Bingqi finished speaking, she felt a huge thrust that made her fly backward involuntarily. Then, she saw herself coming out of that bald body. How is this possible? Bingqi's elder sister stared wide-eyed in surprise as she watched her bald head slowly fall to the ground, shouting out loud. Wow! The old lady suddenly got into Feng Gu's body and rushed towards Su Jing. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. The action is very agile. Get out of here. Su Jing shouted, pushing his palm out again. Boom. The old lady flew out of Feng Gu's body. The impact was not over yet, and the old lady hadn't fallen in the air, when she saw Su Jing's finger pointed at her. One of the broken roads, punch. Boom. A shock wave suddenly hit the old lady in the air from her fingers. The old lady's eyes widened in disbelief and began to dissipate. After a while, it turned into brilliance and drilled into the beads. Immediately after, Su Jing turned and looked at Bingqi's stunned sister. Laugh, laugh again. Su Jing said with squinting eyes. Bingqi's sister suddenly moved. But instead of rushing to Su Jing, he wanted to return to the gate of life and death. Wow! With a gloomy light, she has come to the door of life and death. Shoot him. Gunslinger. Flop. The blade passed through Sister Bingqi's body, and she looked down, turning her head slightly to look at Su Jing. It's a pity, her head hasn't been turned around yet, and the body changes have begun to dissipate. What is this? Gu Feng got up from the ground and walked towards Su Jing with a look of surprise. Su Jing turned to look at Feng Gu, he smiled and said, this is something that will kill you, little hairy boy. When the voice fell, Su Jing slapped it out. With a bang, the boy's ghost was knocked out of Feng Gu's body, and immediately after him, he saw that the tip of the knife in Su Jing's hand had been aimed at him. No, don't kill me. The little boy's voice just fell, and the sharp gun had pierced his body. Boom. After dissipating, the light flew over. 3 ghosts, 150 points of experience. Gu Feng slowly stood up from the ground, looked around, looked at Su Jing, and was speechless for a while. Recalling what I said earlier, and then look at the results now. Feng Gu can't wait to find a place to dig in. After hesitating, Feng Gu said to Su Jing, thank you. Ha ha. He again, but Aunt Feng only felt ashamed this time. How are you? Su Jing asked Bingqi. Bingqi shook her head. Wei Wei was a little sad. After all, it was her family. Although she was not happy with their actions, she was still a little sad now. Sue, Master Sue. At this time, the glasses girl walked over and said tentatively, evil ghosts are solved, my family is still in the gate of life and death. Bing Chi, you go in and bring people out. Su Jing said towards Bing Chi. Bing Chi nodded and quickly entered the gate of life and death. After a while, I saw that Bing Chi had brought the old man in the wheelchair and the little girl out. The glasses girl hurried over to celebrate the rest of her life. Aunt Fong, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid our family would. The old man in the wheelchair expressed his gratitude to Aunt Fong after he was safe. Fong Gu's expression was unspeakable embarrassment, and the glasses girl whispered hesitantly, actually. Now you believe in Fong Gu's abilities, right? I told you a long time ago that she caught ghosts when she was more than a dozen years old. She was quite powerful. The wheelchair elderly man said to himself and looked at Su Jing. After a glance, he seemed to be saying the same to him, and then said to Aunt Fong, how many ghosts have you caught in so many years? Saying it will give us a long experience. Fong Gu's face turned green and red, and finally said one after another, 1. 1. The old man in wheelchair was stunned for an instant. At this time, the woman in glasses also explained to the old man in the wheelchair what had happened just now. The old man in the wheelchair waited until the glasses girl finished talking and looked at Su Jing in surprise. Obviously he did not expect that it would be such a young guy who had solved the 3 evil spirits and saved everyone. I really want to thank Master Su this time. If it weren't for Master Su's arrival, I am afraid we. The spectacle girl felt scared after thinking about it. Doesn't Master Su rely solely on Aunt Fong? I am afraid that everyone present will have to die here. The glasses girl looked at Su Jing with gratitude. Cheng Hui, 200,000. Su Jing walked over and stretched out his hand. 200,000. The glasses girl was stunned. I always sell at this price. Su Jing said lightly. If the person you are looking for can solve it, naturally you don't need 200,000. It's a pity. Aunt Fong lowered her head and was embarrassed to speak. The woman in glasses gritted her teeth and said, I know, but can I give it a few days? You won't live in this house anymore, are you? Su Jing looked around, the cold ice had gradually disappeared and the house seemed to be back to normal. Don't dare to live. The glasses girl shook her head and said, this house is my husband's house, 4,000 yuan a month. I thought it was cheap, but I almost killed the family. That's it. Su Jing thought for a while and said, it seems that your husband's boss should also know that this house is weird, so let's not give me 200,000 yuan, but I want this house. I'll give it a try. This is my call, let me know if there is a result. Su Jing took out his business card and handed it over, then greeted Bing Chi to leave. When she walked to Fong Gu's side, Su Jing stopped for a while. I didn't show my skills, I only saw that you almost harmed others and yourself. After speaking, Su Jing took a step away. Gu Feng is ashamed. Su Jing and Bing Chi left the villa and got on the car. Su Jing said to Bing Chi, I haven't completed the agreement with you, so I'll give you a chance. If you want to be reborn, I can help you, or, you stay by my side and help me do things. I want to follow you. Bing Chi said. Okay, then you will follow me in the future, I will take you back to my house first. As for this, see if this house can be obtained. Regardless of the gate of life and death, or the special environment, Su Jing is quite interested in this deserted villa. This may be related to Bing Chi's special ability. When they got home, they had already returned. Seeing Bing Chi was not surprising at first, but when Su Jing said that she was a ghost, she was surprised. It looks exactly like a human. But when you become a ghost, you are like a ghost again, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Now, the villa is lively. There are Hong Kong people, Thai people, and French people. There are people, zombies, and ghosts. I'm afraid I can't find such a combination anywhere. As the new year is approaching, Su Jing doesn't plan to go out anymore, basically staying at home for the next few days. Exercise, practice. Become an otaku completely. In May, ACI and the others also began to decorate, and the family became a lot more festive. Obviously everyone is in high spirits about the New Year event. Xiaolan is Thai and Lisa is French. There is no concept of Wuxia New Year. As Agia has been a zombie for so long due to the addition of the environment. It has been a long time since the Wuxia New Year. As for the new Bingqi, how can a ghost think about New Year's things? Unconsciously, the atmosphere of the new year has become stronger and stronger. The woman in glasses called Su Jing, saying that the boss agreed to sell the villa to them, and asked Su Jing to find time to transfer the house. After getting the villa, Su Jing went to see it several times, but the door of life and death seemed to disappear. After opening the door, there was a storage room, which made Su Jing a little disappointed and a little puzzled. In the end, the villa was temporarily abandoned in this way, so let's see it again if I have a chance. Unknowingly, it came to January 30th. New Year's Eve, New Year's Eve. The home is beaming in red. May they did not wear maid outfits today, but all of them put on red festive clothes, with the word Fu on the wall and couplets at the door. There are candies, melon seeds, drinks and all kinds of beers in the living room. Of course. And the special drink of ACI and Agia. Even Su Jing was forced to change into a red t-shirt and shorts, looking very dirty. But having a face is self-willed, even if such a red dress is worn on Su Jing, it makes people feel handsome. Mei, Xiaolan, Lisa, Bingqi, Az, Agia, and Aya. Very lively. This is the first year after Su Jing passed through. I thought it would be deserted, but it turned out to be surprisingly lively. As Agia sat next to Su Jing, chatting from left to right. In May, Xiaolan and Lisa are cooking their own specialties in the kitchen, and even Bingqi is floating around to help. At night, Su Jing's phone started ringing one after another. Mao Yu, Ma Xiaoling called to pay New Year's greetings, and Wang Zhenzhen also called. That's not a big deal, followed by Su Zolin, Boer, Pat, even Meishi, Bibi, and Yi Qin all called. After a lap, Su Jing found that everyone he knew seemed to be calling. Although Su Jing didn't particularly care about this kind of New Year's greetings, he still felt warm in his heart. The bell rang at 12 o'clock, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers outside. The new year began. Su Jing had a rare indulgence, mixing all kinds of drinks, and can't remember when he was drunk. When I woke up in the morning before I opened my eyes, I felt a headache, and after that, I felt a lot of pressure on my body. Open your eyes. The first thing that catches your eye is Xiaolan. Then I saw Mei, Lisa, and Bingqi lying beside. Smooth and white. One pick four. Seeing this scene, Su Jing was a little surprised. His memory gradually awakened, and after thinking about it for a while, he found that it was not so exaggerated. Yesterday they all drank too much. Although the four of them were in this bed, it was only Mei and Xiaolan who really had a relationship. As for Lisa, he remembered that he was dragged in and stripped naked. No time to do anything. Well, Bingqi, she floated in by herself, and later joined in, but, because of the excessive drinking, Xiaolan and Wu's fighting power was surprisingly amazing. She drank too much, so she got them both. This seems to be asleep. When Su Jing woke up, other people also woke up one after another. Facing each other. Only one idea. Awkward. Whoever thought that drinking a drink every year would end up being so ridiculous? The four people stuck together and lay on the same bed with Su Jing. The memory gradually awakened, and everyone recalled yesterday's footage. This is even more embarrassing. Lisa was the first to find her clothes on the ground, but she ran out hurriedly, ignoring her wearing them. Immediately after Xiaolan and Wu Yu also got up. Let's clean up the house. After Mei, he followed Xiaolan out. In a blink of an eye, there was only one Bingqi left on the bed. Su Jing remembered that although he hadn't done anything to Bingqi, he also took a lot of advantage like Lisa. Moreover, when Bingqi was in human form, it was completely real, and the touch seemed to be vivid. Su Jing sat up slightly and snorted and rubbed his head. The feeling of a hangover was really uncomfortable, his head was about to explode. Seeing Su Jing's uncomfortable look, Bingqi slowly came over and said, "May I help you rub it?" "Okay." Su Jing responded, turned and lay down sideways, lying on Bingqi's lap. Bingqi's Qianqianyu hand gently rubbed Su Jing's head. Wei Wei is a little cold, with moderate strength, but very comfortable. In this posture, the snow-white protrusion swayed in front of her eyes. Su Jing slightly raised her hand and held it, and began to play unceremoniously. Although his purpose of raising ghosts is to make things easier, Bingqi's situation is special and the person is beautiful. She was not polite last night, isn't she polite now? At least, Bingqi didn't object to it herself. She didn't stop her hands without seeing her, but her cheeks were slightly red. But Su Jing just had a hand addiction like this, it was not without the courage of the Japanese ghost. After all, Bingqi was different. It's just that after the hangover, I was so crazy last night, now I'm really out of interest. After rubbing it for a while, it felt better. Su Jing got up and got ready to take a shower, but Bingqi actually followed in. What is enjoyment? This is enjoyment. You don't even need to take a bath yourself. Su Jing feels that raising a ghost is really worth it. After taking a shower, getting dressed and going downstairs, everyone else was awake. Mei Xiaolan, including Lisa, seemed to have calmed down and did their own things. Su Jing doesn't need to pay New Year's greetings everywhere, just like the old man every day. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Practice, exercise. There are people who eat, sleep and accompany people, and even take a shower. I guess even the emperor, is that just the case, right? Unknowingly, the first month came out. The taste of the year has finally passed slowly. Su Jing asked Bingqi to go around when she was okay, to see where there was any evil spirit or business. But Bingqi hasn't heard any good news yet, but it's Lisa's thing that has first gotten to the eye. When ACI and Agia were shopping, I found a store. Although it is not very large, the location is better and the rent is not expensive. Su Jing took a look and felt satisfied and quickly settled down. Decoration, preparation. A month later, the perfume shop has opened. Jingli Perfume. This is the name of the shop and the brand of perfume. The name was given by Lisa herself. Su Jing's Jing, Lisa's Li. Lisa is going to make perfume, and the store must help. When he came back, Su Jing told Pat. Pat said he would think about it. Now that the store has opened, Pat simply quit his job and came to help. ACI and Agia have nothing to do, they are beautiful and fashionable, so they also came to be shopping guides. In this way, this small shop does not hire outsiders at all. Xiaolan wanted to come and help, but she had to give up taking care of her mother who was hospitalized. Unknowingly, the originally lively home. Most of the time, only Mei and Bingqi are at home. It has been more than a month since the end of the new year. Lingzi has changed from 165 to 810. If you rely on upgrades, I don't know how long it will take to get it. More than 800 Lingzi, even if it is a protracted battle with a large number of opponents. It's enough. Su Jing glanced at the panel, and Lingzi had increased a lot, but his experience value had not increased during this time, so he stopped. It's time to go out and continue upgrading. Bingqi. Su Jing yelled, and Bingqi floated down directly from the roof. Come out with me. I'm going to change my clothes. Bingqi said and went back up again. About 10 minutes later, Bing Chi was seen walking down the stairs. A black tight-fitting dress, showing slender legs, wearing a pair of white high heels on his feet. If you rank the top 3 according to Su Jing's own aesthetics, it should be Xiaolan, ACI, and Bing Chi. Of course, even Su Jing himself is not finalized in this ranking, and each has its own merits. Of course, this is not the case of Ma Xiaoling and Mao Yu. Bing Chi took Su Jing's arm out of the villa and got into the car. "Where are you going?" Bing Chi asked toward Su Jing. Apart from going to Jingli perfume shop, Su Jing really rarely goes out during this time. Now that Bing Chi came out, Bing Chi was also very happy, and finally didn't have to go out alone. "Wander around, it will be dark in a while, I hope I can have a good start." Su Jing said with a smile. "Yeah." Bing Chi nodded and trimmed the hem of her skirt. The hem of this dress was fading, but it was slashed diagonally. Instead of blocking the push, she showed her thighs instead. Bing Chi pretended to look out the window casually, as if she had no idea at all. Speaking of which part of Bing Chi's body Su Jing hasn't seen or touched during this period of time. "It's just that I never got there." Su Jing is okay, she never worried about this aspect. After all, there are Mei and Xiaolan, but it is different for Bing Chi. Although she is a ghost, she also has a body. She is also a normal woman. Serving Su Jing like this every day, and listening to Su Jing and other people's voices, this made her naturally have that kind of desire. Creak. The car stopped abruptly. Bing Chi found that the neighborhood was very remote, and the car did not stop in the middle of the road. Could it be? Bing Chi Qiao blushed, and as soon as she turned her head to speak, she felt Su Jing's hand on her lap. "Did you see it?" Su Jing suddenly said. What? Bing Chi thought that Su Jing was going to do something while no one was around, but she didn't expect Su Jing to ask in a deep voice whether she saw it. Su Jing pointed to the front, and Bing Chi looked up and saw someone in the forest in the distance walking towards this side. A woman. Wearing a red dress, he looks very capable, but nothing unusual. What's wrong? Is it because her clothes look good? Bing Chi asked subconsciously. Su Jing shook his head. What clothes look good? Don't wear clothes to look good. Look carefully at this woman's waist. Waist? Bing Chi looked again, and soon saw that something seemed to be slung around the woman's waist, but it was blocked by her clothes. I felt a peculiar spiritual pressure, right behind this woman, not strong, she should be a zombie or a vampire. There is a saying that a vampire can turn into a bat. Su Jing said slowly. Bing Chi's eyes were taken aback, and she was surprised. Bat, behind this woman, there is a bat. As he was talking, the bat behind the woman suddenly swooped over and was about to hit the woman, but the woman suddenly bent over. From this angle, you can clearly see the corners of the woman's mouth rise up, revealing the unexpected expression. The bat swept over the woman's head, and the woman reached out to her waist and took out a wooden barrel-shaped object. He twisted his hand slightly, and suddenly a rope shot out and went straight to the bat in the air. The whole movement became very agile in one go, and the rope had already entangled the bat in an instant. Boom! The bat changed abruptly and instantly became a man in black. You know it's a foreigner by looking at it. Look for me, you are unlucky. The woman sneered and yanked hard. With a bang, the man was directly hit on the ground. Seeing him getting up and raising his head, two sharp fangs showed up instantly and roared at the woman. It really is a vampire. When did the vampire go to Daxia? Su Jing frowned slightly. The woman twisted again, the rope was quickly untied and retracted, holding the cylinder in both hands and turning over, twisted with both hands. With a chuckle, a sword suddenly rushed out. Very good mechanism, but, it seems a bit familiar. Su Jing didn't expect that there were a lot of small cylinders, especially when it was twisted. Su Jing felt familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Su Jing recalled here, read more at hotnovel.xyz. The woman in red outside already wielded a sword and fought with the vampire. The vampire is very strong in speed and strength, but the woman in red does not seem to be an ordinary person, and her fist and kick skills are also not weak, and the two of them fought fiercely. I remember. Su Jingmeng patted it, and Bingqi looked at her red thighs with a slight resentment. Aya's short cone is like this. The same cylinder, but it seems that only a short cone can be released. I remember Aya said that she picked it up. It was originally a broken sword, but it was later polished into a short cone, and it was still silver. Su Jing didn't think much before, but now it seems that Aya may be using the same woman in red, but it's useless. Such a weapon, such a skill, coupled with her long-term preparation, as if deliberately inviting vampires to do something, at first glance, she has been specially trained to deal with vampires. Undead? No, the undead are all Jinyui. There are no women in Jinyui. So, is there any other organization or individual who specializes in dealing with vampires? Su Jing thought secretly, and saw Hong at this time. The woman in clothes stabbed the vampire with a sword, and the vampire burned instantly and turned into ashes. Pity. Su Jing murmured regretfully, experience value. The woman in red puts away her weapon and continues on the road. Bing-Chi, keep up with her, I want to know who she is, where she lives, and what she does. Su Jing said towards Bing-Chi. Bing-Chi nodded, her body changed. Floating out to keep up with the woman in red. Su Jing didn't leave, just stopped here waiting for Bing-Chi to come back. The sky gradually darkened, and Bing-Chi followed the red-dressed woman for almost half an hour before seeing her enter a house, and Bing-Chi immediately followed her into a house. The house is not big and the layout is simple. See how this woman in red is familiar with this place, it should be her home. Bing-Chi didn't leave in a hurry, she first walked around her house to figure out her identity and background, and then followed the woman in red. Stayed there for more than 2 hours. Bing-Chi only figured out what Su Jing explained, and then went back. The night is getting deeper. The surroundings were dim and quiet, and the feeling of quietness made people feel uncomfortable. Bing-Chi, dressed in red, floated back and got into the car, and then turned into a human form. Find it? Su Jing asked. She's called Layla, and she's a member of the Anti-Magic Alliance Church. This church seems to be specialized in hunting zombies and vampires. The main force seems to be abroad. Looks like she should have a partner. It happens that her partner has contacted her, as if there is something to be done tomorrow, at the station. Bing-Chi told Su Jing about what she knew. Anti-Magic Alliance? Su Jing hasn't heard of this alliance. Is the main force abroad? So, Su Jing thought for a while and wanted to take out the phone and press a number. Hi, can you tell who I am? Said with a smile after the call was connected. You don't need to listen, you can tell by looking at the number, Su Jing. Why? Miss me? Laura asked with a smile. That's right, this call was made to Laura. Have you heard of the Anti-Magic Alliance? Su Jing did not answer Laura's teasing but asked directly. I've heard of the Anti-Magic Alliance. It's a church organization. It's quite famous in the UK. It specializes in cultivating hunters to deal with dark forces, such as vampires, but so far it has not proven that there are really vampires. Why do you suddenly remember to ask this? Laura asked curiously. Do the hunters of the Anti-Magic Alliance use a cylindrical weapon, with ropes and silver swords? Yup. It's nothing, I may have met a hunter from the Anti-Magic Alliance. By the way, vampires exist for real, and if you encounter one, it's best to deal with it with shallow dab. Su Jing reminded. Undead. Anti-Magic Alliance. Su Jing found that more and more people were robbing monsters. The undead came from Geniwei, and Geniwei was the organization that collects intelligence. In addition, the development news channel for so many years is certainly not weak. Although the development of this anti-magic alliance is focused on foreign countries, the local power will certainly not be bad. Bingchi just said that they seem to have some task, and there will definitely be vampires, which means that they have an extremely excellent intelligence system. Compared with the undead and the anti-magic alliance, I have no advantage in this aspect, I can only try my luck. But no matter how lucky, a person cannot compare to an organization. Although zombies and vampires will definitely be killed, so many people robbing themselves of the blame will definitely affect the efficiency of the upgrade. This matter really needs to be seriously considered afterwards. As for the actions of the Anti-Magic Alliance tomorrow night, Su Jing also plans to check it out. Hey, hello. A Qianqianyu hand swayed in front of her eyes, and Su Jing turned her head to look and saw Bingchi leaning forward to look at her, her career line looming. Su Jing smiled and grabbed Bingchi's hand on his lap. Good job this time, what kind of reward do you want? I don't want any rewards. Bingchi lowered her head and said softly, but her fingers were gently rubbing against Su Jing's legs, which made Su Jing feel very fast. Seeing Bingchi kept peeking at herself even though she lowered her head and kept making small movements, Su Jing smiled softly and said, untie it. What? Bingchi looked up in a daze. Unlock it. Su Jing said it again. Bingchi's face turned red in an instant, and after reacting, she unzipped Su Jing's pants. Su Jing stretched out his hand and hooked Bingchi's neck so that she leaned over half of her body, patted her head down slowly, and then, closed her eyes comfortably. Although a bit rusty, Su Jing found that she was making rapid progress. As long as she showed a comfortable reaction, she would quickly remember it. What a little fairy. Su Jing pressed Bingchi's head up and down, and suddenly, he pulled Bingchi up. Bingchi opened her mouth slightly and looked at Su Jing in a daze. Get off. Su Jing said that he opened the door and got out of the car, and Bingchi followed. Pulling Bingchi to the woods next to him, Su Jing asked Bingchi to hold the tree back to him. The hand patted her waist gently, causing her to bend over and push up in an instant. Bingchi reacted immediately and whispered, yes, here. Su Jing didn't speak at all. With a hand copy, he directly pulled the obstacles under the skirt down, and then started to push the cart. The silent and dim woods rang instantly. Very tight. It feels no different from a normal woman. The trunk shook and the leaves fell. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. After half an hour, the voice gradually stopped, and Su Jing returned to the car with Bingchi in his arms. After getting in the car, Bingchi leaned back on the chair, her body twitching slightly. Didn't you say that you had a boyfriend before? But your reaction? Su Jing was a little curious. Judging from Bingchi's reaction, he was completely inexperienced. As for that, there is no bleeding. Her physical condition is so special, it can't be said as normal. I just talked about my boyfriend and my sister started asking for money, and I and him never did anything. Bingchi whispered. I used to have a phantom when I was getting married. I didn't expect it to be in the woods. You hate it. Seeing Bingchi's jealous look, Su Jing couldn't help reaching out and touching her small face and said, I thought I could be a ghost, but it turned out to be no different from the Japanese. I hate pulling. Bingchi was a little bit shy, as if she was a little annoyed that Su Jing said so bluntly. Su Jing smiled and said, when it ended just now, did you breathe my aura? Okay, it seems to be, but it wasn't my initiative. When you are comfortable, I feel a spirit energy entering my body. Bingchi recalled, and then looked at Su Jing nervously. Legends of ghosts and people and then inhaling yang qi are not uncommon. Bingchi was afraid that Su Jing would alienate herself because of this. Sure enough, is this aura useful to you? Su Jing asked. Yes, I feel more comfortable and stronger. Bingchi said. Su Jing nodded, it seems, I have to do it often in the future. You are not afraid? This will reduce your aura. Bing-chi asked with a blushing face and worried. Su Jing shook his head, not to mention that the spiritual energy he absorbs is very fast when he is practicing now. Even if it is sucked up, there is a system that will restore it after the early morning, and there is no need to worry about it. That's good. Bing-chi breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps because of the transformation of this kind of thing, Bing-chi looked more attractive at this time, exuding a unique charm in her gestures. So Zongmijin doesn't make people want to pamper them, but makes people want to fight wanton. It's really a fairy embryo. Can do things, can do. Su Jing felt that Bing-chi, the ghost, was too worthwhile. After resting for a long time, Su Jing continued to try his luck in the car. With this experience, when Su Jing got up to take a bath the next day, Bing-chi became more proactive. Several times Su Jing almost couldn't help but rectify her on the spot, but in the end he restrained it. There is still action at night. He doesn't want to have weak legs. Take a bath, eat, exercise, practice, and adjust to a good state. It was late at night, almost when it was almost 11 o'clock, when Su Jing left the house. Station. At this time, the station is no longer empty. Although the lights are still on, it is very empty and quiet. Su Jing entered the death mode, found a bench and sat down and waited quietly. Bing-chi said, "The time for this action is 12 o'clock, it hasn't arrived yet." Tick, tick. Looking at the huge clock on the wall, the hands are almost 12 o'clock. At this time, Su Jing heard footsteps. Turning his head and looking around, he saw two people walking towards this side. One is Layla, the woman in red that I saw yesterday, and the other is a man, who looks like Ekin. Li Wei, the news says that the Earl will also come this time. Standing on the platform, Layla said to the man who looked like Ekin beside him. This man is called Li Wei, and it is Layla's partner. Li Wei nodded. I have been in the Anti-Magic League for 10 years. I have always wanted to surrender the Earl but I have never succeeded. This time the Earl comes to Hong Kong, I will never let him run away. Layla nodded. Li Wei can be said to be the best hunter in the Anti-Magic Alliance. He also knows the grudge between him and the Vampire Count, Layla. This time I received news from the organization that the Earl was coming to Hong Kong, but he had made preparations early. Glancing at the silent platform, I don't know how many vampires will follow the Earl this time. Taking a deep breath, Layla's eyes became firm. Although she is not as well known as Li Wei, she is also a veteran hunter in the Anti-Magic Alliance. Otherwise, it is impossible for the two of them to be the only one to deal with the Earl and the unknown number of vampires this time. Coming. Li Wei suddenly said and looked at the tunnel. A train came from the other end, slowed down slowly, and finally stopped. The door of the carriage opened, but no one came out. It looks extremely quiet and weird. I'll go up and take a look, you are careful. Li Wei said to Layla and walked to the train. The carriage was silent, and there was no one empty. Li Wei frowned and walked over slowly, step by step, very cautious. Outside the carriage, Layla looked around warily. On the bench, Su Jing's hand was shaking slightly. Excited. Although none of these vampires showed up, Su Jing felt very clear that there were at least hundreds of large and small ray pressure nearby, most of which were very weak, but a few were particularly strong, one of which was significantly higher than the ray pressure. The other vampires should be the Earls in their mouths, right? As for the hunters of the two Anti-Magic Alliance, Su Jing didn't feel the spiritual pressure. On the contrary, it should be just ordinary people. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the glass on the train suddenly shattered, followed by the black bats whistling out. Layla was startled, and immediately saw the bats change their human form, and the black gringles rushed towards Layla. At the same time, Li Wei in the carriage has already encountered an enemy. Ha! Layla yelled and rushed forward actively, leaping high, pressing his knees heavily on a vampire's shoulder, and instantly slammed the vampire on the ground, followed by a fight against the other vampires. Fist, you come and me, read more at hotnovel.xyz. That kind of fist to the flesh fighting style makes people feel a kind of enthusiasm. Power and size are far from the opponents of vampires, but Layla's fighting skills make up for this, flexible and changeable, to the vampires who are fighting with a feeling of retreat. But, this kind of melee attack did no harm to the vampire. It didn't take long for the situation to reverse slightly, and Layla suffered several more. Boom! Layla got a punch with her arms in front, so strong that Layla couldn't help but retreat instantly. Retired to the side of Su Jing. Seeing Layla swaying her arm with a slight grin, she knew that the punch was definitely not light, but Layla did not show any fear, took out the cylinder and twisted. The silver sword sprang out with a chuckle, holding the sword. Layla again rushed up. There is a saying that 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands, a good tiger can't hold a pack of wolves. Although Layla killed 2 vampires, there were too many of these vampires, and they were very fast. After a few moves, Layla was defeated steadily, and even the silver sword dropped out and flew out. Ding! The silver sword fell in front of Su Jing, and Layla hurriedly wanted to get his weapon back, but the leg was dragged by someone and she went out in an instant. Damn it! He smashed it heavily on a cabinet next to him. Layla grinned in pain, his body clumped like a prawn. Kill you while you are sick. These vampires obviously wouldn't be polite with Layla, the hunter of the Anti-Devil Alliance, and immediately rushed forward. Layla rolled away from a vampire on the spot, and quickly rushed out to get her weapon back. Without a silver sword, it is too difficult to kill a vampire. Just as she was about to rush through the vampire's encirclement and was about to get back the weapon, she suddenly saw someone standing in front of her silver sword. Slender body, black trousers, white shirt, the kind of handsome face that makes people trance. Layla was stunned subconsciously, and immediately reacted and shouted, "Run!" With that, Layla speeded up and rushed over in an instant, bending her knees and gliding over, stretched out her hand on the ground and picked up the silver sword. Layla turned and blocked Su Jing, reaching out and pushing Su Jing to make him walk quickly. The result was not able to promote. When Layla was in a hurry, the vampires rushed up and blocked Layla and Su Jing in a circle. Layla holds a sword in one hand and puts one hand in front of Su Jing to protect her. During the whole process, Layla didn't seem to think about Su Jing's expression. If she had watched it, she would find that Su Jing's expression was weird, like a smile instead of a smile. The vampires looked at Su Jing and Layla with their teeth and claws, as if they were already having huxia food. Suddenly, a vampire rushed forward first. Layla was about to swing the sword, but she suddenly found that her shoulder was grabbed. This shocked her heart when she was about to turn around, but she heard Su Jing walking out next to her. He also holds a short knife in his hand. Layla couldn't care where the knife came from. She just wanted to stop Su Jing, only to reach out her hand, only to find that she had caught a hole. People. Layla looked in amazement and saw that the vampire rushing over suddenly stopped, clutching her neck in horror. Behind him, Su Jing appeared quietly, his short knife raised. Boom! The flames lit up, and the vampire's body began to burn quickly, turning into ashes in an instant. An array of light lit up and slowly flew towards Su Jing's wrist. This. Layla was stunned. When I saw this young handsome guy, I thought he just came here by mistake and wanted to protect him. Did not expect. Layla looked at Su Jing in surprise. Who is he, on earth? Layla was surprised by the vampires but was not surprised. They regarded Su Jing as a hunter in the Anti-Magic Alliance. To treat the hunters of the Anti-Magic Alliance is to kill. In an instant, all the vampires moved. They rushed towards Su Jing and Layla each. The corner of Su Jing's mouth raised slightly, and the sharp spear cooperated with Xuanbu to easily dodge the vampire's attack while harvesting their lives. Although these vampires are fast, they are not enough compared to Xuanbu. Su Jing was happy to kill here, but Layla was a little dangerous. Because Su Jing's sudden appearance made Layla tremble for a moment, and when the vampire rushed over, his reaction was a little slower, the wrist was kicked, and the silver sword flew away again, and this time, flying very far. Layla glanced at it and knew she didn't even want to get it back. Without the silver sword, these vampires were no longer afraid. Although Layla's fists and feet were very strong, she still suffered several blows. In the end, she was kicked to the ground, and the vampires took advantage of the situation. Seeing to be bitten to death. Flop. A ray of light flashed, and before Layla could see what it was, she saw the heads of the vampires fall neatly, and disappeared after burning. The white shirt came into view. Layla looked up and saw Su Jing standing in front of her. The vampires in front were still rushing forward, but Su Jing waved the knife with one hand, and the brilliance continued to light up. All the vampires that approached died by the knife, and no one could get close. With ease. This is the feeling for Layla. Hey, how long do you plan to lie on the ground? Su Jing turned his head and said to Layla, and Layla reacted and hurriedly stood up. I borrowed you. A knife suddenly appeared in front of Layla, a very standard style. Layla was taken aback for a moment, and immediately felt the knife. It seemed a little different. It should be silver. Layla glanced at Su Jing, then rushed towards the vampire with a knife. Not bad. Su Jing secretly nodded in satisfaction. He lent the frozen cloud he had drawn to Layla. At the same time, the vampires killed by Layla with frozen cloud turned into experience points. The goal is reached. The hunters of the Anti-Magic Alliance are for hunting vampires, and for their own experience points. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Otherwise, the vampires killed by them would be wasted in vain. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. The bravery of Su Jing and Layla made the number of these vampires drop sharply. On the other side of the carriage, Li Wei was originally facing many vampires. Facing a large number of enemies in a small space like the carriage made Li Wei a bit difficult, but suddenly, these vampires seemed to be inspired by something, and they got out of the train. Immediately afterwards, a loud bang was heard. A man in a black cloak flew out from the top of the train. Count! Li Wei jumped out along the window without saying a word. Then he saw Layla on the platform and the strange man fighting with Layla. Who is he? Li Wei was stunned for a moment, and rushed over to help. Li Wei! Seeing Li Wei coming safely, Layla shouted excitedly. Li Wei nodded and waved his sword and slashed towards the vampire nearby, but the sword was suddenly blocked before it fell. A knife lay across his sword. Li Wei turned his head and looked. Mine! Su Jing said lightly, with a backhand cut. Puff! The vampire instantly turned into ashes. Li Wei was stunned and shifted his gaze, but Su Jing stopped him again. It's still mine. Are you sick? Li Wei couldn't help but yelled, rushing towards a vampire in the distance. Before he rushed over, he suddenly realized that Su Jing had come behind the vampire. He looked at himself with a faint smile, and raised the knife in his hand. The vampire turned to ashes. It's all mine. You. Li Wei had never seen such a person, he wanted to tell him aloud. This is a vampire, a deadly vampire. It's not a toy, you and mine are competing for each other. However, Su Jing didn't give him this opportunity at all, and Xuanbu released and began to slaughter vampires again. At this time, Li Wei realized that his pace, his speed, is contrary to ordinary people. And, he just blocked himself, but he didn't block Layla, which made Li Wei even more depressed. Hey, who are you? Li Wei couldn't help shouting. Reaper. Su Jing replied, and another vampire was killed by the knife. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, these vampires flew up suddenly, floating above the 3 of them. 2 of the vampires flew forward and stopped beside a vampire in a black cloak. This should be the Earl, and those 2. Reiki is the strongest among these vampires. Anti-magic alliance, haha. I didn't expect you to cultivate another newcomer, but it's a pity, but you are going to die here today. The Earl said loudly, as if the winner was in hand. Layla and Li Wei looked at Su Jing subconsciously. But I saw Su Jingyang and said, first, I am not from the Anti-Magic Alliance. You can call me Death, that's my profession. Of course, you can also call me Su Jing, because I welcome you vampires to come to find me. I'm in trouble. Second, where does your confidence think you can kill me? Because you can fly. Yes. The Earl said with a smile, I don't care if you are from the Anti-Magic Alliance, but you are going to die here today. We can fly, how about you? You can only look up at me from below, but can't get close to half a step. I'm here, you can't kill me at all. This is really ironic and ridiculous. The Count arrogantly hooked his finger. Come on, come and kill me. This is the first time I heard such a cheap request. The corner of Su Jing's mouth raised. Can't fly. Do you think I can't fly if I can't fly? I'll wait and see. I'm looking forward to it, you can say that in a while. The corner of Su Jing's mouth raised, and the tip of the knife slowly aimed at the Earl. Why? Frighten me? Think you can kill me by holding a knife at me? If you have a gun in your hand, maybe it is possible. Seeing Su Jing's behavior, the Earl laughed and laughed. Gun. I am not a gun, I am a sharp gun. Sharp spear. Ha ha ha, you are so embarrassed to say, a short knife, you dare to say that it is a sharp spear. The Count was taken aback first, and then he sneered. The vampires in the air couldn't help laughing loudly. Li Wei and Layla looked at Su Jing with weird expressions, especially Li Wei. Does he think this person has a problem with his head? First, I robbed myself of blame, and also said what is death, and now a short knife is also called a sharp gun. It seems that the posture can really shoot the Earl in the air from such a long distance. A sharp gun, right? Come. Shoot me. Shoot here. The Earl pointed to his chest and said provocatively towards Su Jing. The laughter, the ridicule one after another, especially the unabashed contempt of the Count's face. Okay. Su Jing held the knife and slowly assumed a posture. The tip of the knife pointed at the Earl, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Shoot him. Gunslinger. Ha ha ha, I really thought it could be done, shoot him. Gunslinger, how do you say such a silly thing? The people around heard Su Jing's shouts and couldn't help but laugh, but before they finished speaking, they suddenly discovered that the Earl's body was lit up with fire. Burned up. How is it possible? Seeing the Earl's body quickly burn to ashes in a blink of an eye, the surrounding vampires, Li Wei, and Layla were all stunned. Dazzled? Layla rubbed her eyes subconsciously, and found that it was not that she was dazzled, but that the Count was really turned to ashes. Seeing that brilliance penetrate into Su Jing's wrist, the silence was finally broken. Run! I don't know who yelled. The vampires immediately rushed away and wanted to fly out of the station. No, don't let them run, otherwise it will be in trouble. Li Wei reacted with Layla. Even Li Wei suddenly took out a small bottle from his pocket and drank it with his neck back. Ray pressure. Su Jing was a little surprised to look at Li Wei, who suddenly gave birth to spiritual pressure, and immediately saw Li Wei jump suddenly, jumping several meters high, and beheading the vampire who was about to fly away in the air with a sword. After it was over, he even took a look at Su Jing, as if he had been robbing Su Jing before responding. Su Jing smiled lightly, and pointed at the two relatively strong vampires casually. Shoot him. Gunslinger. With two swishes, the two vampires turned into ashes without even having a chance to run. At this time, other vampires have scattered and fled, some are scattered, and some of these vampires have become bats. Faster, read more at hotnovel.xyz. The sharp spear was put away, and Binglanwan appeared in Su Jing's hand. Sit in the frosty sky. Binglanwan. Begin to solve. Boom. The spiritual pressure was released instantly, and the vampires fleeing in the air seemed to feel an inexplicable sense of oppression, causing their speed to slow down accordingly. The cold breath seemed to pervade it, causing the temperature in the station to drop instantly. Layla realized that she actually exhaled hoarfrost, turned her head to look at Su Jing, and instantly showed a horrified expression. In front of him, a huge ice dragon was rapidly condensing. Go with. Su Jing yelled and swung the knife suddenly, as if, they roared, the huge ice dragon jumped out instantly, towards the vampires in the air. There was a creaking sound, wherever the ice dragon went, those vampires were instantly frozen. Li Wei only felt a strong chill over his head, and instantly avoided. Immediately afterwards, a scene that made him stunned appeared. A line of ice and snow appeared in the sky, and all vampires, whether they were in the form of humans or bats, were frozen from the air. Snapped. After landing, the ice shattered, and those vampires also shattered into countless pieces. One after another, the ground was covered with ice scum in a blink of an eye. Birds and icicles. Su Jing's voice sounded again. Before Li Wei and Layla had time to see any changes, they saw the ice burst out suddenly, as if swarms of ice birds rushed towards those far away and were about to escape. On the vampire. Bang bang bang. After hitting, the ice was frozen instantly, followed by shattering. All vampires, all solved. When Li Wei and Layla looked, they saw that the knife in Su Jing's hand was gone. Grab the blame, I'm serious. Su Jing said lightly, the two of them were already shocked and speechless. Crap. Antidote. Li Wei touched his pocket and instantly showed a panic expression, and then looked at Layla. Mine broke just now, you, go back and take the antidote first. Layla said. Li Wei took a deep breath and nodded and turned away. Su Jing stared at Li Wei and said to Layla, what did he drink just now? Zombie blood. Us ordinary people can't beat zombies and vampires, so the traits of zombie blood can become half human and half zombies to improve strength, but only for 90 minutes. Once the time is exceeded, it will completely become a zombie, so we must take the antidote in time. Layla explained subconsciously, then remembered something and raised her hand. Huh. Where's the knife? She was about to return the knife, but found that she didn't know when, the knife was gone. I have taken it back. Su Jing said lightly. When? Layla was surprised, she didn't notice anything at all, you. My name is Su Jing. Su Jing said. Su Jing. Layla chanted first, and then said, my name is Layla, I'm a hunter from the Anti-Magic Alliance. How did you, just do it? This is my ability. Su Jing replied without intending to explain in detail. Layla also knew that such a shocking skill would definitely not tell others easily. He hesitated and said, this time I really lost a lot of you, otherwise, let alone kill the Earl, so many vampires will be enough for us, you. Are you interested in joining the Anti-Magic Alliance? Su Jing's ability, such a powerful lethality. Even the Earl, whom Li Wei had not caught for 10 years, died easily in his hands. It would be great if he could join the Anti-Magic Alliance. Layla looked at Su Jing expectantly, but saw Su Jing shook her head and said, I'm not interested, but if you deal with vampires, zombies or something, you can find me if you need help. This is my business card. After speaking, Su Jing handed over his business card. Although he guessed that Su Jing couldn't agree so easily, Layla was still a little disappointed when he refused so simply. Receiving the business card he handed over, Layla glanced down. Only the name and phone number, very simple. She raised her head to say something more, but suddenly realized, Su Jing was missing. I was standing in front of me just now, but now I suddenly disappeared. Layla hurriedly looked around, but there was still Su Jing's shadow. With a disappointed sigh, Layla carefully packed her business card and turned and left. After she decided to go back, she would report on Su Jing's affairs and figure out Su Jing's identity. If you can let him join the Anti-Magic Alliance, even if you can't cooperate. This is the real start. Su Jing had already got in the car and drove back to the villa. Before getting in the car, he glanced at his panel and the number of draws twice, which means that he was promoted by 2 levels this time. He was already on the verge of upgrading before, and now he has more than 1,000 experience points left after he has been upgraded by 2 levels. It only takes a few hundred to be able to upgrade again. After all, he has killed about 100 by himself. Around the vampire. Make a big profit. Although he didn't come out to kill monsters a month or 2 after the Huxia New Year, even if he came out, I am afraid that there will not be more than 100. In such a comparison, the efficiency of going out alone is indeed a bit slow. That zombie blood is very interesting. It looks like the weapon should be the standard equipment of the Anti-Magic Alliance hunter. It can actually use the zombie blood to reach the state of half human and half zombie. The people who developed this thing are very powerful, and they are very good at zombies. There must be deep research. Drive back to the villa. The lights are still on at home. After entering, I saw Bingqi lying on the sofa. The first thing I saw was a pair of white and tender feet, straight and slender jade legs, and a red nightdress on the top, which was looming, which made people want to explore. After all, the top is slightly protruding, you can clearly see that nothing is worn, with 2 jade arms stretched out, holding a magazine and reading it. Hearing the sound, Bingqi sat up and said with a smile, "You are back, how is it going?" Su Jing smiled and walked over and sat down. Bingqi immediately got up and knelt on the sofa to join Su Jing's side. Smooth, so smooth. This time it went so smoothly thanks to you following Layla, and you will continue to work harder in the future. Su Jing smiled and touched Bingqi's cheek. Bingqi squinted her eyes slightly and seemed to enjoy Su Jing's affectionate caress. Like a well-behaved kitten, he took the initiative to come over. During the day, Su Jing was worried that her legs were soft and restrained several times at night. Now she is in a good mood and naturally won't restrain it. Smiled and got up and said, "Go, take a bath with me." "Okay." Bingqi nodded obediently and quickly followed Su Jing to the bathroom. The patter of water rang out, and Su Jing didn't even do it by himself. He saw Bingqi's body covered with foam and then directly choked on Su Jing's body. Little Fairy. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Su Jing smiled and patted Bingqi's plump buttocks, but Bingqi blinked and squatted down with a charming smile. "Oh." Su Jing held Bingqi's head with both hands and snorted comfortably. After a long time, Su Jing returned to the room holding Bingqi. "Do you know what I am going to do?" Su Jing asked with a smirk. Bingqi didn't speak but turned and poked herself. Su Jing laughed loudly and followed his horse gallop. From time to time, he also beats a few times, it really feels like a spur of the horse. Fight overnight. Su Jing's energy was completely released. It is probably Bingqi. If it was Mei and Xiaolan, she would definitely not be able to bear this late. Bingqi's recovery was very fast, and she would absorb her own spirit. How to put it, the more you play, the stronger. People can't help but want to show all kinds of tricks on her one by one. In the living room. Breakfast has been prepared for Mei, and Bingqi also helped Su Jing prepare the dishes and chopsticks, and happily accompanied Su Jing to dinner with Mei. Mei is different from Bingqi. Mei's character is Mensaw, Bingqi is even Mingsaw. Before that, Bingqi might have restrained herself, but after that, she was just like opening the door to a new world. The whole change was huge. It feels like tempting you anytime, anywhere, all the time. Go find Aya, I have something to find her. Su Jing said to Bingqi after the meal. Bingqi nodded and quickly disappeared. Liberation language. Aya has no relatives and no reason. Although there is a sister who is still missing, she is not weak, she is still a human-shaped hound, and coupled with the relationship with ACI, so she is relatively trusted in Aya Sujing. Don't worry, as long as your sister is fine. Su Jing comforted, then stretched out his hand and took out a knife. Have. Su Jing nodded affirmatively, but if you want to use it, you have to know its liberation language, what it is, you can explore it yourself. Aya, a zombie hunter, spends most of her time looking for zombies. It would be great to increase her experience with Zanpaku. I will. Aya nodded heavily. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. Study slowly, I hope you don't live up to my expectations of you, if you don't behave well, I will take it back. Su Jing smiled and handed the frozen cloud to Aya. After a while, Bingqi brought Aya over. Intelligence. Aya's expression was slightly sad, not yet. This Zanpaku knife is called Frozen Cloud, and it is the same as my usual weapon. I will give it to you in the future. If you hunt zombies again, remember to use it. Su Jing said. I didn't ask you carefully during the Huxia New Year, did you find your sister? Su Jing asked Aya. Laura can't count on it, but Aya can look forward to it, but ACI and Agia are zombies and cannot use Zanpaku. But, they can do another thing, important thing. Yes, for me. Aya was surprised, but she knew what kind of power Su Jing's Zanpaku had. Does this knife also use that special ability? The experience points needed to upgrade are getting higher and higher, and there are more and more people robbing blame. Su Jing also has to find a way to expand his team. Of course, the most important point is that it can be taken back at any time, otherwise. Su Jing will consider it more carefully. Jingli Perfume Shop. Although the store is not very large, the business is very good, and there are many people coming in and out. Su Jing parked the car aside and walked in. Young fashionable girl, mature lady in the scenery. There are guests of all ages. Su Jing attracted a lot of attention when he came in, and many people whispered and looked at him secretly. Su Jing has become accustomed to this kind of attention, and soon after coming in, he found ACI and Agia. The two are introducing perfumes to customers as shopping guides, and Pat is also busy at the checkout counter. As for Lisa, she is only responsible for making perfumes. When will you finish? Su Jing walked to ACI and asked. ACI said casually, today is the weekend and there are so many people. I'm afraid I won't have time until the door is closed. Then wait until I come back after get off work, you and Agia wait for me, I have something to tell you. It is good. ACI nodded and didn't ask much, now there are too many guests. It's too early to close, Su Jing plans to go for a walk first. Just turning around, Su Jing saw someone in the corner trying perfume. Still an acquaintance, Wang Jinjin. Su Jing walked over and patted her on the shoulder. Wang Jinjin turned to look and was taken aback. The perfume in her hand almost disappeared. Ah, you, why are you here? Wang Jinjin said with some surprise. This is my shop. Su Jing said. Yours? You opened this perfume shop? Wang Jinjin asked in surprise. I'm fancying something, I'll give it to you. Su Jing smiled. This is not so good. Wang Jinjin hesitated. Su Jing Xiao took the perfume from her hand, and then took another elegant lily perfume, turned around and went to the checkout counter to ask Pat to help pack it, and then charge it to the account. Turning back, Su Jing handed it to Wang Jinjin. Thank you. Wang Jinjin took it, feeling a little bit happy. This is the second time Su Jing has given himself a gift, right? The first time it was that kind of shameful pajamas, now it's perfume again. It's obvious that giving women something like this, only an intimate relationship is possible. Will you be free soon? Let me invite you to dinner. Wang Jinjin said, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Okay. Su Jing also planned to find something to kill time anyway. Where to go? Why, go to your house. The things outside are not clean, I will cook it for you. Wang Jinjin said tentatively. Also. Su Jing didn't care. The two got out of the shop and got on the car, and soon came to Jejia building. In the elevator, Wang Jinjin said, let me go home first, and then I will go to your house to find you. I don't need to prepare things, I have them at home. Row. Ding. The elevator door opened and Wang Jinjin was about to go down. After hesitating, Wang Jinjin suddenly said, the gift you gave me last time, do you want to see it? What gift? Su Jing was stunned for a moment before realizing that it was the pajamas that Ma Xiaoling asked herself to give, right? In fact. See you soon. Wang Jinjin suddenly bowed her head and walked out quickly. Again. It's this feeling that doesn't let people finish their words. Su Jing shook his head, the elevator continued to go up, and then returned home. In about 20 minutes, Wang Jinjin took a bunch of things upstairs. Su Jing discovered that Wang Jinjin had changed her clothes. They were originally normal t-shirts and trousers, but now they have turned into a white dress with a faint scent. The scent is known as Jingli perfume. I'm going to cook first. After Wang Jinjin said, she went directly to the kitchen, washed the vegetables, picked the vegetables, heated the pan, and started cooking. I am very serious and focused. Su Jing looked at Wang Jinjin, who was busy in the kitchen, and found that she has the potential to be a good wife and mother just like Mei. If such a woman marries home and becomes a wife, she will never lose. And Wang Jinjin's foundation is very good, but she doesn't usually dress up and wear glasses, so she doesn't feel so prominent. In less than half an hour, Wang Jinjin had already prepared the dishes, even the dishes, chopsticks, and rice were all properly prepared for Su Jing. There was no need to reach out. Okay, you can eat. Wang Jinjin sat down beside Su Jing and said with a smile. Su Scenic Spot nodded, Wang Jinjin's craftsmanship is still good, and it is indeed cleaner than the restaurant. Su Jing shook his head, I haven't thought about it for the time being. I think if we really want to be together, feelings are the key. And feelings are precisely the most fragile and the least guaranteed thing. Wang Jinjin came to get Su Jing's bowl. Su Jing looked up and wanted to say that he was full, but he happened to see the scenery that Wang Jinjin showed when he bent over. Su Jing thought for a while and said, I don't really care about this. If I eat too much meat, I occasionally want to eat vegetables. Besides, it's just for fun. Personality is the next thing. You are very suitable to be a teacher. Su Jing smiled. The appearance is well behaved, the personality is also virtuous, very patient, and it is very suitable to teach children. Oh. Wang Jinjin responded without saying a word. I went to school and became a teacher. The atmosphere became very quiet, a little dull and awkward. At least Wang Jinjin thinks so, but Su Jing is actually fine. Seeing Su Jing finished eating a bowl of rice, Wang Jinjin hurriedly got up and said, I'll help you serve it. Don't you like girls with this personality? Wang Jinjin asked boldly. I think you must have come into contact with all kinds of girls, your personality may like the kind of cheerful and generous, will know how to dress yourself, and being with you can make you feel happy and relaxed, right? If it's too quiet and dull like me, you will definitely find it very boring, right? Wang Jinjin lowered his head and said in a low voice. Get up, bend over, and stretch out your hands. Busy making money. My villa is in Yuan Long and there are still people at home. It is not convenient to live here. However, I am planning to continue living in the house here, so I just turn around and I will pay you the rent. Su Jing said casually, what about you? After graduation, what are you doing? That silhouette, is it? The topic seems to be stuck here. Why do you say that? Jing asked curiously. What have you been up to lately? I haven't come back to live here for a long time. Jinjin asked tentatively. Primary school teachers. Haven't you thought about finding a girlfriend to fall in love seriously? Jinjin asked curiously. Jing's pause and gaze made Jinjin immediately discover the reason. She blushed and hurried to the kitchen with Jing's bowl, feeling like she was fleeing. Jing looked surprised at Jinjin in the kitchen. She wouldn't be so bold, would she? I asked myself in the elevator before if I wanted to see it. I changed my clothes when I went back. Isn't she wore it. That's no ordinary pajamas, that stuff, all the things that should be blocked are exposed. Jinjin's character should not be so bold, but the outline is so obvious. Soon after Jinjin came back, she handed the bowl to Jing and blushed and bowed her head to eat. She didn't dare to look up, but she could feel Jing's eyes focused on her body, which made her a little bit shy, a little regretful, and a little expected. She knew that Jing didn't like herself, but Jing was like a bright candle, making Jinjin this little moth aware of the danger but couldn't help but pounce on it. Although the atmosphere is still silent. But this kind of silence is different from the silence just now, and it has become a little fascinating. After eating silently, Jing wanted to help Jinjin tidy up, but Jinjin shook his head and refused. Sitting on the sofa, watching Jinjin tidy up the table and wash the dishes. Hard working. No one is perfect, some of her personality is very good, and some of her personality is also speechless. It's the same with myself. It didn't take long before Jinjin finished packing up and came back and sat down beside Jing. Seeing Jinjin being quiet, Jing smiled and said, "Don't you want to say something to me?" Say what? For example, that dress, are you wearing it? Jing moved closer and whispered. It can be clearly seen that Jinjin's face turned red in an instant. Actually, I wanted to tell you at the beginning, but you never gave me a chance. Ma Xiaoling asked me to bring you this dress, not for you. Ah. Jinjin was stunned for a moment, and her whole person became extremely disappointed. It turned out that he didn't send it, that is to say, he didn't mean that to me. Thinking of being sentimental, thinking that it was Jing's song, Jinjin felt embarrassed, and her face felt hot as if she was about to melt. She stood up and said, I will go back, read more at hotnovel.xyz. You are all dressed, don't you plan to let me see it? Jing said suddenly. Embarrassing and shy. Jinjin is so embarrassed to let Jing watch it now, she doesn't know why she wore it so impulsively that Jing discovered it. But, looking at Jing's gaze, Jinjin was in a daze again. I originally wore it for him. The thought in his mind became stronger and stronger. Jinjin felt as if her hands were out of control. She slowly backed to the back and unzipped the skirt. The skirt slipped from her shoulders and fell directly to the ground. Jinjin's hands were in front of her chest. I closed my eyes. She felt as if she suddenly became the kind of shameless woman. Remove your hand. Jing's voice sounded. Jinjin moved away tremblingly. Now, you can see clearly. It's very beautiful, especially if you have such a well-behaved temperament wearing this bold pajamas, the effect of this kind of contrast is very strong. Jing said with a smile. Do you like it? Jinjin asked in a low voice through gritted teeth. Not bad. Jing smiled and stood up. Feeling Jing standing up, Jinjin instantly became nervous. Should I refuse, or should I agree? Suddenly, Jinjin started to think about it. But after waiting for a long time, she didn't feel Jing touching herself. Jinjin slowly opened her eyes but found that Jing had already sat down again, still talking with someone with the phone in her hand. Just now. Did the phone ring? Wang Jinjin was a little at a loss, she didn't hear the sound at all. Seeing Su Jing talking on the phone, Wang Jinjin was a little at a loss. What should she do now, just stand like this? He was still looking at himself, and that look made Wang Jinjin feel as if he was being watched. There is no secret. After hesitating, Wang Jinjin boldly walked in front of Su Jing. Su Jing was slightly surprised, and then smiled and stretched out his hand to caress Wang Jinjin's body. Wang Jinjin trembled slightly, turned her head and said nothing. As I said, I have no interest in joining the anti-magic alliance. If there is a chance to cooperate in the future, I can consider it. See you. Isn't this necessary? Okay. See you later. Do you like me? Su Jing asked suddenly. This shy person is really surprisingly bold today. Wang Jinjin was stunned for a moment, nodded slightly and admitted. Su Jing has opened the door and went out. Close the door for me when you leave. Su Jing said with a smile. If she wants to, Su Jing certainly doesn't care. Finished. Su Jing hung up the phone and put it down, and glanced at Wang Jinjin, who was already blushing. Woman, he really has no shortage. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. With the door closed, Wang Jinjin slowly put on her skirt in the empty living room, feeling extremely complicated. Just like Laura, that was Ma Xiaoling's roommate, so Su Jing would have some worries. After all, there are so many beauties, it is not necessary for her. The same goes for Wang Jinjin. You should know what my personality is, and I should also know my style. I have told Mao Yu this before. Even if IF***ku, it doesn't mean that we have anything. I will treat you as much today. Say, I am interested in you, of course only in the body. If you want, I don't mind. But if you don't want to, you can stay away from me in the future, and we can be treated as ordinary friends. Su Jing finished. Released Wang Jinjin and stood up and said, I have another appointment. I have to go first. If. Is it possible for us in the future? Wang Jinjin asked hesitantly as Su Jing was about to leave. In the past, there were ridicules on the internet, and some were not forced to ridicule, and rebellious. What's more, his current mind is basically on how to upgrade. Bingqi, this little fairy, is enough to satisfy him. If she is unwilling, Su Jing is even more indifferent. Su Jing paused and smiled, I don't know. Although Wang Jinjin's boldness made Su Jing a little unexpected, and the shy response and hand feeling made him feel very satisfied, but after coming out, Su Jing still left her behind. The phone call just now was from Layla from the Anti-Magic Alliance, inviting him to join the Anti-Magic Alliance. After being rejected, Layla invited herself to meet and want to talk about cooperation. She should not seem like an excuse, so Su Jing agreed down. Came to the coffee shop scheduled. Su Jing looked around after entering, and soon saw Layla in the corner. There was still a person sitting beside Layla, not her partner Li Wei, but a girl. The girl's first feeling for Su Jing was pretty. The second feeling is sloppy. Yes, sloppy. Of course it's not that she is really sloppy. It's just that she is dressed, with a few necklaces around her neck, and the clothes are layered inside and outside. Maybe she thinks it's fashionable, but it doesn't give Su Jing the feeling that much. It is good. For women, it's more attractive to wear simpler ones. Hello. Layla hurriedly said hello when Su Jing came over. This is my sister, Gypsy. Gypsy, dressed up to match her name. Su Jing said casually. Hello, I heard my sister told you about you, are they true? Gypsy asked with a smile and stretched out his hand towards Su Jing. Shaking a handshake, Su Jing said casually, I don't know what your sister said to you. She said you are handsome. I admit it. Su Jing smiled. This smile made the gypsy slightly stunned. Tell me about cooperation. Su Jing said towards Layla. That's it. The goal of our anti-magical organization is to kill all the zombies and vampires. You are very strong. Not only me, but even the organization has never heard of your ability. Since you refuse to join, the organization feels that we can cooperate. Anyway, the purpose is to lower demons and eliminate demons. Layla paused and said, you have the strength, we have intelligence. So it's better. I let my sister follow you, she can be responsible for helping to pass the information, what do you think? Right? She is also a member of the Anti-Magic Alliance and has received professional training, but she has no actual combat experience. Su Jing looked at the gypsy and slowly said, this kind of cooperation is not impossible, but you have to listen to me if you want her to follow me. What I ask her to do, she has to do it. If you can't accept it, just change. No problem. Layla agreed without hesitation. Gypsy also seems to have no opinion. Then it's fine. Then, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Su Jing shook hands with Layla, and the cooperation was settled down simply. At least it looks like this on the surface, but in reality? Su Jing wants information and there is no need to let the gypsy follow him. To put it bluntly, although the gypsy is responsible for transmitting the information, it does not understand what he means. With the ability that I have demonstrated, the Anti-Magic Alliance is absolutely impossible to cooperate so harmlessly and as simple as just a good invitation. But Su Jing didn't mind, he also planned to use Gypsy to understand the situation of the Anti-Magic Alliance, especially the intelligence network. What's more, with the intelligence of the Anti-Magic Alliance, I can upgrade faster, even if I fail to succeed in the end, it is enough to build an intelligence network by myself. To put it bluntly, Su Jing is using them. In the end, it depends on whose method is better. Follow me. Su Jing said to the gypsy, and Gypsy got up and followed Su Jing out of the cafe with a suitcase. After getting in the car, Su Jing called ACI and asked her to go directly to Ayana with ACI after get off work to wait for herself, and then Su Jing took her to the villa. You live here? Really rich? After getting out of the car, the gypsy exclaimed. Su Jing went into the villa without a word. This is Mei, and this is Bingqi. Su Jing introduced, this is a gypsy, a member of the Anti-Magic Alliance. I will stay here in the future to send information. In May, you first arrange a room with the gypsy. Come with me. Mei said toward the gypsy, and the gypsy followed Mei upstairs curiously. Look back to remind others, don't reveal your ghost identity. You help me stare at her, the most important thing is to figure out the intelligence situation of the Anti-Magic Alliance. Su Jing said towards Bingqi. Bingqi nodded repeatedly to express her understanding. Su Jing went upstairs and came to the room arranged for Gypsy and Mei. You go down first, I have something to tell her. Su Jing said towards Wu Yu, and Wu Yu turned around and went out and closed the door. Gypsy looked at Su Jing excitedly with some anticipation, waiting for his instructions. You want to follow me, yes. But first you have to satisfy me, otherwise I will let you go at any time. Yes, I understand, I will be obedient. Gypsy promised. Then, let me tell you the first thing first. Su Jing looked at the jeep track, take out everything in your suitcase. What? Why? Gypsy asked curiously. Let you do it, just do it. Su Jing walked to the side and sat down. Oh. Gypsy responded and opened his box, and then took it out one by one. Change of clothes, underwear, daily necessities, and the iconic weapons of the Anti-Magic Alliance. Su Jing flipped over it casually, making Gypsy's face a little red. The clothes are taken off, everything on your body is taken off, nothing left. Su Jing said slowly. What? Gypsy froze for a moment, and subconsciously covered his chest with his hands. Isn't this request too much? If you don't accept it, you can go. I said before. If you want to follow me, you must do what I said. Whatever I ask you to do, do what you do. Su Jing said lightly. But this doesn't include undressing. Gypsy defended. Su Jing didn't speak, just looked at the door. The meaning is very obvious, you can leave without taking off. I didn't expect you to be so handsome and so powerful, you turned out to be a pervert b*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** complaining, but he slowly took off the necklace on his neck and the clothes on his body. Su Jing disagrees. Compared to the scumbag, pervert B******************* D and so on, it's just pediatrics. P.S. The trouble with Hong Kong movies is that they are all English names. When translated, they are very awkward, which affects the reading feeling too much. Besides, this is Jillian, everyone knows. Gypsy had a very good impression of Su Jing. After all, his sister Layla was about to praise Su Jing. He killed the Earl alone and eliminated hundreds of vampires. Such a record has never been seen in the entire Anti-Devil Alliance. And the person is handsome, so when my sister talked about it, Gypsy agreed without hesitation. When I first met, Su Jing was indeed as handsome as my sister said, even more handsome than I thought, but I never expected. I even made such a request as soon as I came up. If it weren't for your sister's request, you must follow Su Jing and be obedient, and try to draw Su Jing to join the Anti-Magic Alliance. The gypsy really has the urge to turn around and leave. Necklaces, clothes. The things on the body were taken off one by one, and the gypsy quickly took off only the underwear. She glanced at Su Jing and found that Su Jing was completely unmoved and didn't mean to stop at all. After hesitating, he finally took off his underwear. Let's do it now. Gypsy endured shyness and complained to Su Jing, his tone, very aggressive. Su Jing smiled faintly, picked two of the gypsy clothes and handed them over. Wear this, remember in the future, don't wear it like Lori, don't wear too many accessories. I really don't know how the Anti-Magic Alliance taught you how to fight like this. Su Jing said faintly. After saying something, he got up and said, after you have finished your clothes, go downstairs and get acquainted with your home environment. After speaking, Su Jing turned and went out. Gypsy was stunned while holding the clothes, but he didn't expect this to be the case. So, isn't he deliberately taking advantage of himself? No, that's not right. If it's for your own good, you can just say it directly. Even if you let yourself take off, you only need to take off your coat, and you don't need underwear. Correct. Gypsy was thinking about it, but Su Jing suddenly spoke. Your name is really bad, I will call you Jillian from now on. Su Jing said. Why? Gypsy was a little surprised. Because you look a lot like a person I know named Jillian. After Su Jing finished speaking, he turned and left. What? Gypsy grumbled angrily. When he went downstairs, Su Jing didn't pay attention to Gypsy. No. Let's call Jillian. He even ignored Jillian's complaint. The move just now was a bit too much, but he can also see that the Anti-Magic Alliance is not only about cooperating with himself, otherwise, how could Jillian be reluctant to take off clean? In about 20 minutes, Jillian came down from the stairs. Simple jeans, t-shirts, without those bloated clothes, without those miscellaneous accessories, the whole person looks much refreshed. Remember to dress like this from now on. The pretty girl is so sloppy. Su Jing said with satisfaction. What a mess, that's fashion. Jillian retorted, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Fashion? I really didn't see it. Su Jing said with a curled lips, okay, you will live here in the future. If you need anything, you can find May. She is responsible for all family affairs. Also, if you have information, let me know as soon as possible. I see. Jillian nodded. Jillian moved into the villa like this. Although there was one more person in the house, the impact was not great, but it was a bit more lively. In the evening, Jing drove out directly. You want to go out? I'll go with you. Jillian said hurriedly when Jing was about to go out. I'm going to pick up girls, you also go with me? Jing asked rhetorically. Jillian hesitated to follow, but Jing had already driven away. Old house. Jing hasn't been here for some time. When she arrived, ACI and Agia hadn't arrived yet, they probably hadn't got off work yet, and Aya didn't seem to be at home either. Jing didn't care. Just waiting in the car. I don't know how long it took, the sky was a little dark, and Jing saw ACI and Agia coming together. Jing got off the car, and the two came directly. Master, what's the matter for calling us over? ACI asked Jing's arm. Jing nodded, you lived in this area for a long time, right? Yes. ACI nodded. I want your father to do things for me. Jing said. It didn't take long for me to sweat like rain, and when it was over, I lay directly on the ground and panted. No way. Even though he is my father, I have to say that he is just like a small child. He knows every day to eat, drink, play, and pick up girls, how can I do business? ACI said bluntly. Also. Jing drove back to the villa. ACI nodded heavily, and then left with Agia. Bingchi got out of the wall and saw Jing lying on the ground, walking to the side and taking a towel, kneeling beside Jing to help her wipe her sweat. If you want to exercise, you can actually do something simpler and more relaxing. That's good, let's go and talk to them. Jing smiled. For her father and brother, she had no hope at all. Jing understood Asi's dilemma and nodded, my request is very simple, not to mention other places, from the old house to Yuan Long, I can know what I want to know. As a condition, I will provide them with blood and tell your father by the way, if he can do this, I can let him live in the sun like you. You are my master, and he is my father. If you meet each other, it will be inconvenient to talk about it. When the talk is done, you can meet again in. ACI bowed his head. ACI hesitated and pulled Jing and said, Master, let us go by ourselves. After returning, Jing went to the gym to start exercising. That's better. Jing smiled and said, I want them to be my eyes. Help me keep an eye on the zombie movement around here. I want to know where there are blood-sucking zombies, I want to know, if there are foreigners what is the identity of the zombies, what is the details, where are more zombies. Okay. For example. Golf? Jing said with a smile. How? That's it. ACI thought for a while and said, this should be okay. My father should know a lot of vegetarian zombies. If you really need them to do something, just give them something and they will definitely be willing to help you pay attention of. Golf is a kind of ball game in which a stick is used to hit the ball into the hole. Nowadays, golf has become synonymous with aristocratic sports. It is also the favorite sport of high society, rich and powerful politicians, in Hong Kong. Very popular, there are several specialized golf courses alone, and some people even build simple golf courses at home. Jing has a mansion and rich. There is also a perfume shop that is very popular recently. Although he is not a rich man, he is definitely a rich man. When Jing talked about golf, Bingchi didn't think much about it. She nodded and said, it's okay. If you talk about business with those rich people in the future, you won't lose face. Jing said with a smile, it's not interesting for me to play golf by myself. If we have the opportunity, we will play together. Okay. Bingchi readily agreed. Don't wipe it, I'm going to take a shower. Jing stood up and said, then pulled Bingchi out of the gym. Fight overnight. May has gotten used to it, so she slept very steadily, but Jillian, who had just moved in, encountered such strength for the first time. She tossed and turned for a long time, and fell asleep in a daze until dawn. I don't know how long after sleeping, Jillian woke up in a daze, stretched her waist comfortably, and Jillian opened her eyes. What? Jillian yelled, subconsciously blocking her body with the quilt. How did you come in? You came in. Jing said lightly. I mean, this is my room, how can you come in casually? Why not? Are you afraid that I might see it? Jing asked with a smile, and Jillian also reacted. When he first arrived here, he saw him. Then you can't just come in casually. Jillian defended in a low voice. Who made you get up too late? Your sister called to say that there is information for you. Jing said. Intelligence? Jillian hurriedly took out the phone and hurriedly called her sister. Jing did not urge, nor left. Speaking of it, Jillian's figure is really not very good, mainly because the size is too small, but she wins in perfect proportions, white and tender skin, but she is still young and can still grow. I see. Jillian hung up, and then said to Jing, my sister said that he found a vampire's stronghold, which should have been arranged by the Earl before. These vampires became agitated because of the Earl's death, killing people everywhere. Action at night. Jing said, then turned and went out. Cut, it's for intelligence, but it's actually for peeking. Last night, it's a big pervert. Jillian murmured. There was a call from ACI saying that his father had agreed, and he would organize this as soon as possible. After thinking about it, Jing didn't worry about going to see him. Eat, exercise, rest. After dark, Jing took Jillian out, read more at hotplanovel.xyz. After getting in the car, Jillian said the location. This is it. Jing and Jillian got out of the car. This is an alley. There are tall buildings on both sides, it looks like nothing special. The information is not detailed, I just know it is in this range, but where it is hidden. Jillian looked at it, but it was hard to tell, but she found that Jing was walking straight forward. Hey, did you hear what I said? Jillian hurriedly followed up and asked. Jing didn't speak, but walked forward on his own. He quickly walked out of the alley and walked into a building next to him. What are you doing here? Jillian asked curiously. Complete the task. Jing said casually. Complete the task, is the vampire in this building? How did you know? Jillian asked curiously. Jing did not speak, but suddenly a wall bang pressed Jillian inside. Jillian reached out to push Jing in a panic. What are you doing? Don't talk, cooperate with me. Jing whispered. The elevator stopped suddenly, and immediately after the door opened, a foreigner came in. The foreigner glanced at Jing and Jillian with that wretched smile, and then pressed the elevator. After a while, with a ding sound, the elevator arrived. The foreigner walked out, Jing let go of Jillian, put his arms around her shoulders and walked out. Although Jillian didn't know what was going on, she didn't refuse. The foreigner walked a few steps and came to almost the door, only to find that these two men were also following. Is there anything? The foreigner asked. Yes. Jing nodded. What's up? Kill you. Jing's voice fell, and the sharp spear suddenly appeared, and then he heard a puff, piercing the foreigner's body. The foreigner showed a surprised expression, as if he didn't expect his identity to be exposed. You. Don't talk about him. Jillian next to her was also taken aback. She just wanted to talk but saw that foreigner turned into ashes, and the light flashed and turned into Jing's beads. The silver sword sprang out with a chuckle, and then slashed towards the vampire. Boom! Vampire! With a swish, the vampire turned into ashes in an instant, followed by the instant step, and Jing had already appeared in the room. Jillian looked at the knife in Su Jing's hand. It turns out that what my sister said is true. Your weapon can really appear suddenly. It's just, how do you know that he is a vampire? The vampire dodged aside, avoided the sword, grabbed Jillian's wrist, and went straight back. This was the first time Jillian faced a vampire, watching the vampire pounce, and everything she had learned before seemed to disappear. Let her not know how to react. He took out the weapon subconsciously, and then twisted it. Jillian's body flew out involuntarily, smashed the glass with a bang, and people flew out through the window. The tip of the knife pointed at one of them, and the sharp spear extended instantly. The action is very slow, and the intention is very obvious. Two vampires kept rushing towards Jillian while the others turned their heads and rushed towards Su Jing. Su Jing did not explain, and kicked towards the door. Lingya. What does that mean? Jillian asked inexplicably. The whole action happened in an instant. When the vampires reacted, only Jillian could be seen in front of them. Ray pressure. The door was kicked open by Su Jing, and a few people inside rushed towards the door. Shoot him. Gunslinger. Ah 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 ah. Feeling that she was flying out of the window and falling quickly, Jillian's head went blank except for instinctively yelling. Suddenly, a golden rope-shaped beam of light flew out from the broken window. Jillian subconsciously wanted to grab it, but found that the rope suddenly entangled her hands as if she were alive. She felt a tugging immediately after her. Stopped in midair. Jillian looked up and saw a figure by the window pulling the other end of the rope-shaped light cable. No one else, it is Su Jing. He saved me. Jillian thought so, finally recovered some calmness. Quickly, pull me up. Jillian shouted loudly. Su Jing ignored it, pulling the rope with one hand, and swinging the sharp spear with the other. Although there are many vampires, they can't get close at all. Ordinary attacks alternate with Hajime, making these vampires unstoppable, and each vampire turned into ashes and turned into brilliance. Finally, some vampires wanted to escape. It's a pity, don't look at Su Jing now seems inconvenient. But with a sharp gun, it is impossible for those vampires to run. Less than 10 minutes. All the vampires were wiped out. Withdrawing the sharp spear, Su Jing turned his head and looked down. I saw Jillian's hands hung by this rope, her body floating in the air. Su Jing smiled, and took the rope back. Pulling Jillian by the shoulder, Su Jing pulled her up. After landing, Jillian was lying on the ground. The body kept undulating, the whole legs were soft, and there was no strength to stand up. The rest of her life, the feeling of fear made her feel like she was about to suffocate, she could only gasp for breath. Are you scared? If you are afraid, you will decide next time. If you don't have me this time, you will become a puddle of mud. Su Jing said lightly. Jillian didn't speak, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Okay, get up. Su Jing said towards Jillian. Jillian grinned slightly. I'm out of strength. Then you are going to stay here with him lying down? Su Jing teased, but Jillian seemed to be really weak. After a few tries, she couldn't get up. In the end, Su Jing pulled Jillian up and held her back. She got out of the room. The noise here is so loud, someone will definitely find out, so let's leave first. Go down from the elevator to the downstairs and back to the car. Jillian seemed to be better. She first took out the phone to call the Anti-Magic Alliance, and informed that these vampires had been eliminated, and then returned to the villa with Su Jing. Seeing Su Jing's relaxed look, Jillian had to admit. He is really strong. Perhaps it was because the performance this time was too bad, or it was because he was rescued by Su Jing. Su Jing found that Jillian seemed to be much quieter all of a sudden. Very positively conveying the intelligence of the Anti-Magic Alliance, and at the same time when Su Jing exercises every day, she also exercises with it. I have to say that, besides inexperience, Jillian's skills are indeed pretty good. In the next mission, Jillian also obeyed the arrangement, and there was no more trouble. Slowly, she also began to try to kill the vampire. Although not as exaggerated as Su Jing, she at least looked like a mature hunter. Time just passed day by day, and with the intelligence of the Anti-Demon Alliance, Su Jing didn't need to go out to try his luck, and would go out to hunt vampires regularly. The intelligence network is developing well. Assie's father has gathered a group of vegetarian zombies. Although it still does not meet Su Jing's original requirements, it has developed fairly well, so Su Jing is not stingy and gave Assie's father blood and let he can be active during the day so that he can continue to expand the intelligence network. At the same time, Bing Chi also learned some information about the Anti-Magic Alliance from Jillian. Although it did not help the intelligence network much, she vaguely knew that there was a consortium company behind the Anti-Magic Alliance. Zombie blood was also developed by this consortium company. As for the name of this consortium, it is not yet known. The perfume shop's business is getting better and better, and it has opened branches. The business of Kote's hotel is also booming. Su Jing has been there several times, and by the way, I have seen Ma Xiaoling and Mao Yu. So busy, Su Jing realized that it was almost the end of the year. Time flies so fast. Your boyfriend came to see you. Hey, why did you follow a woman, Yi Qing? You must pay close attention to your man, don't let people go. What? I said before, he is not my boyfriend. Cut, isn't your boyfriend who can come to you often for such a long time? Who will believe you if you say it's an ordinary person? Hospital, service desk. Shaking his head, Yi Qing came out from the service desk and walked over. What, the policeman just now? Yi Qing said and turned and left. Su Jing and Jillian waited in place. Jillian pouted. The door of the hospital was suddenly pushed open, followed by many people pushing in the beds, and lying on it was a man with blood on his head, who appeared to be injured for emergency treatment. It's almost 2 years, right? Su Jing came to Yi Qing every 3 to 5. Yi Qing knew it was for blood, but other colleagues didn't know. After so long, Yi Qing hadn't had a boyfriend. It was natural to be misunderstood. Yi Qing denied it, but when she saw a woman next to Su Jing, she also felt a little bit of crisis. Okay, I'll go get things for you first. This is? Yi Qing asked after coming over. Okay. This seems to be the policeman just now. Jillian glanced at and said in a low voice. This is Jillian, follow me for the time being. Su Jing explained, are you getting off work soon? Have a meal together. It was when we came, did you not pay attention? The police and the robbers rushed in the street, we also made a deliberate detour at the time. Jillian explained. At this time, let yourself go back, are you afraid of being a light bulb? Several nurses joked at Yi Qing. Su Jing thought for a while, as if there was such a thing, it seemed that the result of the rush was miserable. Su Jing asked Jillian to pick him up and said, you can drive back first. It didn't take long before Yi Qing came back with things. Jillian has already been familiar with Su Jing for more than half a year, and even ACI Agia and the vegetarian zombie intelligence network formed by Su Jing, she knows. But for these, she did not report to the Anti-Magic Alliance. How can I say that these vegetarian zombies did not harm people, and they helped Su Jing solve those harmful zombies? Jillian felt that, this is nothing. Compared with so many women around Su Jing, they can even get along with each other safely, which surprised Jillian. Following Su Jing in the past 6 months, she has seen a lot of absurd things. Jillian complained secretly and left with something. Yi Qing said to Su Jing, I have a while to get off work, but I hope the things just now won't let us stay and work overtime again. Just go ahead and do your business first. Su Jing smiled. Okay. Yi Qing nodded and turned around to go busy. After about half an hour, Yi Qing greeted Su Jing. I'm going to change clothes. Yi Qing went to change the nurse's uniform, put on casual clothes, and simply cleaned up and left with Su Jing. Coming out of the hospital, a little girl came over. It seems that she should also be a nurse. Seeing Yi Qing and Su Jing smiled and said hello, Sister Yi Qing, brother-in-law is here to pick you up. Go, don't talk nonsense. Yi Qing replied with a smile. The nurse smiled and turned away. Yi Qing looked at Su Jing, but found that Su Jing was staring at the nurse just now. What are you looking at? Did you fall in love with a Zhen? Yi Qing said angrily. She's a Zhen. She's pretty long. Su Jing said with a smile. If you are beautiful, go after it. Yi Qing said. Listening to a slightly acidic tone, Su Jing smiled and stretched out his arms to hug Yi Qing's waist. Yi Qing was taken aback for a moment. What are you doing? I have been misunderstood by the people in your hospital for so long, do you think I am going to chase them, can they agree? And, you are really my horse now. Su Jing said with a smile. What's your horse, when did I agree? Yi Qing said. It doesn't matter whether you agree or not. Su Jing smiled and said, do you remember what happened with me some time ago? Blood thing? With the establishment of Su Jing's intelligence network, the demand for blood has increased. Yi Qing alone is really not good at it. If there are too many, Yi Qing also has troubles, so Yi Qing told Su Jing some time ago. Yes, although you often use the hospital car to go to the countryside to promote blood donation, but it is still too little. I asked some time ago, a new blood station was built in Yuanlong, and I found the person in charge and spent some money to transfer you. After going over, you will be in charge of the blood station in the future. Su Jing said with a smile. It definitely won't work for no reason, so I just say you are my horse, so it's okay. Really? Can I be a nurse in charge of the blood station? Yi Qing asked in surprise. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. If you have money, what can't you do? Don't worry, you should be transferred soon. This time I am specifically looking for you to celebrate. Su Jing said with a smile. That's really great. Yi Qing said happily. How are you going to thank me? Su Jing asked with a smile. Thank you. You didn't do this for your own convenience, let alone because of you. I haven't made a boyfriend now, I'm afraid it will be more difficult in the future. Yi Qing said, and glanced at Su Jing secretly. It's okay, I'll take care of you. Su Jing said with a smile. F***ku. Yi Qing pushed Su Jing angrily, but was not really angry, but was slightly disappointed. She knew that Su Jing didn't have that kind of thoughts about herself, otherwise, it's been 2 years. How can it be like this? Nothing happened at all except for some innocuous jokes. Where shall we eat? Yi Qing asked. Su Jing shook his head. What do you want to eat? Or, go to my house. The things outside are not clean, and it is inconvenient to speak. Yi Qing hesitated and said. Go to your house. Okay. Su Jing said with a deliberate smile. Yi Qing blushed slightly but didn't explain anything. Yi Qing didn't live in a big place, just one room and one living room. You should have money to change to a better place, right? Su Jing asked Yi Qing. Save it, I plan to save enough money to buy a house directly. Yi Qing said casually. Sit down, I'll cook. Should I help you? You. Forget it. Yi Qing glanced at Su Jing, he didn't want to know how to cook. Su Jing shrugged and didn't insist. After a while, a table of dishes was ready. Su Jing tasted it, the craftsmanship is not bad. While eating and chatting, Su Jing talked about some things about the blood station, how to operate it after Yi Qing was transferred, and so on. According to Su Jing's idea, this blood station should be in his own hands as much as possible. It's time for some professional details. Fortunately, Yi Qing is very good at it. Before you know it, it's dark. I should go back. Su Jing stood up and said. Such a peace. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment. Quick. What time is this? If I don't leave, I can only live with you. Su Jing smiled. Oh, then you go back and be careful. Yi Qing whispered. Su Scenic Spot nodded, cleaned up, opened the door and went out. Seeing Su Jing leaving, Yi Qing turned back and sat down, suddenly feeling a little empty. After coming down from Yi Qing's house, Su Jing waited for a while and walked a few steps forward without a taxi. It was getting dark and there were no pedestrians on the road. A car drove over from a distance and stopped at the intersection. Then, the driver got down and locked the car and was about to go upstairs. Ajin? Su Jing was a little surprised, but he didn't expect this to be the nurse Ajin he saw in the hospital. Ajin seemed to have seen herself, and was about to say hello to some surprises. At this moment, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind Ajin, and he smashed towards Ajin's head with a squabble in his hand. Be careful! Su Jing yelled, and Shunbu rushed directly, pulling Ajin away with one hand, and kicking towards the man with one foot. Boom! This kick directly kicked the man out and hit Ajin's car heavily. Are you okay? Su Jing asked towards Ajin. Ajin all reacted, looking at the man lying on the ground. She realized what happened just now. She shook her head, she was afraid after a while. Call the police. Su Jing said towards Ajin. Ajin nodded and quickly took out the phone to call the police. It didn't take long for the police to come and asked about the incident and then took the guy away. This may be the head-smashing party that has emerged recently. It is specially designed to smash people's heads and then snatch things. I heard that many people have been killed recently. Ajin said in shock. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you, I would. By the way, did you leave Sister Yi Qing's house just now? Su Attractions nodded. It's so late, Yi Qing didn't let you stay. How can I meet you if I stay? Su Jing said with a smile. That's right. Ajin said with a smile. Do you live near here? Go back and rest early. Then, goodbye. Goodbye. After the hero saved the United States, nothing happened with his body. Of course, Su Jing didn't take it too seriously. Seeing Ajin got upstairs, Su Jing took a taxi to go home. It's a pity that after waiting for a long time, no taxi came over. I looked at the surrounding environment. This place should be not far from Jejia building. Just go there for one night at night. Enter the Reaper mode, use the instant step. Su Jing went to the Jejia building. Open the door and enter the house. Su Jing was too lazy to turn on the light, so he took off his jacket and went directly to the bedroom. The bedroom was dark with curtains. Su Jing took off his clothes and walked to the bedside to open the quilt and go to bed to rest. But when he just lay down, he suddenly felt someone around him, which made Su Jing clever. How come there are people in the family? With a snap, Su Jing turned on the light and looked around. There was a woman lying next to her, and the sudden light seemed to wake her up. She opened her eyes and stretched out her hand to block the light above her head and turned her head. Wang Jinjin. Su Jing. Their eyes met, and both of them were stunned. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Su Jing didn't expect Wang Jinjin to be in her own home, lying on her own bed. Wang Jinjin didn't expect that Su Jing would come back suddenly. After a moment, Wang Jinjin hurriedly got up, only then did Su Jing realize that she was wearing nothing. I'm sorry. Wang Jinjin panicked and didn't know how to explain, so she could only apologize. Why are you in my house and in my bed? Su Jing asked in a deep voice. I have a spare key for your house. You haven't come back since last time, so I occasionally come in to help you clean the room. Today is too too late, I just live now. Wang Jinjin explained intermittently. Su Jing looked at Wang Jinjin. Her explanation is very pale. Even if it's late, how far is it upstairs and downstairs? What's more, although Su Jing doesn't know how Wang Jinjin is usually at home, but her character shouldn't be like sleeping naked, right? Do you often come in when I'm away? Su Jing asked in a deep voice. I just want to clean the room for you, I haven't moved anything. Wang Jinjin explained. It doesn't matter if you move, there's nothing here anyway, it's just that the feeling of entering the house with the key makes Su Jing a little uncomfortable, but he also knows that Wang Jinjin is kindly helping himself with cleaning, and as the landlord's daughter, there is the spare key is also normal. You don't need to come in and clean in the future, if I come back to live, I will clean up by myself. You go back and rest. Su Jingdao. Wang Jinjin's expression was a little sad, and she nodded and found her own clothes, as if she was ready to wear them and leave. The atmosphere has become a little dull. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? Wang Jinjin took her clothes, but after the panic, she had another idea. Thinking of her lovesickness during this time, thinking that she sneaked in to live here and deceived herself that this might be closer to Su Jing, she couldn't help but come up with an idea. I have already decided. Thinking of this, Wang Jinjin suddenly turned to Su Jing and asked, I have seriously thought about what you said last time. It's been more than half a year, you haven't come back, and you haven't contacted me. Are you still interested in me? Su Jing raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Jinjin. But seeing Su Jing's indifferent expression, Wang Jinjin hesitated for a moment or opened her mouth slowly. If you are tired, I won't bother you again. Wang Jinjin said. Wang Jinjin nodded, remember, but I like you, I won't ask you for anything, I just don't want to wait for you to stop renting this house in the future and we will gradually become strangers and become strangers. In fact, I also know that you are because of Xiaoling, right? Xiaoling and I are friends, and Mao you are also friends, that's why you are alienating me. Don't worry, I won't tell Xiaoling. I believe that as long as I treat you well, you will slowly fall in love with me. Wang Jinjin took a deep breath. I will chase you. But you can rest assured that I will not haunt you, I just want you to know that I like you. I am willing to do anything for you. Have eaten ice cream. Su Jing said. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. Without contact for half a year, Su Jing thought that Wang Jinjin would think carefully about herself and slowly forget about herself, but she did not expect to take the initiative to mention it now. You should remember what I said, and you should know what it means to stay, right? Su Jing asked. Wang Jinjin looked at Su Jing shyly, but a little, somewhat dazed. If you are still interested in me, I can stay. Wang Jinjin gritted her teeth. If I don't want you to stay? Su Jing asked again. Wang Jinjin nodded, then, understood. Then what if you don't fall in love? Her face turned red at once. For a primary school teacher of hers, this kind of thing is really a bit shameful. Su Jing shook his head, stretched out his hand and pulled Wang Jinjin's arm directly over and lay on his lap. What if there is not? Su Jing asked. Really? Su Jing smiled and suddenly lifted the quilt, and said to Wang Jinjin, then, do you know what to do? Yes, just at a loss. Is Su Jing a good person? Not counting. Although the scum scene is a kind of self-deprecating, it is not a portrayal. She gave Wang Jinjin the opportunity, and Wang Jinjin is now talking about it again. If Su Jing hasn't said anything, it's not hypocrisy, but an eunuch. If you can't force it, it's rebellious. Accompanied by Wang Jinjin's painful snoring, the dark and silent night kicked off, and one after another voice seemed to converge into a symphony. Sunlight came in through the curtains, and Wang Jinjin woke up in a daze. As soon as I woke up, I felt a soreness all over my body, as if I was about to be torn apart. Opening his eyes and looking at Su Jing beside him, Wang Jinjin was stunned. The pain in his body seemed to have disappeared. Looking back at the footage from last night, Wang Jinjin couldn't help but raise the corners of Wang Jinjin's mouth when he looked at Su Jing, who was still asleep. "I will definitely make you fall in love with me," Wang Jinjin whispered, subconsciously reaching out to stroke Su Jing's cheek. Su Jing's eyes opened suddenly, and Wang Jinjin hurriedly closed her hands, a little flustered. "Morning." Su Jing said hello, turned to face Wang Jinjin and hugged her. "Morning," Wang Jinjin whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Su Jing's hand was stroking her body, making her feel strange and strange. She was trembling slightly, not daring to see Su Jing, but her breathing gradually changed quickly. The phone's ringing suddenly rang. Su Jing looked around and looked for his phone, but Wang Jinjin handed the phone to Su Jing first. Su Jing sat up and leaned on the bedside to answer the phone, but the other hand hooked Wang Jinjin's neck to make her lie on her lap and make a look. Wang Jinjin blushed, slowly leaning over and moving. "What good did you do last night?" The call was from Su Zolin, and the tone seemed to be questioning. Su Jing smiled and said, "Are you following me? How do you know that I did a good job last night?" "Bah! Listening to your tone, you know that you didn't do a good job, and you harmed the girl again last night." Su Zolin chuckled and said with a smile, "I'm talking about you caught the head-smashing party yesterday, Li Jiawen, early in the morning. Just call me to find you and say I want to thank you. Look for me. I haven't contacted her for a year." "Why did she find me and thank me?" Su Jing asked unexpectedly. "That's right, you may not know that Li Jiawen's mother was murdered by Park Head Party a few days ago, and the head-bashing party you caught is the murderer," Su Zolin said. "That's quite a coincidence. If you and her invite me to dinner, I won't go. If you plan to agree with your body, I can think about it." Su Jing said with a smile, "Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Think beautiful." "Okay, that's it, I'm going to be busy." Su Jing smiled and hung up the phone. "Don't, I'm all swollen." Wang Jinjin cried out, begging for mercy, but it was a pity that she couldn't stand Su Jing's methods at all. When it was almost noon, Su Jing left from Jiejia building. As soon as he came out, Su Jing called Yi Qing on the street. "Two things. One thing is that the job of the blood station has been transferred, and one thing, Asian wants to invite him to dinner." Zhen should have told Yi Qing about what happened last night, and now the news and newspapers are saying that they have caught the head-smashing party. Su Jing originally wanted to refuse, but Yi Qing persuaded Su Jing to agree. It just so happened that Yi Qing also wanted to leave for a new post. It was a small gathering. Hearing what Yi Qing said, Su Jing simply agreed. "We had a meal together in the evening." Said it was a small gathering. In fact, there were only 3 people, Su Jing, Yi Qing, and Zhen. Still at Yi Qing's house. "Brother-in-law, thank you for saving me," Zhen said to Su Jing with a toast. Su Jing smiled and sipped a drink with Zhen. "Then how are you going to thank me?" Zhen giggled and said, "Brother-in-law wants me to thank you. How about me?" "It doesn't matter to me, I'm afraid Sister Yi Qing disagrees." "Go, what does it matter to me?" Yi Qing said with a smile, "Even if you sleep with him, I can't control it." "Really, aren't you angry?" Zhen asked with a smile. Yi Qing curled her lips and said, "It's not my turn to be angry." Zhen froze for a moment. "It was not your turn to be angry, what did you mean by that? Could it be?" Zhen did not answer the conversation. After a while Su Jing was in the bathroom, Zhen asked in a low voice, "Sister Yi Qing, what did you mean by what you just said? Isn't he your boyfriend? Or, there are other women?" Yi Qing nodded, "Yes, what? You want to go too?" Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. Are there any rewards? Su Jing asked. The nurses in the hospital were actually very envious that Yi Qing had found such a handsome boyfriend, and he was also very rich. Although Yi Qing denied it all the time, everyone thought she was embarrassed to admit it, but she didn't expect it to be true. The murderer of the serial R*** and murder, who specializes in R*** G and killing nurses. Yi Qing said the matter to Su Jing again. By the way, can you let your people help find the murderer? I heard it seems to be there. It seems to be 100,000. Zhen answered. Ah, then you. Zhen didn't say anything, Yi Qing just nodded slightly. Yi Qing nodded. So it's like this. Zhen thought to herself. What's more, what can you do if you are famous and have a share? What murderer? Su Jing just happened to hear Yi Qing saying this when he came back, and asked casually. Yeah, I can go over and help you. And you heard about it. The recent serial R*** and murder. I heard that there are many places where the crime was committed, but it seems that there is nothing wrong with Yuan Long, if it can fall. It's safer to go there. Zhen said. No one else knew about this serial R*** and murder, and the nurses basically knew it, because all the victims were young and beautiful nurses. He has too many women. Yi Qing pouted and said. I don't know when the murderer will be caught. Yi Qing sighed. Sister Yi Qing, I heard that the job at the blood station seems to be easier, and the treatment is better, right? Zhen asked suddenly. However, even if there is no name and no distinction, Su Jing is so handsome, and he still has money. Su Jing was able to transfer Yi Qing to the blood station this time. Is it worth it? With Su Jing's conditions, many women must take the initiative to pounce on it, and it is impossible to tie him down.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.